What do I do when my love is away? Does it worry you to be alone? How do I feel at the end of the day? Are you sad cause you're on your own? I can't find a little help from my friends, so I'm gonna try a little help from my friends. What do I do when my love is away? Does it worry you to be alone? How do I feel at the end of the day? Are you sad cause you're on your own? I can't find a little help from my friends, so I'm gonna try a little help from my friends.
Welcome to the 2020 Hope Global Forum's annual meeting, America on Reset, Healing a Nation, Opportunity for All.
Imagine a world where employees and executives both begin their days with a smile and end them just the same. A place where people are free to focus on the work that they love rather than the financial pains that limit them. A life full of dreams and endless possibilities, where feelings of financial confidence and freedom are the norm, not the exception. Imagine transforming your workplace into a well place. With Hope Inside the Workplace, you can transform your workplace into a well place, focusing on holistic wellness through financial well-being. For nearly 30 years, Operation Hope has been at the helm of helping people achieve financial freedom through financial wellness coaching. As a nonprofit, we have focused on financial dignity and economic empowerment. With more than 100 Hope Inside locations around the country, businesses, organizations, and community foundations are taking hope, inspiration, and empowerment and putting it in the hands of those who matter the most. We believe just like you, that employees and their families are your primary stakeholders. Through Hope Inside the Workplace, we partner with you to bring financial wellness into their lives through one-on-one coaching, group coaching, and seminars to implement the principles needed to secure a better future, like budgeting, credit management, investing, saving for retirement and college, and major purchases like a new home or car. With Hope Inside the Workplace, our dedicated Hope Financial Wellbeing Coach becomes your in-house resource for financial empowerment and wellness for your entire team. Together, we can transform your company from the inside out, transforming employee wellness and corporate well-being to make your workplace a well place, a place where productivity, engagement, and well-being live, and your employees thrive.
Please welcome CEO of the LMB Group, Lisa Borders.
Welcome, everyone. We are delighted to have you here on the second day of the Hope Global Forum's annual meeting. It is 2020, America on Reset, healing a nation and opportunity for all. We are delighted that you could join us again for these important conversations. Many of you know I have worked in all three sectors, public, private, and nonprofit. I have served as the president of the WNBA and CEO of Time's Up. But I have also found a tremendous passion for my board work here at Operation Hope. We know that the work we do around financial literacy and economic empowerment is impactful every day. But during this pandemic and these unique times, it is even more relevant and resonant. So thank you for spending time with us today and joining us on this continued journey toward healing a nation. Let's start with our first conversation. Please allow me to introduce our fearless leader, Chairman, Founder, and CEO, John Bryant. He will be in a conversation with an additional friend, U.S. Deputy Secretary for the United States Treasury, Justin Muzinich. Gentlemen, take it away.
Good morning, everyone. This is John Hope Bryant, and welcome to the Hope Global Forum 2020 annual meeting. America on Reset, healing a nation, opportunity for all. Thank you, Lisa Borders, for all that you do and your family have done. She comes from a long line of civil rights leaders, and in many ways she's becoming a civil rights leader in her own vein. I have somebody with me today that represents that bridge as well. Who respects civil rights, has been a student of civil rights, but also understands the need to go from success in the streets to success in the suites. The Deputy Secretary of the Treasury is the number 2 in the number 1 economy in the world. He's almost the chief operating officer for the economy. And I will say this, I think that he and the Secretary of the Treasury, along with the Fed chairman, helped to keep this economy on a bipartisan basis, which made me so proud when the stimulus came into being, keep this economy on track and keep it from falling into the abyss. If you don't realize how tentative things were at the beginning of this year, and they came together in a week and put together the CARES Act. They even called me on a Saturday morning, and I weighed in on the PPP program. And yes, there were bumps and bruises, and yes, the website crashed for PPP. You don't stand up the 5th largest bank in America in 20 days and not have glitches. But it was extraordinary, and the confidence that they've injected in the marketplace has kept at least the investor economy stable. We now need to do things for the real economy. And I want to talk about more things for the real economy. I want to let my friend talk about what may not be obvious to the American people. What are you doing? And by the way, the Freedmen's Bank, you all know I love this Freedmen's Bank vision. The first thing we connected on was the last Secretary of the Treasury was gracious enough to rename the Freedmen's Bank building from the Treasury building at our request in 2016. He amplified it. He and the Secretary of the Treasury amplified the Freedmen's Bank and created a Freedmen's Bank forum. They could have pushed it aside They could have tried to play politics. They've never done that with me. I thank them for that. Just straight ahead. They knew it was the right thing to do. And that said a lot about their character, both the Secretary and the Deputy Secretary. Deputy Secretary Muzinich, honored to have you with us this morning.
Well, thanks, John. It's great to be with you. And I was there in person last year. It was an incredible event in person, and it's equally impressive you're able to pull this off virtually. So congratulations. And it's just speaking on about the Freedmen's Forum to start, which you brought up. We actually made the announcement for the Freedom Forum. The first time we went public with it was at the Hope Global Forum last year, and it was a great venue for it. You showed a lot of leadership in sort of getting the forum off the ground, and it's especially nice this year to see lots of other announcements being made. So you're showing a lot of leadership. I saw Rodney Hood made an announcement yesterday about a new access program. A number of companies are doing the same thing. So it's really the Hope Global Forum and your annual conference is really turning into an important venue, for financial empowerment. So congratulations on that.
Thank you very much. We don't want to just be meet to meet and meet to talk. We want to be meet to commit and meet to act. Both PhD and PH do too. What are you doing there at the Treasury Department? We had this Freedmen's Bank Forum, which is really I started thinking about a new Marshall Plan really as a thought process. Get us into the wheelhouse. Open the hood a little bit. Treasury is the oldest government agency in the history of this country. It was the first one ever created. Get us into the wheelhouse. What's going on there? What should people be feeling? Concerned, relieved, hopeful? Give us some background and then lead us into this. I'm just going to let you talk for a minute.
Sure. Yeah. Well, these are issues we think a lot about and take very seriously, especially during COVID. I mean, this is a crisis brought on by sort of an external event, not the fault of the American people.
That's
and
right.
People have been really suffering and hurt. And we're very aware that often the burden falls on those least able to bear it. And it was sort of that awareness, I think, that really brought the country together, as you said, in a bipartisan way. I think the Secretary did a just terrific job, along with leaders in Congress and the Chairman of the Fed, in leading the country in a bipartisan way. And we did a whole number of things, which I think have really sort of helped the economy, helped cushion the blow. There's obviously still more to do. Yeah. But I mean, if you look at sort of the unemployment checks that went out, the direct checks in the mail, whether or not you were unemployed, got a stimulus check. The PPP, I think, made a huge difference. There were a number of things we did in the PPP to try to make sure that funds were flowing, especially to those who needed it most. We undertook a big effort to make sure minority development institutions and community development financial institutions, which sort of operate in higher need areas, were able to be part of the PPP program. So, we've really gone full throttle to try to get money sort of where it's needed.
Yes, and I want to again underscore here I've done work with secretaries of treasuries that actually were underwhelming to me. I won't name names over 5 U.S. presidents. The two that stand out for me are Secretary Jack Lew, who originally heard me about the Freedmen's Bank. That was Obama, and then Secretary Mnuchin. And as a deputy secretary, I've never seen one more effective and who had more of a voice of influence and a voice of reason than you. And when I got this call, I forget what month it was, but it was right when we realized there was a problem. John, help us think about this PPP program. How do we structure it? And I'm waiting. It was a Saturday morning, and I'm looking at the phone, wondering what this really is. And it was like, we want to make sure that the small businesses get this support. And I'm like, am I really getting this call? And I made my notes and sent them to you, and some of that survived, some of it didn't. But you listened and you were engaged, and we tried to get that money to the least of these God's children. Clearly, we've now learned that small businesses need coaching and support to get that infrastructure. We now learned that 96% of all black businesses don't have an employee, so unfortunately they could not benefit from PPP. But you couldn't solve all that in 10 days, right? But it was a lot of creativity, and I want to commend you for leaning in and you got blamed for stuff that didn't go right and got no credit for the stuff that went well. But you stayed in the fight. Should people feel hopeful that our financial system is strong, that our fiscal system is strong, that the infrastructure is strong?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, the financial system is very strong. The economy is recovering well. And, I think one of the most important, listen, the response to COVID was, as you said, it was a short-term response to an immediate problem.
Right.
But what really matters over time are a lot of the structural issues. And you've done a great job leading on that at the U.S. Treasury. We have a number of initiatives to address that. As you know, because I remember you were at an event for it. We started a mentor-mentee protege program to try to get expertise to smaller banks, a lot of them minority-owned. We have a financial literacy program. There are all these structural issues which are really, really important. And I think the most important thing we can do, and we've made great progress on this, is to get the economy going. And it's creating job opportunities, creating wage growth that will really, and making sure that's broadly distributed, that will really make a difference in people's lives.
So I'm wondering whether it's too early to try to be innovative as well, to think outside the box. I know the structural issues you spoke to. Thank you for that. But I've got this idea around the new Marshall Plan, a living wage for all. I love the earned income tax credit as an example, which is again another bipartisan initiative that survived I think 4 or 5 presidents, multiple administrations, that gives the average worker a bonus for working. I know this is something that probably goes beyond Treasury, but is that a bridge too far to try to get an expansion, a deepening of the earned income tax credit so that the average worker can get a bonus? Or are there other creative ideas you guys are thinking about that we can help, Americans can help to encourage our representatives to, from both sides of the aisle, to knock it off on the games and get to solving problems for us, whether it be small business or consumer or whatever?
Sure. Yeah, the earned income tax credit has been a very successful program, and it's an example of sort of creativity in policymaking, and it's really has attracted bipartisan support, and as you said, lasted a while and been a very successful program. There are a whole number of innovative ideas that are worth considering. We're looking a lot at the fintech space and the ability of fintech to get credit into communities that that may not have had credit historically. But above all, what I'd encourage you and others in the private sector to do is to have creative ideas and to share them with policymakers, because government is not doesn't have a monopoly on coming up with new ideas, and we have a country full of smart and creative people, and we want input from people like you and others who have creative ideas. I think fundamentally we all share the same goals, which is that we want growth to be broadly distributed, to reach down into communities that maybe historically haven't benefited from it. And if we agree on that goal, it can bring people together, and I think we all have to be open to sort of new ideas to achieve it.
I wouldn't want your job for anything in the world. You and the secretary, you get up in the morning, look at your phone and go, what the? Huh? And while people are driving their cars very calmly down the street or walking their dog or dealing with life, you know that if you don't make the right decision, and if you don't get everybody to come along, bad things are going to happen, not just in America, but around the world. And it's all the things you can't talk about, probably on this program and maybe ever. But I want to thank you for giving your public service and for leaning in. Again, I've met a lot of people who I'm not impressed with at all. And I don't like when people play games with the American public, or people who are invisible, worse, those who don't have a voice. But you've never done that to me. And every conversation has been, you didn't always tell me what I wanted to hear, but you always told me what you felt and what was possible, and we've had more wins than not. I'll end with my comments and whatever you'd like to add. I'll end with the Freedmen's Bank, where we started. People probably don't know what this is, but it was an effort by Abraham Lincoln, joined by Frederick Douglass, again, a Republican and a Democrat, a black and a white and a black, to create a bank after the Civil War to teach freed slaves about money. Because those Union soldiers who were black, who were fighting for our freedom, were being taken advantage of at the camps for the Union soldiers by that era's, the 1800s version of a payday lender or check casher or predatory provider, trying to separate those soldiers from their wallet. And you had 40 acres, you had a mule, and then you had the bank created to teach financial literacy and domicile the savings. Unfortunately, Lincoln was killed the next month. And does that inform some of your thinking today, Deputy Secretary, on what we need to do and how we need to behave in this current environment where I think we're also sitting right now in a moment in history?
Sure. Yeah, it's listen, I think Abraham Lincoln and Frederick Douglass were on to a basic truth that financial empowerment and financial inclusion is very important for society and very important for helping people sort of realize their dreams for them and their children. And it's the same basic truth which you've latched on to and shown great leadership on, and we at the Treasury, really believe in it. And I appreciate your thoughts on my public service. Let me just say, I've always considered it a great honor to be in public service, a real privilege, and considered it a special privilege to be able to serve during this very difficult time for the country, and to try to do what I can as part of a big team, really focused on moving the country in the right direction and trying to recover.
Yeah, as we close here, thank you, Mr. Deputy Secretary. As we close here, I just want you to please pass a memo around the Secretary of the Treasury's office and the Treasury Department to just not forget about the least of these God's children as you're dealing with the urgent. Make sure we focus on the important also. People mean well, but the urgent crowds out the important. And it is the least of these God's children that are dying the most from COVID, that are stressed out the most from this crisis. You know all this. But as you're just carve out, as a friend of mine said, expand the table and add a chair to every conversation you're having, because girding up this group will grow GDP for the future and stabilize our democracy for generations to come. And we can't afford to play games of any type, as you well know, and you agree, when it comes to the most vulnerable. What I love about the Treasury Department is the color is green. And I just want people there to realize that they're appreciated, their service is appreciated, and we want them to really be creative right now about expanding opportunity for all. Your final words, and I'll let you go. I know you have a country to run.
Thanks, John. Well, listen, I totally agree with you, and the most vulnerable are always on our minds as we're making decisions. I think we all share the same goals. There are occasionally differences about policy differences about how to achieve those goals, but I think at the end of the day, Americans in good faith can unite around the goal of broadly shared economic growth and creating opportunity for everyone.
Shared equity.
So thank you again for having me.
All right. God bless you.
Yeah. Thanks, John. See you. Bye.
Good afternoon. My name is William Smokey Glover. I'm a Senior Vice President and Director of Fair and Responsible Banking for Fulton Bank, which is headquartered in Lancaster, Pennsylvania. Well, the partnership has evolved a great deal since 2016. We originally had one location in Reading, Pennsylvania, and we now have 7 locations spread throughout our 5-state footprint. And we've been very, very excited about the progress all of our financial wellness coaches have been making over the last several years. So I think the partnership between Operation Hope and Fulton Bank has been a tremendous success in the 4 years that we've been partners. It started originally in Reading, Pennsylvania, and we're now in 7 different communities across our footprint. But what I really love about the partnership is that Operation Hope is willing to roll up their sleeves and meet people, clients, wherever they're at. So it's folks that don't have necessarily a high enough credit score. They're willing to do the work to help people improve their credit. If it's folks that aren't very familiar with the first-time home buyer process, they're willing to educate customers and get them prepared for that home ownership opportunity. So really what I'm trying to say is whatever the need of the client is, I think Operation Hope is prepared to deliver in partnership with Fulton Bank. And we're really excited about not only what we're building, but what the potential of the program offers our clients, particularly in underserved communities, in the future. So as I think we all would agree, COVID has been a very big challenge for many communities, and certainly low to moderate income and minority communities. So the partnership with Operation Hope, I think, does just that. It gives people hope when in the midst of a really dark time, right? So our financial wellness coaches, what I try to say to them is be the light in the community. And they have been doing that. Since COVID has hit, our financial wellness coaches have helped originate over 18 mortgages, getting people into homes during what is the greatest crisis of our lifetime. So to think that they can be that productive, or our partnership can be that productive during the middle of COVID, it gets me excited about Fulton Fort, because when this is behind us, we're going to be even more productive, and we're going to be an even brighter light in the communities that we serve. So kudos to Fulton Bank and Operation Hope, and it's all Fulton Ford.
Hi, this is John Hope Bryant, founder of Operation Hope, and welcome back to the Hope Global Forum annual meeting. Resetting America, healing a nation, opportunity for all. This is going to be one of the most interesting discussions of the forum. All of them are interesting. This one's compelling, interesting, because it's authentic and it's real. And it involves somebody who I've learned and grown to respect a great deal over his career. He's currently vice chairman for public affairs at Wells Fargo. He's formerly the chief of staff to President Barack Obama. He was also Secretary of Commerce under President Clinton. He comes from a legacy family in Chicago that really led the city and the nation from the center of the country, and some would argue responsible indirectly for the election of a U.S. president through their family's active encouragement. He's lived in history and he's seen it, and now he's in the middle of a moment. And his name is Bill Daley, and he's my friend. Now Wells Fargo has been a sponsor of Operation Hope, full disclosure, since our founding. I think they were the first major bank in 1992 that wrote a check and believed in my dream back in Los Angeles when no one believed in what I was doing. Then we did financial literacy together over the years, and we almost co-founded each other's financial literacy programs. And then when I had this vision for Hope Global Forums, they were the first one in. And they've never asked to speak. They've never asked to be on the program, and I've respected that. We haven't always agreed, but that's family. That's what happens when strong personalities get in the same room. And when this current moment happened, or with this social justice reckoning and what I call unconscious bias, their CEO, Wells Fargo CEO, Charlie Scharf, reached out to me along with Bill Daley. And we had about 6 hours worth of combined conversations, an hour with Charlie Scharf alone. And I found it to be transparent. But I'm going to let Bill Daley speak for himself. He's not a shy man. And I admire that we were supposed to be on yesterday. We had a technical glitch. He came back today, and I'm praying he's with me. My friend Bill Daley.
Thanks, John. I am with you.
Hey, Bill.
I do somewhat apologize, I think, for the technical issues we had. I'm not the most tech-savvy person, but we tried mightily because the panel you had on and the participants you had on yesterday and having on today, I would have really been proud to participate with them. But I'm happy to be able to come back today. Wells, I joined, as you mentioned. We obviously, going back to 92, placed a pretty good bet on not only a person but a concept. And here you are, and with the forum and the amount of attention which it generates and the quality of the people who participate is a heck of a statement, not only about you, but what you've done over these years for people and for our society. So thanks for having me.
Well, thank you, Bill. And before we get into the current conversation, Bill and I, our first conversation in his new role was fascinating. We did a video conference together, and Darlene, going to is one of the African American leaders there who's so sharp, was on the call with us. And after we talked, Bill said, well, look, what else can we do? Look, philanthropy is great, but we're not going to solve these problems. We can't throw enough money at this to give people the kind of support that they need. We have to empower them. Let's think about this in new and different ways. And he gave license to Darlene and others in the bank to reimagine what we do together. And I'm hopeful in the next few weeks we'll have something to announce in that regard that's pretty innovative. But I just like the way that you open the door to a new way to come at something. And likewise, I think this current situation where Charlie Scharf, your CEO, stepped into a moment of what I'm going to call, and I think he's respectfully called unconscious bias, his own unconscious bias. He's acknowledged that, dealing with the issue of diversity and inclusion. And I found Charlie to be an incredibly brilliant left-brain thinker. We're now in a right-brain world where texture and context and emotions and understanding people left behind and who may not be in the room, all that matters so much now. And so let me let you speak for yourself. How do you see this moment?
Look, we as a company, we as the business community, are at a moment to really try to change. And I think one of the reasons, obviously, the energy that has been generated post the murder of George Floyd in late May or the very beginning of June, has created an energy that we've not seen in a very long time. But it's an energy that's not left to a small group of people who are pushing for change, but is understood to be much broader. And I think the business community, you look at the Business Roundtable, you look at what companies individually are doing to try to step up and be different, not just in expressions. And we've had comments by business leaders around the issue of inequity and racial justice that you didn't have in the 1960s, right, when the civil rights. And I'm old enough, not you or many of the people probably attending, to have lived in that period. And there are a few outliers from the business community to comment, but the big corporate community, somebody like the CEO of Coca-Cola and others, but very few. Where today, and people could say, well, those are just words. Well, they were words that never used to be spoken. And that is, we've got to do something. So I think you do see a sea change. Much of it, to be honest with you, John, is the younger generation are demanding it. Our workers are demanding it. Our workers are demanding that we do things differently, especially around the issue of injustice to African Americans and the disparity between African Americans and whites and Hispanics and whites and a broad group of people who have not had the opportunities that come from just sometimes from the color of your skin. Yeah. And I think it's real. I really do. And look, does it happen overnight? No. This is President Obama used to say, this nation and our difficulties, it's a voyage that we've got to view as a process that we've got to keep working at and striving to make it better. And the next generation will hopefully make it better. And but I think there's a certain energy right now that's unprecedented. Yeah.
And in our last, again, we talked several times, a couple times over weekends, when most people were with their families. You and I were trying to solve some of the problems of the world. I commend you for taking the time. One of our last conversations, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but to paraphrase, the current challenge you saw not as so much of a problem, but as an opportunity. Am I getting that wrong?
No, you're absolutely right. If we look at it as a problem, that's a negative.
Right.
If we look at an opportunity, and in our situation where Charlie made his comments, and obviously they were offensive to not only many of our employees, African American employees, and others on the outside who read them, that he felt that he obviously whether one states a conscious or an unconscious bias. A conscious bias is pretty obvious. An unconscious bias is something that maybe somebody doesn't understand exactly how the other person is going to hear it. And you've taught me, John, that difference. And the worlds we live in often, I come from a very different world, very political, so even as a young man, the African American community, the black community, when I was young, the Hispanic community was nowhere near the political force. But in the world I grew up in, it was real. And I came from a city that was very segregated, but also race was an issue constantly.
Yeah.
And so you dealt with it constantly. But I do think it's an opportunity. If you don't look at it as an opportunity, then you're just going to continue to look at this issue as in a negative way. But for us as a company, it is definitely an opportunity for us to do things differently, for our employees, for the opportunity that we give African Americans and Hispanics for senior roles in our company. Even in the last 2.5 months, we've gone from no diversity on our operating committee, which is the senior management committee, to now 2 African Americans and a third diverse member coming within the next number of weeks, and that's an acknowledgement that our company is changing, and now we've got to take that change at the top and drive it down through the company and make ourselves a better company.
Yeah, and you guys were dealing with when you first got there, a transition situation with the bank. And Charlie probably brought what he called to be his SWAT team, those people he calls on all the time, and probably wasn't thinking about broader issues. But everybody didn't know what you were doing. Now you need the whole army behind you. And what I'm hoping you're doing now, and I think what you're saying you're doing, Charlie, is you're now beginning to pivot and look into the company 2, 3, 4 levels down to see where's that brilliant talent sitting, and how can you put them to use to help you win. And I heard one thing that from one of our conversations, Charlie said to the team, to me it says the light's definitely on. He said, because we had this conversation, he said, Charlie, have you ever thought about being white? Doug McMillan taught me this in a diversity session we were doing. He's on later. And you ever thought about being white? Nope, never. But black people think about being black every 28 seconds. It's exhausting. And just that acknowledgement, because he said that, he repeated that to all the teammates. It's showing that he is getting the memo and he's coming around the corner. And so are you seeing this as a moment to reach down and highlight talent that could help you win for the next 5 or 10 years?
Absolutely. We have to, because this business, the financial service sector, and our company, we have unique challenges based upon actions in the past by previous leadership in the institution, where we've got a tremendous number of things we must accomplish due to the regulatory restrictions which we have on ourselves, again, by actions of ourselves. So that's been a 85% focus in the last year, and Charlie's only been there almost a year. But you realize now that we've got to walk and chew gum at the same time.
Right.
And chewing the gum is the fact that we've got to make ourselves a better company by encouraging and dealing with what are the impediments to seeing. I had a conversation with one of our senior African Americans in the lines of business. And he's been there 25 years. Charlie has asked all the OC operating committee members to get to call people and just get to know them, talk through, see what. And he said, I've been here 25 years, and I've had a good career, and he's very senior, so he does quite well. And he said, but I have to tell you, I have never been on a leadership team in any piece of this bank where I've moved where there's been another African American. Okay? Which I was like, really? 25 25 years. That's the case. So that kind of struck me. Along with, to be frank with you, John, you mentioned about this. Do you ever think about being white? When you said that to me, in my life, I started to think through. And again, I've been in politics. I've been, in all this, around all this politics and government, all that stuff. And I thought to myself, the only time I really did, and it struck me, was on my first trip as Commerce Secretary to Africa, which I think was the first trip I took as Commerce Secretary. And I ended up very proudly. Went 5 times, even more than Ron Brown went, who really spent a lot of time in Africa. And the first visit was the first time I kind of said, "Oh, you're white," and because of the reverse of in the U.S., where I was in the minority, and I was
U.S. you're in the majority,
and here I'm in the majority. Where in Africa, when I was there, I was in the minority.
Yep.
So it was the first time in my life that I ever had that sort of experience. And but here in this life I've lived, that never was even though I was around all the issues. But to look at it in that perspective was rather enlightening. At least I found that.
Yeah, you also told me you met literally a rocket scientist who worked, a black person who had credentials to be a rocket scientist 3 levels down. You're like, my God, why is this person promoted? Like, what is this person doing over there for 20 years?
Yeah, I was like, what? But I don't have a lot of the left brain. I got a little of the right brain. But when I meet people who have left brain, I'm really impressed with them. And those who have both, like President Obama or like Bill Clinton, I get pretty impressed with.
Yeah, so our time is unfortunately up, but thank you so much for trying to squeeze us in. Again, I think it was a rich and important conversation. We didn't talk much about what the bank is doing and all that. We can, I'm sure, follow up on all that. You're such a big institution in the world. People know your story. I will say that this stuff aside, the bank has done a lot of very good stuff over the time I have been experienced with it, and I think the best is yet to come. Rainbows only follow storms. You cannot have a rainbow without a storm first, and just our continual engagement, you continually reaching out, suggests to me that you do see this as an opportunity to grow, and that is leaders aren't character is not grown so much as it's revealed in crisis. What were you about to say, Bill?
What I was going to say, and let me speak selfishly. Us changing makes the bank stronger, makes our employees, our customers, and our shareholders in a better shape, and that's what we're obligated to do, and that's what the path we're on. It's not a charitable thing. This is business, and it's the right thing to do, and it'll make us better.
And diverse companies and inclusive companies are the most profitable ones, and I know that's music to your ears.
Yeah.
Bill Daly, thank you so much.
Thank you, John. Have a good day. Thanks for having me.
Bye-bye.
Hello, my name is Maribel Villarreal. I am a financial well-being program manager for Operation Hope here in Memphis, Tennessee. I have been with Operation Hope just about over a year, and I absolutely love my job. Helping others has shown me the true meaning of being selfless and kind to others. In the beginning of my journey with Operation Hope, I was going through some personal challenges myself. And the minute that I started focusing my energy and my efforts into helping others made me realize there's always somebody out there going through harder times. And it's just so rewarding and so fulfilling to know that through our program we're able to alleviate some of those hard times that people are going through, some of those financing challenges. And that is one of the most rewarding parts of this job. I am extremely blessed to be part of this family, Operation Hope. I am grateful for the opportunity, and as always, we hope to continue to reach people out there and for people to know that in the middle of all of this, in the midst of the hardest time that we are going through, we can always be there for them, and it takes a phone call to get in touch with us, and not only me, but all of our team. It's always ready to provide the best service possible. One of my favorite stories from Stories of Hope is from one of my clients. She's 65 years old. In the past, she struggled with a financial situation where she needed some money. She went to the bank, applied for a credit card. She was denied. Applied for a loan. She was denied. And she just pretty much gave up on the fact that she could ever have a good credit score or a good credit report. But last year, she came into my office, one of our Hope Inside offices. She enrolled in our program, and I was able to write down for her a work plan where I wrote down specific goals and specific actions that she needed to take in order to create and establish this new credit. Where she followed everything that I wrote down for her. She was very consistent, and 8 months down the road, she came into the office for a follow-up. I pulled up her credit, and she had a 777 credit score. She was so happy. She was emotional. She had tears in her eyes. She got out from her chair, came and gave me a hug, and she explained to me how much this meant to her. She felt a sense of dignity, a sense of integration, that she could actually now be part of this community. We call it a 700 credit score community, where if she wishes to, she could go and apply for a regular credit card, a loan, car loan, and eventually her dream, which is, get a home. So she was very grateful with Operation Hope for the opportunity to believe in her dreams again. And stories like this is what make us, keep going and just give us that sense of this is worth it. All the effort that we put in, it is changing people's lives, and it is amazing. So I am very blessed and very grateful to be part of Operation Hope.
It is with great pleasure that I introduce this next segment because it involves one of my favorite families, Janet, Calvin, and Grant Hill. Janet is one of my personal mentors, and while she is not with us today, her influence and her spirit is always with the men in her family. But the men are here, so let me introduce them to you. Let me start with Dad. So Calvin Hill was selected by the Dallas Cowboys when he graduated from Yale. He became the first Cowboy to rush for 1,000 yards in a season. He was selected for 4 Pro Bowls during a 12-year career. Now that's the football side of the family. Let me go over to the basketball side of the family. There is Grant, a fellow Dookie. When he graduated from college, though, he was drafted by the Detroit Pistons, played 19 years in the NBA, and he is now a Hall of Famer, being inducted just recently. Equally as important, he is a businessman. He's part of the ownership group that owns the Atlanta Hawks, and he co-hosts NBA Inside Stuff. It doesn't stop there. He's a husband and a father, my brother from another mother. So please allow me to introduce Calvin and Grant Hill. They're going to talk about sports, race, and empowerment for the next 20 minutes. Gentlemen, over to you.
Thank you, Lisa. Wow, that was a very incredible introduction. So kind of you. I was surprised, so thank you, Lisa. And certainly thank you, John Hope Bryant, and the entire Operation Hope family and team for the incredible work and for the opportunity from my dad and I to have a discussion. So Dad, are you ready?
I am ready. I'm ready when you are.
All right. Well, I think we all can recognize that we are living in some unprecedented times. And some people like to say it's the equivalent of the 1918 Spanish flu, the 1930s Great Depression, and of course the 60s social and civil unrest. And as we sort of analyze where we are today as a society, I'm curious, Dad, your thoughts and perspectives on the impact of sports on the nation's conversation as it relates to race, social justice, and economic disparity.
Well, I think, it's interesting. I think sports has always been, a place where people could look and have hope and where you could find role models. I think back to even in the 50s when I was growing up as a kid, people like Jackie Robinson and being from Baltimore, Jim Parker. And they were role models for me as a young kid. My father, who had no education, who had come up in the Great Migration from the South, he believed in education. And so he pointed me to people like Jackie Robinson, who had graduated from UCLA, like Jim Parker, who had graduated from Ohio State. And he didn't necessarily focus so much on the fact that they were playing professional sports as he did the fact that they had gotten an education, that they had gone to college. He thought education was the key, and he pointed to sports figures. And then if you look into the 60s, Jackie Robinson, you had Muhammad Ali, people who, were role models in a lot of ways. And now, I look today with social media and all the attention to sports figures. I look at what has happened the last year in professional sports, in my sport, with football and basketball. I mean, basketball certainly has been a leader in terms of focusing on all the things that are happening in this country. And I just think sports can always provide leadership, and people will follow sports. Obviously, you look at yourself, or you look at somebody like Michael Jordan. Michael Jordan. People want to be like Mike, and so he has a great, voice to lead people.
Dad, that's interesting. I do want to say I'm having some technical difficulties. I can't quite hear exactly what you're saying, but I will chime in on that topic as well. I do think I'm proud of the world of sports and the role that they're playing, and in particular the role and use of technology and social media. I know you and I have talked about this a lot, but social media has been such a fantastic tool. It provides the ability to access information and to be aware of what's happening. I knew it was a game changer in 2011 when Osama bin Laden was found and captured and killed. And instead of hearing about it by Dan Rather or Tom Brokaw, I saw it on Twitter. And so right then and there, I knew the world was changing and the access to information. So the ability to find what's happening, not just in your own community, but all over the world and all over the country, I think is important. But then also the ability to speak directly to your audience. I thought when Trayvon Martin was killed in 2012 in Florida, I thought players began to find their voice and understand they had a platform, had the ability to speak directly to an audience and to the entire world. And that voice has only grown over the last 8 years. And actually, it all sort of this summer came to a head, and you see it in all different sports. So as someone who's a part of that community, I'm certainly proud of the leadership and in the spotlight that's being shined by athletes on some of these very important issues. Of course, Dad, I know you talked a little bit about the role of mentors, and certainly in your own life. I'm just curious, the role of a mentor, role of role models in your sports career, but also in your post-playing career. What has that been like, and how important was that for you in both worlds, if you will?
Well, very important. When I was 10 years old, I went to a father-son banquet, and my dad had been trying to encourage me to think about college. At that point, everybody in my neighborhood worked in the steel mills, and that's what I wanted to do. And I went to a father-son banquet, and Lenny Moore spoke. Lenny Moore was an old player for the Baltimore Colts who had gone to attended Penn State. And while he was at Penn State, he told the story of having a key to the residence of the president of Penn State, who at the time was Milton Eisenhower. And Milton Eisenhower, as ancient history, was the brother of Dwight Eisenhower, the then president. And that made a distinct impression on me, the fact that this guy had a key to the house of the president of Penn State, who was the brother of the president of the United States. And so afterwards, my father took me up to him and said, I want you to meet my son, and I want him to go to college. And Lenny Moore looked at me. He said, son, you ought to do what your father says and go to college. And so that was the moment I decided that I really wanted to go to college. And, my father forced me to look to people like Lenny Moore, and I mentioned Jim Parker. When I went to Dallas as a first round draft choice, one of the things I tried to do was to attach myself to a guy named Pettis Norman. Not very many people would know who Pettis Norman is, but he was a teammate, but he was also the vice president of a bank. And as I looked around at my teammates, I realized this was a guy that I wanted to be like. And so that's when I started to get some financial literacy, talking to Pettis and trying to be like Pettis. And, we didn't have social media, at that point in my life. But, when you look at what you guys are doing now, what you are doing, what LeBron James is doing, what other players are doing in the NBA, what players are doing, and I look at Emmitt Smith in Dallas. And they are setting an example, and that example is much wider now. That people can push on their phones, and I'm not as competent as people of your generation, but they can figure out what is Grant Hill doing after football? What is he doing while he's playing? What is LeBron James doing? They can push in and not just watch Michael Jordan make dunk shots, but what is he doing? And look at those guys as role models and try to emulate them.
Yeah, you make a great point. I mean, I think having role models, mentors is so important. And I think for me in my career, as a little kid, obviously my parents, you and mom, were the most important role models. But outside of that, in sports, I mean, I think of Michael Jackson, not the late singer, but the basketball player who was from our hometown, Reston, Virginia, right outside of Washington, D.C. He went on from our high school to Georgetown and played in the NBA. And so just sort of seeing someone who had done that and knowing that was a possibility certainly motivated and inspired me at a very early age that, hey, maybe possibly if things, if I'm fortunate, could happen as well. But I think also, too, because of you and your career and the exposure that you and mom provided, one of the things as I was in college and eventually on in the NBA, having role models who were former athletes who transitioned and pivoted and found careers and found really fulfillment after their playing days. And I think of, people like Junior Bridgman, Dave Bing, who was a legendary Hall of Fame basketball player, had a steel company, auto parts in Detroit when I played in Detroit, eventually became the mayor of Detroit. And so knowing that was a possibility. Also, too, Roger Staubach, who was a teammate of yours, was in your wedding. And according to urban lore, he's responsible for my name. I was nameless for a few days until he made the suggestion of Grant. But certainly his post-playing career and how he was hugely successful as, in commercial real estate with the Staubach Company. So having those, either mentors, having those role models, having those examples. And as you said, people that I knew, people that I could have relationships with, but also people from afar who I can mold and pattern my life after. I think that's so important. And particularly nowadays with the access to information, you can read up and learn about anyone out there for the most part. And so that's huge. And certainly I think we both have benefited greatly. One of the things that I've gone through over the last 7 years is sort of transitioning from playing on the court into now and to the rest of my life. And, I think one of the things that I didn't realize, and I feel like I've made a pretty solid transition and done a pretty good job, but playing 19 years, in professional sports, really my entire adult life devoted to my career as a basketball player. I think most athletes, your career consumes you. You work so hard 24/7 to get to that point where you have the privilege of being a professional athlete. And then you work so hard to maintain that and to try to play as long as you can. And you have a short window. I was fortunate to play till I was 40, and most maybe aren't that fortunate. But now all of a sudden you have to pivot and you have to switch. And now you have to move into a different direction. And so I've done some amazing things I've been so grateful and fortunate of. But I'm just curious for you, going back to the early 80s, what was that transition like for you, going from 13 years in the NFL to now moving forward and trying to look for a sense of purpose and a sense of fulfillment with your life?
Well, it's interesting because when I played, typically, you had an off-season job. We didn't make the kind of money that players today make. And so typically we worked in the off-season, and we got a taste of the real world. And so every year, I did something. I worked in industrial relations for a steel company. I worked for a bank. I was a vice president at a bank in Dallas. I worked every off season. So when it was over, I'd had a taste of the real world and, was ready to go into the real world. As it turned out, I was asked to work for, I was invited to work as a consultant with the Cleveland Browns. And one of the things we focused on, in fact, we were the first team really to do it, was to set up what's now called, player engagement, in the National Football League. A lot of teams have what they call player programs, and it's a bunch of programs that we have put together to help players make that transition, to help players understand that, in addition to being athletes, they should start to think in terms of being responsible in other areas. Financial management. We set up internships, et cetera. We did it initially with the Cleveland Browns, and I like to think that was the model that all the sports now have to help players make responsible decisions off the field, to make responsible decisions after their careers are over. In sports, you have lots of coaches who can tell you how to run and jump and catch and hit and pitch and do all the things that one has to do to be successful on the field. Now teams are putting together coaches who can help players make that transition once their careers are over or during the off season to make sure that they leverage that platform. And every team now has somebody helping players do that.
Dad, it was interesting. I mean, obviously I was a young kid, and when you made that transition and was aware, obviously, of the work that you were doing with the Cleveland Browns, as you termed it, player engagement. And then many years later, I think it was 2005, I was playing in Orlando, and the head of player engagement for the Orlando Magic mentioned that you were sort of a pioneer in this space, and you were sort of the first with the work that you did in Cleveland, and then later on with the Baltimore Orioles, and then later with the Cowboys. And so I didn't realize just how this whole industry didn't exist. Now I take for granted every professional sports team, or at least the major sports teams, have a player program, player engagement department really working on the very things that you touched on. So that's important. But I want to get back to what you said earlier. You said you had jobs in the off season, which sounds incredibly foreign to players now because of the extremes amount of money that players make. And I'm just curious, that one job, you said you were vice president of a bank. And I'm just, as a young athlete out of college, that kind of experience working around money, I mean, what kind of impact did that have on you at that particular point in your life?
Well, it was very interesting. I was asked to come on board, and it was an opportunity to try to figure out, you know, I was making not the kind of money you made, but I was making more money than I ever thought I would make. But it was handicapping. I didn't know what to do. And so when I went into this bank, when I joined the bank, it was called Dallas Bank and Trust. It's been absorbed by a much bigger bank now. But I wanted to know, how to deal with money, and I was very curious. You know, how did people leverage, you know, yeah, I was curious about finance. I was curious about leverage. I wanted to know, how a certain person could start with nothing and end up a millionaire. And so I spent a lot of time talking to people who were on the loan committees and looking at loan portfolios, trying to figure out, and meeting some of our customers and trying to figure out how they had achieved financial literacy and leverage that to where they were stable financially and in some cases very wealthy. I mean, making money doesn't mean you necessarily know how to use it. There's an English expression, pray that a person does not enjoy success before they can endure success. And one of the things I found making a lot of money or more money than I should be making as a 21-year-old person, suddenly I had all kinds of problems. I had this money, didn't know what to do with it. I had a bunch of people coming to me with all kinds of ideas about what they thought I should do with it. And I didn't know. And so I wanted to go and find out. And I felt the best place to do that was to go to a place where, it was a business of money. I went to a bank, a financial institution. And it was very interesting, fascinating for me.
Yeah, no, that's great. I mean, I'll close with this. I mean, I think that was obviously impactful for you and certainly passed along to me. I vividly remember my 18th birthday. I was a freshman in college at Duke, and you had come down and took me and a bunch of my teammates at the time to dinner to celebrate. And during the course of dinner and our conversation, we started talking about hypotheticals. What would you do with $1 million? And certainly $1 million was a lot of money back then, and it certainly is today. And I remember, I thought I was being responsible with my answer. I said, well, I'll spend half of it, and then the other half I'll put in the bank and live off the interest. And then you said, well, what about paying taxes? And I'm like, what are you talking about? And so, on one hand, it goes to show sort of where my head was at that particular point at 18. But I have learned a great deal since then, and certainly have a great deal to thank you and Mom for your help and certainly willingness to share and force me to be disciplined about my money. I think one of the things that athletes suffer with is you spend an incredible amount of time at the grassroots level perfecting your craft. And that's even more the case nowadays when you're a teenager in college. And so you never really have a job. You've never really balanced a checkbook. You've never really had that experience. And so all of a sudden you're thrusted into a position where you're making more money than you can ever imagine. And you don't really have that experience in education. And so I know I'm grateful for you and Mom and the various others, role models, advisors along the way. And but anyway, Dad, this has been fantastic. I feel like we're at the kitchen table having a discussion, just sharing it with everyone here in the Hope Global Forum. But I want to thank you, Dad, for doing this. Certainly I'm honored and privileged and thankful. Thank you to my good friend, John Hope Bryant. And we enjoyed this conversation and sharing with all of you.
Thank you.
Hello and greetings to everyone participating in this year's incredible Hope Global Forum. My name is Christine Davies, and I'm the founder and CEO of Polygage, the world's first online marketplace for public policy insights and government affairs services. After nearly 20 years in the government affairs sector, it became apparent to me that so many companies and organizations were in need of more flexible and on-demand access to insights and advice in the government affairs realm, which is as business critical to managing opportunity and risk as other functions like finance and marketing. Polygage is pleased to announce a commitment to Operation Hope, in which we will donate 1,000 hours of time from our network of deeply experienced policy and government affairs experts, which is an in-kind donation of roughly $500,000 to help Operation Hope clients and coaches understand the public policy issues that may impact small businesses and the industries that they operate in, whether at the state, national, or international levels. We'll also help them understand the vital role that government-focused public affairs can play in building a reputation for their enterprises and advocating for policies and regulations that can help them expand and advance. And while Polygage continues to count large companies, trade associations, and other firms as clients, we're so pleased that our network of carefully vetted experts will be available to help Operation Hope's network of small business owners who form the backbone of the United States and every country. All of us at Polygage are so pleased to be partnering with Operation Hope and to be part of this community as we all strive to ensure that opportunity for all is indeed possible for all. Thank you to John Hope Bryant and your incredible team. Polygage looks forward to working with all of you.
Welcome back, everybody. We're so delighted that you are still with us here today. We hope you are enjoying the annual meeting and learning a lot. Let me set up this next session for you. We are going to be speaking with our good friend Harley Finkelstein. He shares our passion for helping entrepreneurs succeed. He founded his first company at 17 while still a student at McGill. He is currently starring on Discovery's I Quit, a series about hopeful entrepreneurs who decide to quit their jobs to focus on their side hustle. He's an entrepreneur, a lawyer, and president of Shopify, now the second largest online retailer in the United States. Please welcome our friend Harley Finkelstein, who will be joined by our fearless leader, founder, chairman, and CEO, John Hope Bryant. Gentlemen, welcome.
Thank you, Lisa. And hello, Harley, for the second time this morning.
Hey, John.
We're making.
How you doing, John?
I'm good, man. I want one clarity. I believe Shopify is the second largest e-retailer in the world. Is that right?
I definitely know that we are the second largest in the U.S., but here's the interesting part about that. We actually are not a retailer. And that is something that I think gets missed. It was something that gets missed often. If you were to pretend Shopify was a retailer, we'd be the second largest retailer in America after Amazon.
Yeah.
But we're not. We're actually a platform. So what we do instead of keeping economies of scale for ourselves is we distribute those economies of scale. So every single small business that uses Shopify gets the same payment rates, fulfillment rates, rates on things like shipping, capital rates that the biggest companies get. And we're able to give it to small businesses, which is one of the most meaningful things we do.
Yeah, it's like you're the backbone for e-commerce, the backbone for retailers, the backbone for those who want to do digital commerce. You're their infrastructure, their piping, their efficiency. At scale.
Yeah, we're the brand behind the brand for your favorite brands. If you're buying things off Allbirds or Bombas or Gymshark or any of these great direct-to-consumer brands, we have more than 1 million of them on Shopify. Shopify powers them, and it's a role that we take very seriously in empowering entrepreneurs.
Yeah, the only thing I'm happy for your success. The only thing I'm jealous of and I'm hating on you on is how you get to dress.
And we talked about that, right? We've talked about the fact that, the hoodie. I'm going to send you some hoodies, but we've talked about that it is a privilege that I get to wear this hoodie. That I don't have to think about it. That I can just show up in a T-shirt or a hoodie, and that, in many of our conversations, our late night calls, that's something you and I have talked about. That wasn't something you felt you could do.
Yeah, if you're the average black man and you wear a hoodie or a T-shirt, you get looked down at by the average white man. You get looked strangely. Maybe the Caucasian female, maybe she holds her purse a little tighter. It's not yet that freedom that you enjoy. We are getting there. We're going to get there together by using economic growth and economic opportunity and entrepreneurship as a gateway to social justice and a leveling of the playing field, so that everybody can go from wearing a T-shirt to wearing a suit to, if they so see fit, be they black, white,
to the T-shirt.
Back to the T-shirt. That's right.
That's right.
And Dr. King, we have a special announcement to make here in a second. We had this conversation. Dr. King had a brilliant sense of humor. He was a practical jokester. But he didn't feel like he could not, he couldn't feel like he could joke in public. He didn't feel like he could wear his sunglasses in public. He felt like he had to be serious all the time, otherwise somebody would discount him. Because the whole brand at that time, the whole movement rested on his shoulders. And he couldn't offload it, Harley. He couldn't distribute it. He couldn't platform it. And what's beautiful about what you and I are going to announce today is this allows for the platforming, the institutionalization, the scaling of human dignity through opportunity for all. I'm not going to steal your thunder. I'm going to allow you to tell the world what we're about to do together.
Okay, so let's set the stage. First and foremost, John, I didn't mention that I was going to talk about this, but I do want to mention it. One thing that I've noticed is you and I communicate a lot now, and I get these great emails from you. And at the bottom of your email signature, there's one single identifiable brand, one thing that you self-identify with. It says John Hope Bryant, entrepreneur. And I've been thinking a lot about, you can call there's so many different things that you can say you are, whether it's on the philanthropy side, or it's a business owner, or it's a banker, or it's a community builder, but you wrote entrepreneur. And I think that is something that you've held close for a very, very long time. Yeah. We at Shopify, the entire mission of the company exists to level the playing field, to make it easier for entrepreneurs to start and to scale businesses. But something else that you and I have talked about is that something like 9.5% of all businesses in America are ran by black entrepreneurs and black small business owners. That is a disproportionate amount. That doesn't make sense. And so what we are announcing today is that Operation Hope, along with Shopify, is creating a new program, which we think it's called 1MBB, so 1 million new black business and entrepreneurs. And Shopify is helping to advance that mission by offering $130 million worth of resources. And the goal is to create...
No, slow down, Harley. Only rich and wealthy and brilliantly smart people who are cool and wear hoodies as a daily uniform walk right past $130 million. Slow it down. Come back, say that again, and say it louder for those in the back of the room. Pause. Let's roll that tape back.
So we are getting together, Shopify, along with Operation Hope, to create 1MBB. Once again, Hope, 1 million new black businesses and entrepreneurs initiative. And Shopify, for our side of it, in order to advance that mission, again, we are offering up to $130 million of resources. I'll pause there.
Yes. Drop the mic. I am just bursting at the seams. We've been keeping this quiet for a few months now. For those watching who haven't fallen out of their chairs just yet, that was not a hiccup. He didn't cough and add a number. Shopify is committing $130 million over 10 years in resource support to partner with Operation Hope, to lean into this social justice moment, to rectify, to right, to level the playing field for black people in this country who helped to make this country who she is today and got nothing for it. To inject social justice through opportunity for all and healing the nation at a time of reset. Through the word entrepreneur, which goes back to my fundamental grounding to the word small, the phrase small business, which was my father and my grandfather, who in 1871, when he was born, was probably born into illegal slavery. And he did not those that came before us don't have this opportunity, but we must make sure we give others opportunity. And because of the scale and the sophistication and the elegance and the efficiency of the Shopify platform here and around the world, we're going to be able to, over 10 years, work together to stand up 1 million new black businesses and black entrepreneurs. The HOPE 1 Million Black Business and Black Entrepreneurship Initiative, or 1MBB for short. The website is up, the press release is out, the commitment has been made, and the work now begins. This hopefully is a role modeling, Harley, for others. Hopefully this is an inspiration for others. Hopefully people take the words can't and impossible now out of their dictionary and try to figure out what they can do to be the change they want to see in the world. And I want to personally thank you, your founder and your partner and friend, Toby, the other Toby Shannon there, and all of the heroes and sheroes that make up, Rebecca, all the people who are behind the scenes there at Shopify, who have really been incredible this entire experience. And you've just been ratcheting it up. This started with you guys committing to do 10% to support 10% of the 1 million black businesses, 100,000, which is still is incredible.
Big number.
And now you said you want to commit to support all 1 million by giving them platform support so they could step into this new reality. Thank you very, very much.
It's our pleasure. We think that a world with more entrepreneurs, with more diverse entrepreneurs, is a better world. And going back to that hoodie conversation, that T-shirt conversation, I had role models in my life when I was a kid. My grandparents were immigrants and came to Canada in '56. My grandfather started as an entrepreneur, a small business owner, and so I had role models that allowed me to think about the idea of becoming an entrepreneur. So we don't just want to create 1 million entrepreneurs. That in itself is a big deal. Yeah. But if every one of those entrepreneurs also becomes a role model for the next generation, the next cohort of entrepreneurs in the black community, now we're talking about an entire movement. Another thing that we talked about, I mentioned your email signature, the self-identifying as entrepreneur yourself. The moment that someone pushes that launch button on Shopify and they become a small business owner, they become an entrepreneur at that moment, everything changes. Yeah. Confidence changes. Yeah. Self-identity changes. Their audacity to do incredible things changes. And I can't think of a better place, a better way for us to spend our time and our money than partnering with Operation Hope to create this entire program. And it's been a great honor, not just helping to architect it with you, John, but to learn from you over the last couple of months of what is needed in the black community. And I think this is going to have an outsized impact. And Shopify and all 6,000 or 7,000 of us that work at Shopify, we are behind those 1 million entrepreneurs that are going to get started on the platform. And it's very exciting for us.
Yeah, and I was particularly touched. I'm just trying to keep it together here. I was particularly touched by the black and brown employees at Shopify who I'm told want to volunteer now as a bit of a coaching network behind the scenes at Shopify to coach up these new entrepreneurs and small business owners as they come online to help. No one can guarantee success, but to try to make sure that playing field is level as possible, to make sure they know they're not alone, right? And 96%. You mentioned earlier that 9% of black business of all businesses in America are black businesses, but 96% of those businesses, Harley, don't have an employee. Right. They're a sole proprietor. So is it business or is it busyness? Is it really self-employment project? Is there any generational wealth accumulated there? Is there any infrastructure? How are the books and records? They couldn't get PPP, the federal government program. They had no employees. They couldn't efficiently get the Treasury and stimulus money because the books and records might not have been tight. Maybe they couldn't call the banker because they thought the banker was a bank teller. They didn't know you had to have a banking relationship. We are brilliant, man. When the playing field is level and the rules are published, we just saw Grant Hill and his father a moment ago. We've killed it in sports because the playing field is level and the rules are published. We've killed it in the arts. T.I. will be on later today. Killer Mike is doing great. We've killed it because the playing field is level and the rules are published. But in free enterprise and entrepreneurship, that's not necessarily the case. It hasn't been the case. And so it's what we don't know that we don't know that's killing us. But we think we know, and we're just doing the best we can with what we've got. What would happen if a nonprofit at scale and a for-profit at scale got together, I don't know, maybe Operation Hope and Shopify, and laddered up and had financial coaching and counseling, Hope Business in a Box, entrepreneurship and small business training, 700 credit score counseling, business plan development, graduation, accomplishments, you said, that resiliency, that sense of dignity you get. Okay, I've got to this point. Now they go into the Shopify platform. Okay, domain name, thanks to you, free. Website, thanks to you, free. Payment system, thanks to you at no cost. E-store front, thanks to you, support and assistance. I've already said payment system, fulfillment systems, help assistance with delivery of their products. And when they make their first sale, they get a credit line.
That's right. The moment we see any traction, any sales, what we're able to do is then evaluate them if we can give them cash advances or loans. We've already given out more than $1 billion of cash advances and loans to small businesses that otherwise would not be able to walk into a traditional bank and receive those. And we can do that. You know, one of the things we talked about early on in our discussion was this idea, a new system for confidence, credit, capital. Entrepreneurship is the basis for it. And so the way that we want to show up at Shopify is not just providing these great tools and this great platform which to actually build a business. But along the way, through the people that work at Shopify, the team, we want to help. We want to be able to coach and be able to mentor and advise and say, your next step is cross-sell on Instagram. Your next step is to activate a new shipping provider to get better discounts. Your next step is to open a brick and mortar store in your city. And we're going to provide you with physical location software as well. This idea that we may create the next big brands in these spaces, but for different people, success is a different definition. For some people, they just may want independence. They want to be able to quit their job and focus on something that they love, find their life's work. For others, they want to build the next big company, and they can do all of that because of what we're doing with Operation Hope, and I can't think of anything more meaningful than that.
Somewhere within this platform, Harley, over the next 10 years, we're going to find the next Bill Gates or the next Steve Jobs or the next, Oprah Winfrey or Jay-Z for business. We're going to find the next big personality who can scale opportunity. That alone is worth it. But to your point earlier, and then we'll get into, I want to pivot to some of the knock-on effects of what we're doing that's happened already. The psyche, the mental resiliency that's going to come from this, Harley. Maybe the business will succeed, maybe it won't. Who knows? Maybe they'll be going to become an entrepreneur or not. But now you're affecting how people think about themselves. Now you know you can. As my nephew Mason Dalton said to me when I told him about this, people in his generation at 20 years old are going to go, young black men, from, John, how did you do it? Like you're a Martian. How did you become an entrepreneur? To why am I not doing it? That's a real big leap. Why am I not doing it? Well, that is confidence. That's going from a surviving mentality to a winning mentality overnight. And you do that and you transform a generation, maybe generations, because now they know they can at scale. And they know they can not just cash a check, they can write one too. The knock-on effects, Harley, of us doing Squawk Box this morning, I want to thank CNBC Squawk Box for leading with us this morning and this announcement today, is we've already gotten 100 Black Men of America, the largest collection of black male mentors in this country, 40% of their members are business owners who said, we're going to mentor these businesses that you've brought on. Boom. We've already gotten one of the largest accounting firms here in Atlanta, Apria, who said, we'll give you, I think it's 6,000 hours. It's 50 hours a month for 10 years. It was like a $2 million commitment of time. We're going to wrap accounting support around these new business owners. We have law firms calling us. We have a big business management firm that's called us. Somebody before we got on, I didn't even know about it, they're committing some in-kind hours. You're creating a juggernaut that other folks can latch. A movement. There you go.
Yeah, you're creating a movement. And what you're seeing is what we're doing and what Operation Hope is doing with this program is we're figuring out what are all the pain points that any entrepreneur might have, whether it's mentorship, technology, accounting services, legal services, whatever that may be in the way of becoming a successful entrepreneur. And we're simply just weighting it down. We're bringing it right down as flat as possible. And we're doing that together because we're able to bring all these different people together all around this mission. In the intro earlier, they mentioned that I just finished wrapping this show on Discovery Channel. It's called I Quit. And the winner of I Quit, which thank you, was a guy named Mike D, and he's in Durham, North Carolina. At the end of the show, Mike D has built this incredible barbecue sauce company. At the end of the show, I asked Mike very simply, why did you decide to become an entrepreneur? He didn't say money. He didn't say fame. He didn't say because he just loved to barbecue sauce. He said because he would be the first person in his community that ever would have a family business for their children to go into. And that was mind-blowing to me because what a reason to start something. Yeah. All of a sudden, his daughters now have a totally different version of what their future may look like. They may not want to go into the barbecue business, but they have that optionality.
They know they can.
Starting this business for him, and they know they can, right? And if they don't want to, they don't have to. But that's what we're trying to do here. If we can create 1 million more Mike D's, some bigger, some smaller, oh my gosh, that would be incredible.
Yes, and we're not going to guarantee success. That's not what this is about. We're going to guarantee you that we're going to try as hard as we can to lower those barriers of on-ramp to your own self-determination. But you can't self-determine yourself unless you understand the game, how it works, and you get an on-ramp, and somebody opens a door for you. And if you hustle and work hard, then nobody should be able to stop you, whoever you happen to be. So this should be encouraging to you. This is going to ladder you all the way up from training to support to literally starting the business at no cost to you, to wraparound services of professional advisors. And who knows? I don't want to riff here, but I think that a lot of other people will be inspired to say what other gaps exist. And now it's just on you. It's on you to say, do you want to do this? Do you believe you can do this? Because a winner knew they were a winner before they won anything. And I think we have a whole generation of winners who've just never been given a shot.
And the cost of failure is now but as close to zero as it's ever been in the history of the world. To start a business 10, 20, 100 years ago costs a lot of money. You mortgage your house if you even could do that.
Yeah.
Now the cost of failure is trending towards zero. You know, you mentioned something about role models last time we spoke, and I don't remember the exact stat, but you said that that there's with enough
5%.
role models, I think it's like 5% of a cohort to influence the 95%.
With 5% of role models, any community stabilizes. That's University of Illinois study. Malcolm Gladwell is from book The Tipping Point, I believe. At 5% of role models, every community stabilizes. Not 80% role models, not 50%. Not 20, that's tough. Just 5. And the tail wags the dog because people recognize hope and they are addicted to it. And now if you're wearing a suit, everybody wants to wear a suit. We got to, if you want to wear, we'll make hoodies smart, sexy, and cool again. But the point is that we got to make smart sexy again in this country. This is not about black people. This is about, this is everybody is dumbed down. They've dumbed down in the world and they celebrated it. And we got to knock it off. We've got to make smart sexy again. This is making smart sexy at scale. This is betting on the right jockeys, betting on the right believers, but that all legitimate wealth came from the poor, came from the least of these God's children. That Walmart was Sam Walton with a pickup truck, a storefront, and a high school education. That every big company was once a small one. Why aren't we betting on the least? Why aren't we betting on the underdog? That's who's going to build the next big Shopify. And so let me say 2 last things. I'll give you the last point. We're a little bit over on time, but I think everybody would recognize this is $130 million from Shopify is probably worth it. And then Operation Hope is adding some on there to it, and they're supporting us, by the way, with this platform. And they aren't being egotistical about it. They're our founding signature partner in this, but they've invited others to come and join for freedom. I just love the spirit. Number one point, if you think if the government had done this, and we want the government in 2021, whoever is president, to be challenged to do this at scale maybe. But if the government had written this check, I mean, it's easily 20x what the commitment we're making today. I mean, this is at least easily $25,000 per business if you add up all that we're providing times 1 million businesses. It's a lot of money. It's, pick a number. 10 billion, 15 billion, 20 billion, $25 billion easy if you did this at the federal government level. This is the efficiency of a nonprofit and a efficient for-profit enterprise working together to do something smart at scale. This is capitalism for good, really. I hope that this, by the way, so this pivots to my last point. I'm thankful to Governor Gina Raimondo of Rhode Island, who's making a state commitment to 1MBB. In other words, she's going to commit the whole state to carving into this number of 1 million small businesses. We have Mayor Strickland of Memphis, who's making a city commitment for the entire city of Memphis, Tennessee. We've got bankers like First Horizon Bank. Brian Jordan's committing bankers to the Time Bank. We've got the CEO of Aprio doing accounting work. We have 100 black men. Tommy Dortch. We've got this is just the iHeartRadio is giving $2 million of radio spots to get the word out. I'm just seeing a layering effect here, and I want to end by thanking both you and your partner in crime, your partner in doing good. Let's get caught doing good, Toby. And I want to thank him. Please tell him I said thank you for checking his spam folder, because when he and I did a podcast, and he said, John, what can we do? And I think you walked out of the room. And what can we do? And I said, well, I don't know. Let's start 1 million black businesses. And he said, send me a note. People say it all the time, right? So I wrote a note.
You follow up.
I sent it. Hey, look, Harley, crickets. I heard nothing for a week. I said, well, that didn't work. And I went on about my business, right? And so I get an email about 10 days later. Oops, I'm sorry, this went to my spam folder. Of course we're in. You and him responded with absolute commitment. I just want to encourage everybody out there to check your spam folder. It might be magic there.
Well, look, we have to open more doors. We have to provide access. We have to remove the barriers for entrepreneurship. This is not just done through software. This is done through resources, through educational programs, and the opportunity to access capital. And I think our shared values and our vision with Operation Hope for 1MBB, like this is going to help us succeed in empowering and inspiring black entrepreneurs. And can you imagine we get to 1 million, then we decide to go to 2 million entrepreneurs, and it would be wonderful. And so we are engaged. You have the entirety of Shopify at your back and behind you, and blowing wind in your sails. And we want to create 1 million black entrepreneurs, and I think we can do it together.
Let's go. Thank you for your leadership, Harley, and for your vision and for your commitment. You're as smart and committed and authentic as you are cool. Peace and light.
Oh, thank you. Let's go, John.
Let's go.
I don't think this is a secret that if you take care of your employees, they'll take care of your customers and the company is stronger. KKR is really going the whole distance of broad-based ownership, investments in the facilities, in the people, and then the community engagement work. It's quite unique. In the case of CHI, we've invested in new break rooms. We're building an on-site medical facility. We've air-conditioned the manufacturing plant, and rank-and-file employees, as well as management, participate in the ownership of the company.
The model that KKR has brought to us, whereby we invest in our colleagues in the workforce, is an incredibly powerful model. We employ over 875 family members. Financial challenges may arise from time to time if they're living paycheck to paycheck. We found over the years that can impact their performance at work, and most importantly, it affects them as a person and how they're doing. So financial coaching and financial wellness is fundamentally critical to making sure we're nurturing the full associate, not just who they are at work, but helping them in any way we can throughout their life.
profit sharing aligns everybody's interests. And you can combine that with financial wellness coaching. You got a new model for success in America, period, full stop.
My financial situations are a bunch of medical bills that got piled up. I didn't think that I was gonna go anywhere with the amount of credit that I had. I was stressed. I had no hope. I was like, oh, this is never gonna end.
We moved down here to find better jobs and have a better opportunity, and we wanted my daughter, 4 years old, who had been sleeping in the same room as us, to be able to have her own room. So trying to buy a house, but my credit score isn't looking too great.
Financial coaches lean into your life and they help you resolve your credit reporting issues, help you understand how money works, how to become a homeowner, how to retire, how to build wealth, and how that's different from making money.
Financial coaching gives them a set of tools and a set of resources to navigate financially whatever path is most important in terms of their dreams and their aspirations, and really hopefully create financial freedom.
I've been in debt for so long and stressed out from it, and in the weeks that I've known Natalie, we've actually got a big chunk that we're working on of my credit. My situation isn't going to change overnight. It will take a little bit, but I'm patient enough to wait because I want a better life for myself and for my daughter.
Helping me get the derogatory mark off my credit score allowed my wife and I to buy a house.
Transformational reclaiming of your life has to go from abnormal to the new normal.
My hope is that this combination of access to ownership and participating in financial outcomes plus financial literacy training and skill building will lead to great outcomes for our colleagues.
Welcome back, everybody. Delighted to have you with us today. We are going to now speak with another friend, Pete Stavros, who is a partner and co-head of America's private equity for KKR. Welcome, Pete. Glad to have you. He'll be in studio with us, or rather coming in via technology, and in studio with us is our fearless leader, chairman, founder, and CEO, John Bryant. John, over to you.
Thank you very much, Lisa. You bring class and substance to everything you touch.
Thank you, John.
Pete, you're a special soul, my man. And thanks for being with us today. And in absentia, I also want to send my best regards to Henry Kravitz and the entire family there. Henry, I want to give credit because I've known him for a long time, and he gave a huge philanthropic check to us. But you saw something different. You didn't see philanthropy, you saw business. You saw, and this is an and, not an or, because we need both. But philanthropy may not be all that sustainable. You saw something I think is weird, and I've only seen it in 2 or 3 leaders in the private sector so far. I'm going to give credit to Ed Bastian at Delta, who is also part of this program, who has a shared equity philosophy. And in this pandemic, it's really served him well. And you guys, your leadership, before you have the big job that you have now, you had this philosophy in the industrials group at KKR. And maybe, by the way, Pete, you can explain a little bit how what KKR is to those who may not be all that familiar. You're one of the biggest companies through ownership in the world. But even in one of your divisions, I think it's $200 billion in annual revenue and 800,000 employees is some crazy number of the companies you own. It's just unbelievable. And now you've got an even bigger job. But you saw in this industrials group, you correct me if I'm wrong here, Pete, I get this wrong, that there was a more enhanced model than management and employees being adversarial to each other. You thought that the more you supported the hourly worker, not just the CEO at the company that you have an ownership stake in, but the hourly worker, if you support those workers, they're going to lean in more because now they're stakeholders or shareholders. Now, I may be getting far afield here. I don't want to speak for you. Let me just ask you, like, again, this is crazy talk for some on Wall Street because you're acting like somebody who cares about Main Street. I think it's brilliant. I think it's actually genius. And I think your numbers probably show such. But tell us what your philosophy is and why you believe this way, and then we can get into a bit about what we're doing together, what we've done together.
Okay. Great. Well, thanks for having me, John. Always great to be with you. It's a pleasure to be able to tell the story a little bit. So as you mentioned, I work at KKR. We're a large global asset manager. So the division that I work in, as you mentioned, has almost 1 million employees. We own, dozens of companies, and that puts you in a position of significant responsibility because you're now overseeing the careers and lives of hundreds of thousands of employees. And as you mentioned, in the manufacturing part of our business, so where we are overseeing companies that are manufacturers, those companies are unusual because the vast majority of the workforce are hourly employees. This is not like a software company where you've got a small number of employees and they're all software engineers and highly paid salespeople. Most of what you got in a manufacturing company are hourly workers, paid an hourly wage, barely getting by. Most are in debt, can't survive a financial emergency, everything that, Operation Hope seeks to help with. And that huge category of employee is absolutely critical to the success of the company. So you've got this weird dichotomy of critical employees who are not paid particularly well, often don't like their jobs, are often at odds with the employer. I mean, one of the weird things about manufacturing, and if you just think about an hourly wage, what a massive misalignment of incentives to pay someone by the hour, as opposed to how the company's doing, how we're doing on quality and cost and on-time delivery and customer satisfaction. It's just how many hours you work.
Yeah.
And so this was something I grew up with. My dad was an hourly worker. He worked construction for 40 years.
I didn't know
And
that.
so growing up, I really saw firsthand that misalignment of incentives. And my dad's a very smart man, and he was very careful to show my sister and me, hey, how screwed up is this system? I actually get paid more if we do poor quality because I often have to redo the work. And
More
so
hours.
it's double hours. And, a lot of times it's time and a half or double time trying to catch up. So that was kind of where it all started for me, was as a kid. And then as a young adult in graduate school, I had an opportunity to study in my second year kind of whatever I wanted. So I studied employee ownership, which was a really hot topic in the 1970s and then slowly, became less common. And I wanted to study why and what happened and could it be relevant today. And then at KKR, which I joined 15 years ago, I had my first leadership opportunity running the manufacturing group, and that was an opportunity to put all this into practice. So that's kind of a little bit of the background on what we're doing here.
Yes, and it's just to me radical common sense, Lisa, that what Pete is doing is just genius. Because if the Bible says a house divided cannot stand. The union model, which is dignity rich and started in an effort to protect those who are left behind and from unfair practices and abuse, was critically needed. But at some point, the union model became this adversarial relationship between management and employee, and somehow almost protecting a middle class lifestyle. That's the wrong incentive, the wrong prioritization, because now you've got China and other countries that may not be playing by the rules or playing by the same rules, where they're going to eat our lunch because they're aligned.
Yeah.
And everybody wants to be an American but Americans. Like, we've got to understand that we're on the same team. And what I think you're doing is aligning that incentive package to say, as I said with the Deputy Secretary earlier, if Wall Street gets a bonus for working, then let's use the earned income tax credit for the average worker to get a bonus for working, so that everybody feels they're getting a bonus for leaning in. And your bonus, quote unquote, is to incentivize the workers to do more. As the company wins, they win. And if the company is not doing so well, then as the management steps back on compensation, so does everybody else. It seems fair. You also leaned in further and wanted to give them financial well-being training, which is where we came in with Operation Hope. And because of you and the leadership at KKR, we have really pioneered a model in the private equity space where we're providing hope inside the workplace for companies that a private equity firm would own, to bridge that gap between wealth and income inequality and to harmonize that by reducing the stress. And I was not at all surprised that this model would work in rural, middle America, and not just urban black America. But it was instructive, Pete, for us to go to Amish country. And we went there together. Before the pandemic hit, we were able to, be with each other. And this community didn't look like me. I was in the vast minority there, CHI overhead doors. And, I mean, there's literally Amish horse and buggies riding by. It was brilliant. So we go in and have this conversation, and it started out with people sort of with their arms folded. They didn't know what to expect. But within 20 minutes, they went from this, folded, to this, leaned in. And somebody who may not be at all on the same maybe political stage with me, we end up on the same human stage together. We're agreeing. We're in massive agreement. And we ultimately find out, those folks ultimately said to me, and a few with tears in their eyes, Pete, like, can you help me change not just my financial picture, but my mindset? Because after listening to you, it's obvious that I'm stuck. And I need to unstick myself get unstuck so that my children have a pathway. And that me and my wife have a different perspective. That I now see through my employer that I'm not desperate or in survival mode. I can reimagine possibilities. And that all became as a result of our partnership together. I remember walking through that factory and having people who couldn't be further from me socially, from a socioeconomic, racial makeup, cultural makeup, saying, I'm an eagle. We were talking about eagles, buzzards, and turkeys in my presentation. What kind of bird are you? I'm an eagle. They're also saying, we're together. I don't know if that surprised you, Pete, but it pleasantly surprised me.
Let me ask Pete a question, if I may.
Yeah, sure.
So, Pete, I salute the work that you're doing. We all do. Let me ask you a question about the people, because clearly you recognized people as your greatest asset to all the acquisitions and management that KKR is doing. It seems to me you're also building trust, you're improving talent, and ultimately people's treasure, the way that they will manage their families and manage their lives. What kind of feedback are you getting? I would hope it would all be positive, but I know it takes time for some of this to work its way through. But as we look at what's going on in the world today, that whole notion of trust equity is missing in a lot of companies. Was this an opportunity for you to build trust, improve talent, and build treasure with your colleagues?
Yeah, it was. And look, it took, and it continues to take a long time every time we do it. When you walk into a new situation and we start talking about ownership, and we're going to invest in the workforce, and we're going to do personal financial coaching, we're going to invest in the facilities a different way, we're going to invest in you as people and as human beings and as trusted business partners.
Right.
You definitely get a lot of eye rolls. And I think that was what John was referring to, the first little while, even, somebody as captivating as John. The people at the bottom of the economic ladder have been kicked around for decades. I mean, how many stories can we read about stagnating wages and people not being able to afford, $400 financial emergency? And I mean, the statistics are shocking. And so,
right.
Yeah, it's an opportunity to build trust. It takes a lot of time, in terms of feedback. And maybe this ties back into the Hope partnership. Where the need for Operation Hope came from, first of all, is the backdrop that we all know around the country. This is desperately needed financial coaching.
Right.
But then when you add in the employee ownership aspect to it, and you start with a workforce that is in debt, 95% of the hourly workers that, at one of these factories in debt. And then they become owners and you start paying dividends, and maybe the first few dividends, they make $15,000,
right, with
a promise of making $75,000, $100,000, and they've never seen anything like it before. We have a responsibility to prepare people for that, and frankly, we miss that. And at CHI Overhead Doors, I'll never forget walking the shop floor. I had gotten to know, a bunch of the folks, and one of the guys came up to me. This was after our third dividend, so in 18 months, he would have received, somewhere between $12,000 and $16,000 of additional income.
Wow. Over his base pay.
Came up to me, pardon me?
Over his base pay.
Over his base pay, exactly. So, he came up to me, tears in his eyes, saying, Pete, I think I'm going to lose my house. I'm way behind. And it was like, Dennis, how could that be? We've just paid 3 dividends in a short period of time. And he said, well, I bought a truck, and then I bought my brother a truck. And in that moment, we kind of, Allie Hartman, who John knows well, who's at our firm, helped me dissect this. We quickly went back over the last, 8 times we had done this, tens of thousands of employees, and all the heartwarming stories of people took vacations they could never afford before. They took honey.
That making money and building wealth are 2 different mindsets.
Well, even managing money.
Well, managing money. Money has velocity.
That's right.
And you don't even need to be an hourly worker to have this challenge. You can be an NBA star.
You can be anybody and have this, because nobody teaches you financial management in school. Think about it. Whether it's junior high school, college, unless you're learning to be an accountant, or you're learning to be a banker, and you want to be that when you grow up, which most people can't spell what they want to be when they grow up, and we change 2 or 3 times. So we have missed this opportunity in even our public and independent school systems. We don't teach kids that.
Yeah.
So to think about altering someone's life experience while they're in it, this is like putting gas in the car, or putting gas in the plane and changing the wings while it's flying.
Yeah.
Right?
No, look, this is everything, and I hope we get Pete back and able to finish this. I think people gotten the basic gist, but when we sat down with the workers there, it stopped being a black or a white conversation, or whether you're John, whether you're black, or whether I'm white. It became a green conversation.
Absolutely.
And they start saying,
and there's Pete again.
And I was just bragging about you.
We're putting more words in your mouth.
Yeah,
Pete.
but this is like one of the most important conversations we could have, because this shows that this issue is not about black people or white people. In fact, 70% of Americans live paycheck to paycheck. 70%.
That's right.
Live from paycheck to paycheck with too much month at the end of their money. The average American doesn't have $400 for an unplanned event. Right. And then you get down to the working class making hourly workers and forget about it.
I know.
And so they get this dividend check without any coaching, and they go crazy, no different than an NBA player would or an NFL player would when they go from nothing to something.
Or anybody.
And they want to go buy a boat and a plane, or not a plane, but a boat.
Well, people that win the lottery do this too, right?
And people in the lottery.
So Pete, talk again. Sorry, we're glad you're back. Talk to us about what you did, so if people were the innovation, if you recognize that people are your greatest asset, and then you realize that ownership of a company, building trust, improving their talent, improving their treasure. But then the next piece of that, so it's a continuum, right? The next piece of that is, how do we help them manage that money? How do we help them have a new experience around financial literacy and economic empowerment? So we go back to you.
So maybe I'll just tell you about what John and you guys did at CHI Overhead Doors, the company you started the segment with that video. We've got 875 employees, and we started with workshops. And there were 600 people who signed up for the workshops. I think there was pretty broad understanding that this was needed. And so, as you guys have discussed, everything from planning and budgeting to understanding the earned income tax credit to home ownership, that was all covered. And then we wanted to do a pilot to say, let's go deep with one-on-one coaching, and let's really get some data on what we could do here together.
Sure.
And so we enrolled a subset of the 600 in one-on-one coaching, and we got real data, and we saw savings go up and credit scores go up by 85%. And the most important thing were just the anecdotal stories and feedback from the employees that then started to circulate in the plants. And so people saying, my God, I can sleep at night for the first time. Can I bring my wife next time? And then it really, that spread then across our portfolio. We've now got a partnership with you guys that's much broader. And so that using that as a bit of a microcosm, that's what we're seeing as we kind of push this through the portfolio is it really starts to take off.
And going further than that, Lisa, the subgroup he talked about, and again, I want to give Allie Hartman a lot of credit here. She did a lot of the hard work and gets no visibility for us. I want to make sure we acknowledge her as Pete did. But a subset increased their savings $406 in 8 months. Now, that may not sound like a lot to the average viewer, but I just said before that the average American, not the average poor person, the average American does not have $400 for an unplanned event. So for a subset to get $406 of savings in 8 months, is stunning, and their credit score went up 80 points, I believe, this subset. And one of the things I really admire about KKR, the average company would say, okay, we've had you in there for 6 months, 8 months, a year. It's not working. People aren't signing up. So we're going to do something else. Well, the problem with that discussion point is that it's rational. Yeah. If poor and struggling people were rational, they wouldn't be poor and struggling.
Yeah, but they're long-term players. We know about KKR.
But this is it's not just they're long-term players. They believe. Yeah. But they also understand to change the culture, you need time.
Right.
And so they gave it time, and then slowly but surely people start coming around. Bishop T.D. Jakes called me late last night. He was saying, John, what I'm trying to do with spirituality is easier. What the entertainers are doing, because people want to feel better. You're trying to give people their medicine, and with a little sugar on top of it. They need it, but they don't want it. And it's going to take a minute for them to come around. Pete, what's your reaction to that?
Look, I agree with all of it, John. The big payoff, you talk about a negative unplanned event. There are positive unplanned events coming once you make all these employees owners.
Yep.
And when they now fall into, God willing, we're gonna sell some of these companies at big prices, and they're gonna make, $50,000, and they started out 5 years ago in significant debt. That's where I see the really big payoff is, and that's where you guys are going to be right by our side, making sure that everybody makes the best of that. John's working with us across a number of companies. One of our bigger companies, Ingersoll Rand, we've now distributed just at that one company over $300 million of value to non-members of management, 80% of whom are hourly employees.
Wow.
That, it's approaching 100% of people's annual income. And that's the kind of stuff, we need your guys' help to make sure we make the most of those opportunities.
Yeah, I've got a cousin who wants to be an employee at Ingersoll Rand tomorrow. Yeah, that's great. That's fantastic.
That's fantastic.
Well, Pete, look.
We're so grateful for you to spend this time with us, Pete, and for all the things you're doing with Operation Hope, but most importantly for the folks that you work with in your different companies and across the enterprise, because KKR is a long-term player. We understand who you are and what you're doing, and you don't have to do this. You've chosen to do it, and in this time of intense and unique environment, not only the pandemic, but the social unrest and all the uncertainty, there's one thing certain with you and your group and the employees that you're working with. So we appreciate you and KKR and the time, but most importantly, the partnership. John.
And I thank you for your leadership, Pete. You didn't have to do this. You could have skated and still got all of your benefits, but you leaned in for those who don't have a voice. And for that, I will forever be grateful. For those all those who don't have a voice, thanks for giving them one and giving them some share ownership as well. Your legacy will be well treated, and I think your shareholder value will also be well suited as a result of this investment you're making. It's not a handout. It's not charity. This is an investment. And I think the last thing I'll say is you're being a role model for Wall Street. And that's really important right now, given that Wall Street's budget is 3 times the size of Washington, D.C.'s. People don't know that. And so if other companies follow suit, just imagine the change we can make in America and around the world. Pete Stavros, Henry Kravitz, and Ascension, all the partners and friends there, Ali, KKR, thank you.
Thank you guys for the great partnership. And we're just getting going. So.
Being creative takes work, and people that know how to create know that it takes a good team to put a solid project together. To make good content, you need people like Sade, who runs audio. You need people like Sean B., the musician. You need people like Nis, a photographer. And that's what we do at Camp Kirk Studios. We create. I started Camp Kirk Studios in 2017. I just felt like the city of Atlanta needed more creative resources. The creative community here was so strong, but I never felt like we had a home.
This space is very important. It brings a lot of different people together.
Any given day, you'll see your favorite artist, you'll see an aspiring music artist, you'll see your favorite photographer, you'll see a beginner photographer. We see people create all types of things here, from music videos to photo shoots to album covers. 2020, the start of the new decade, I mean, we had some really strong goals that we wanted to achieve. You know, COVID struck us. It struck us crazy. We had to make that tough decision to shut the studio down.
If the studio was to shut down permanently, I feel like it would take the heart and soul out of the creative scene in Atlanta.
We not only were stopping our business income, but we know we would be also stopping the income of other creatives that still needed to create to continue to put food on their tables. In turmoil and in dark times is really when the creative scene comes to life. So the PayPal Empowerment Grant was just a blessing. It allowed us to, get caught up on some rent. It allowed us to keep our payroll going. I mean, it just gave also just that peace of mind of knowing that the work that we're doing here is not going unnoticed.
You can't think Atlanta without Camp Kirk Studios, truthfully.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Hope Global Forum. Resetting America, healing a nation, opportunity for all. This next guest is a special soul. You'll recognize it more when we get into conversation. He is, of course, the CEO of PayPal. He has been recognized as one of the top 10 CEOs in the world by Fortune. Named one of the top 100 most creative people by Fast Company. Prior to joining PayPal, my friend Dan served as group president at American Express. But that doesn't nearly describe who he is. Just describe what he does. I met Dan at a meeting that's sort of off the grid. And I met him through a mutual friend, John Donahoe, CEO of Nike, now CEO of Nike. And John just thought that Dan and I would get along. I didn't know Dan didn't know me, and Dan shocked me. Almost instantly after he realized that we had this shared passion, he displayed the first identifier of true wisdom. Wisdom is different than education or intellect. He asked a question. God gave us 2 ears and 1 mouth, so we listen twice as much as we talk. It's one of the great attributes, Lisa, that you have, is you're a great listener. Ambassador Andrew Young, a great listener. All the people we admire, they're great listeners. And Dan sat there and he listened. Then he asked a question. He said, John, I'm going to embarrass him now. I want to take a good chunk of my income, and it's a lot of money, so I won't mention the number, and I want to donate it to my employees. And I said, don't do that. I'm sure the employees are now like, oh, why'd you tell Dan not to do that? And he said, well, I'm so upset with this. There's been all this inequality, and why wouldn't I do this, try to level the playing field? I said, because if, God forbid, you leave next year or 2 years later, or something happens to you, the next leader won't do that, probably. No, won't. And no one's going to give up their own paycheck for somebody else. You're an extraordinary, unique individual. Don't set people up with an expectation that can't be sustained. How about we talk about a way to share the wealth, about reinvestment, about inspiring people to be part of the uplift of your platform at scale. And then if you do that, you can do that for a lifetime. He was like, wow, okay. Well, and he started talking to other people. I think he talked to Ed Bastian at Delta, and he talked to, and he's learning, he's gathering information. It's like he's building a whole new division of PayPal or something. And then I find out several months later, he's launched his major commitment of $500 million to transform Black America to transform the social justice conversation, and specifically to help Black America and others left behind. Mm-hmm. And I'll just tell you, that was multiple times larger than what we were talking about that he would do as a gift. Mm-hmm. And then he's done much more than that. I want him to get into that. But I wanted to introduce him as a human being I know that is as much heart as he is head. No one's perfect, but he's perfectly himself. Dan Shulman, honored to be with you. Or honored to have you with us, rather.
Thank you so much. It's such a kind introduction. Hi, Lisa, as well. So
Hi.
I don't know where you are, but I want to be there. That place is cool. That has to be one of the coolest offices I've ever seen. Can you get into why you care so much? Why does this bother you at the soul level? Because I didn't understand it. I mean, you're the definition of wealthy and powerful, and if you want to, and privileged if you want to, in a bubble which you choose not to live in. What resonates so much with the plight of those left behind that keeps you up late at night and has you do? And then let's talk about what you're doing after that.
Wow. Well, John, as you and I talked about, we're a product of our upbringing by our parents. You can't escape that ever. Yeah. And both my parents came from low income, poor backgrounds, and they cared. They cared about civil rights. They cared about justice. My mom walked me in my carriage at civil rights marches. My dad was worried I'd be the youngest person ever to have his picture in an FBI file. And this was a time back in the 1960s where being part of the civil rights movement was also dangerous. My dad was a manager of a chemical plant down in Pascagoula, Mississippi. Wow. Where the plant manager down there fired a black guy for drinking at the wrong water fountain. And my dad flew down from New Jersey to Mississippi to reverse that firing. And I remember my mom hanging by the phone, just waiting for my dad to call, worried, what would happen to him in this. And, these are the things that stick with you forever. And as you and I talked about when we first met, we are now in these positions where we can do so much to help so many. And really, it would be, it's our moral responsibility to do that. And so we could talk a ton about how I think about that. But, I thank my parents for everything in terms of who I am and how they brought me up.
Yeah, I know, Lisa, you're gonna lean in here, obviously, whenever you see fit, because you're going to ask different questions than I am. I'm just so fascinated with. You're gonna keep me on balance because you're gonna go left brain on me, but I'm just so fascinated with his heart. Like I just don't understand people like this. Yeah. I don't understand.
Well, he's grounded.
I'm happy for it. I just don't understand it. Like, why do you care so much? I'm glad about it. And you had this in the civil rights movement. Mm-hmm. I mean, his dad's act. A white man, by our standards, white. He's technically a minority, I guess, but everybody would see him as a white man, flying down to Mississippi to reverse an act that I'm sure only he thought should be reversed. It's put his life at risk, and to have his son anguish over things like what's happening to black people and George Floyd and all this injustice, and just saying it's just wrong. Yeah. You can intellectually say that, but still disconnect yourself from it.
Yeah, but Dad modeled the behavior. Can you talk about, or did your dad talk with you about why he did that? Because obviously, Dan, if your pictures with the FBI, along with so many others, but you were a little child, so you had a first row or front row seat for all of this growing up. Did your dad talk at all about this? Because it sounds like this helped shape the tenor and the tone for who you are. Not just that act, but that was one, I'm sure, of many that you saw growing up.
Yeah, both my mom and my dad. In fact, we moved into an integrated neighborhood because they wanted me to grow up understanding what it meant. And so I can't remember a time where we weren't talking about some form of social justice in some way. Like even my grandfather, who came to the U.S. from Russia, he was a union organizer, and he would get beat up, because it wasn't easy to be a union organizer at that time. And so, one of the things that I learned is that standing up for values takes courage.
Sure.
And I would say in this age where we have these cultural wars, that surround us, taking stands around values is not an easy thing to do. When PayPal withdrew from North Carolina because of House Bill 2,
yes.
Which
the
allowed
bathroom bill. I remember that conversation.
Exactly. That allowed for, in my reading of it, the discrimination against somebody for their sexual orientation or sexual identity. We thought that was sort of anathema to the values of PayPal.
Right.
And so we took out of North Carolina, and I was shocked to see the number of death threats that I got as a result of that. And, I couldn't even go into a bathroom without somebody searching it first to make sure there wasn't somebody inside. And so, sometimes these decisions seem like, well, that's obviously the right moral thing to do, but there's
consequences.
Consequences, exactly, to doing those kinds of things as well.
Well, it sounds like he cares because it's in his blood.
Yeah.
John, like from your grandfather to your father and your mother and how you've lived your life, because to proactively move into an integrated neighborhood, I mean, I grew up here in the South. John grew up on the left coast. But what we saw when one black family moved in was what we called white flight. Everybody that was not black, which was 99% of the neighborhood when you moved there, actually left. So for your family to actually move, parachute in, right, is counterintuitive. So we know you're so passionate about the role of business leaders with social issues as demonstrated by your response to, and I'm not going to say reaction because that's emotional,
that's
your
right.
response to the bathroom bill in North Carolina. Can you talk to us a little bit about what you're doing and how you're doing it? Because it is a model that other companies are looking at and looking for, quite frankly. People are still trying to find their courage, Dan. Everybody doesn't have necessarily what you have. And I'm not trying to blow sunshine up your pant leg. I'm just saying, speaking to other CEOs, they tell me they're nervous, not only about shareholders and shareholder value, but they are personally afraid that someone's going to come after them a la death threat or make some comment about their company. So tell us a little bit about what you're doing and how you're doing it at PayPal.
And do that. And Dan, talk about what you're doing internal with your employees and externally with communities as well.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Sure. Well, first of all, I do think in this day and age, business leaders must take a stand. We have to stand up and address the issues that face all of us as a society. How can we abdicate that responsibility to government or nonprofits like Operation Hope that are doing an unbelievable job? But John, to your point that you made right before, we have these huge budgets. We have great talent, and we have the ability to make a difference. And so we need to be part of that fight. And the other thing that I would say is having a mission that matters and values that support that, I think, attract the very best talent to your organization. And there's the single biggest competitive advantage that any business has is the strength of their employees.
Amen.
Like, how talented are they? How passionate are they? And by the way, really importantly, are they financially healthy as well? And, this is one of the things I heard in the last interview that you were doing that we also did, which is we created a metric called net disposable income. And we measured it across all of our locations, which is basically how much money does an employee have left over after they pay their taxes and essential living expenses. And what we found out for all of our call centers and entry-level employees, their net disposable income was only 4 to 6%. So they were one problem away from a downward spiral. They were not financially healthy. They were financially stressed.
Yep.
And that is like, and by the way, just to be clear, we pay at or above market everywhere. And so this is why I also say, like, capitalism in its current form isn't working.
Yeah.
Because if you're paying at or above market and your employees are struggling to make ends meet at the end of the month, something is broken.
Yeah.
And so we stepped up and said, we need to target a 20% NDI for our employees to feel financially healthy. By the way, that's not just like $400 more. That's thousands of dollars every single year more than each of those employees need to get. And so we lowered the cost of health care by 60%.
Wow.
We gave every single employee inside the company shares. So everybody is an owner in the company, every single person.
Nice.
We raised salaries, and we wrapped it all, because I know, John and Lisa, you both believe this, in a financial education program, so people know what to do with that incremental income.
That's right.
Absolutely.
And so, you know, to me, this is not sub-optimizing profitability for shareholders next quarter. This is actually assuring that over the medium term, we move from being a good company today to hopefully a great company tomorrow, because we're taking care of our employees. And then, John, you know, I don't want to go on and on, but then to your point, if our whole value is around inclusion and democratizing financial services, we need to step up and take care of our communities as well. Yeah. And this was this $530 million commitment that we made to the whole uprising that happened with Black Lives Matter. You know, after the tragic shooting of George Floyd, we basically said we need to be in this today, but also tomorrow. So we put in $30 million right away today to help Black-owned businesses and minority-owned businesses, but we put away $500 million to work over the medium term. And so to me, this is about how do we create, with so many others around the country, a movement, not a moment in time.
You're also helping small businesses every day through PayPal, just in the normal course of what you do. You can give us a little bit some of the statistics on who PayPal serves as well. But something that you said to me is the whole ball game of this conversation. It's that this is a movement, not a moment. And it's something about capitalism is not working. Not working for the least of these God's children. It's not about throwing it out, because capitalism and democracy are a horrible system except for every other system.
Well, they're experiments,
it works.
And you just keep working on
You keep upgrading the software.
Until the outcome is better.
You don't throw it out. You upgrade the software. You improve it. And we've got to get a software upgrade on capitalism and free enterprise. We have to include more people in the system. We've got to reimagine the promise that if you, Up From Nothing, my new book, if you start at the bottom, you have a reasonable belief that you can get to the top. But also we need a new constituency. And this is what I'm talking about. We're experts in the streets, my peers, my people who from my family who I know. They're experts at the protesting in the streets. Now we need a business plan for partnerships and prosperity in the suites, the C-suites. We got to build a new coalition in the suites. And I think Dan is a founding partner of that new coalition of the willing. That's what I hear him saying, is that we're sitting in a moment in history right now. But history doesn't feel historic when you're sitting in it. I said this yesterday. It just feels like another day.
But it's being built incrementally.
Yeah, John, one thing I'd say on that is, as a business leader and as a business community, I mean, how can we not be part of everything going on around us today? To your point, if people are struggling, and it's not, and you taught me this actually, it's not just, poor people are struggling. There's 185 million people in the U.S. who struggle to get by every single month.
Right.
That's the majority of our country. And they don't believe the system is working for them. And so that threatens democracy. Democracy, my favorite quote on democracy, is democracy needs to be more than 2 wolves and 1 lamb voting on what to have for dinner. Okay, think about that. Okay, wow. So that means you got to rise above your own self-interest for democracy to flourish. And that doesn't happen if people don't have that foundation of being financially healthy, because you can't dream if you don't have that. And if you don't think that your kids are going to have a better life than you do, if you can't embrace your own dreams, then you rail against the system. And I think it threatens the very foundations of not just our economy and capitalism, but also democracy. And I think this is such an important time for all of us.
So, Dan, we're winding down. We have about a minute left. We could sit and talk with you all day because we are thoroughly enjoying this and we are being educated and enlightened all at the same time. Can you talk just briefly about your peers? Because it seems like there's a tectonic shift in what business leaders, particularly large company business leaders, are doing today. Before, it was all shareholder value, shareholder value. There was not stakeholder value necessarily, nor was there a broad, holistic look across the enterprise and across the country and the globe. So can you talk about yourself and your peers who are thinking broader than just shareholders in your particular company?
Broader than quarter to quarter.
Broader than quarter to quarter. I have a PayPal account, so I'm going to use it even more now, listening to all that you're doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Listen, I think there is an awareness now that we need to embrace multi-stakeholders. They call it multi-stakeholder capitalism. It's just a buzzword for thinking about the communities we live in, all the constituents that we serve. You know, the Business Roundtable, which is, I'm a part of that. It's the top CEOs or companies in the country signed last year this idea about multicultural stakeholder, multi-constituency stakeholder.
Right.
And I think that's crucial. I think we are talking about it a lot more. I'm beginning to see more action, but I think there's still a long ways to go before it's fully embraced. But hopefully we're moving in the right direction right now.
That's great. Can I wrap?
This is fantastic, Dan. As you know, we could do this all day and still have things to talk about. It just so happens I think the incoming chairman of the Business Roundtable is joining us today, which is Doug McMillan, our friend, CEO of Walmart. So coincidence is God's way of staying anonymous before Ambassador Andrew Young. Thank you for your leadership, Dan. Thanks for leading in the gap. And I gave him an opportunity to talk about some statistics on PayPal. He denied. He wanted to talk about us and not me. We and not just me. And that's a great sign of a great leader. Dan, God bless you. And continued prosperity so you can help spread the wealth to others as well.
Thanks, John, to you and Mrs. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dan.
You bet.
Hi, I'm Keela Thompson, and I am from Knoxville, Tennessee. I found out about Operation Hope through my cousin, Jonetta Fenderson. She is a friend of Christy Blevins, and Christy is a financial coach for Operation Hope, and she thought this would be a great opportunity for me. I had a discussion one weekend with my girlfriends last year about whether or not I can own a home, and they were all very encouraging, which I was actually surprised. Been going through a lot, breast cancer survivor twice, trying to raise 3 girls by myself, wasn't quite sure if I could do it, had a lot of debt, student loans, etc. And we just pretty much weighed the options on whether or not I wanted to keep paying rent on a house, or did I actually want to own a house. And so by doing that, they said you could most definitely do it. I tried to own a home probably over 15 years ago, but my debt to income ratio was so high due to student loans And so throughout the years, I built interest. I would pay a little bit, defaulted on student loans. So I finally was able to save money, keep my receipts, not spend too much. And so that is my biggest financial just takeaway, is getting my student loans in order. And finally able to purchase a home, a beautiful home. We are so excited. And Operation Hope has really been a blessing. Christy showed me exactly what I needed to do. And when I sat down with her, she told me that my credit wasn't as bad as I even thought it was. It was actually pretty decent. Throughout the years, I was paid with cash. I didn't have any more credit cards, anything like that. So Operation Hope has really been a blessing in my life. And I so much appreciate them. Thank you.
Thanks, everybody, for being with us. We are so excited that we are having these conversations and that you are a part of it. Our next guest is a friend, and we are delighted to have her join us as well. Sarah Fryer is the CEO of Nextdoor, and I have this app and I love it. So let me just admit to being a fangirl and a real advocate right out of the gate. But prior to Nextdoor, she was the CFO of Square, and she led their IPO. Love smart women. She sits on the boards of Walmart and Slack, and she's also a co-founder of Ladies Who Launch, a nonprofit that empowers women entrepreneurs. And I just got to say, you're a bad girl, Sarah Fryer, and I love what you are doing and what you have done. Welcome.
Thank you. It's all done with great teams, as everyone knows. You get to stand in front, but it's a heck of a lot of people doing a lot of work in the background.
Absolutely. Well, thank you, too, for your passion for working with Operation Hope and all the financial literacy work and economic empowerment work that we are doing. I'm here with our fearless leader, the founder and chairman and CEO,
Sarah.
John Bryant. And I know you know this guy, right?
Yeah, we know each other a little bit. Yeah, so
Just a little bit.
So, and you know, I keep saying, he's my friend. This is what we want.
It's all in the family.
This is what the world needs. My chief of staff yesterday, Rachel Doff, was saying that if you had a message for this forum is, can't we just be neighbors again?
Yeah.
I mean, she's like, that's the whole theme of this. Like, aren't we exhausted from fighting and throwing rocks at each other and insult? I mean, it's just exhausting. It doesn't produce anything. Like, blaming your neighbor doesn't make you any wealthier, right? She said,
just makes you more stressed.
Yeah. Can't we just be neighbors again? Of course, that's quite appropriate for Nextdoor, but let me back up, because so when I say somebody's my friend, I mean it. And that doesn't mean we agree on everything, but it means we have a conversation about it. We have a relationship, and with relationship capital, all things are possible, because relationship capital is how the world works. We have to all expand our relationship capital. And Sarah, again, people are, to me, revealed in how they behave behind closed doors when they have no interest. Sarah was, at this point, at Square, and I was trying to get Jack Dorsey to speak at our forum, and I sent a note to Jack Dorsey's founder of Twitter and founder of Square, copied her. Just, I copied her and some other people. Didn't expect her to do anything, just wanted her to know. She sends back and says, what did Jack say? Well, Jack hasn't responded yet. Probably went to his spam folder too, right? She says, well, Jack should do this. Jack will love you. Jack should, okay, Sarah, relax. So give me a couple of days. Okay, Sarah. So I go about my business. About 4 days later, did Jack respond yet? Well, no, not yet, Sarah. But I'm sure about a week later.
Sarah.
About
a
week later, I'm working on this. This looks good. What people see is that Jack Dorsey showed up. He spoke. I have now this good relationship with him. But that didn't come because I'm smart and intelligent and have the right credentials and gave him the right presentation deck. No, that's not the way the world works. That's part of the way the world works. You have the credentials. You've got to be smart. You can't fake it, the competency level. But it also took somebody staking you. And Sarah said, whatever she said to Jack, this is worth your investment, or if you don't, he'll keep bugging you. And Jack showed up, and so he expanded the circle, right? That was the first indication of her character. Didn't want anything from it. Didn't need anything from it. Wasn't speaking that year. She did it because it was the right thing to do. She then takes this transition She calls me. She wants some advice about this moment we're in. Doesn't have to call. She's a smart lady. She knows she's not lacking in self-confidence or belief. But she listened. And then we have a moment where she says, basically check your email. And her husband had made an unsolicited 6-figure commitment to Operation Hope.
Wow.
No questions asked. Then the next week, I called her and said, I think your accountant made a mistake. There's a second contribution for the same amount. She said, no, we meant intended to do that. We just figured that whatever we did, we should double down on it. I'm like, I've never met anybody quite like this person before. And
what did I tell you about women leaders?
It does say something about women leaders. And they have this, no, it's serious, they have this texture and this context that a man may not miss, but it's more likely a man's going to miss it because a man is more of a left brain, analytical thinker, whereas women are more contextual. They've got that right brain, that soul, that heart. Women are the only ones who can create, give birth. So without women, there'd be less men. And so, but I think that this umbilical cord, this
solves the problem. Yeah, sorry.
Well, actually, we recognize that you have both. You're thinking with your right brain and your left brain based on what you've done in your life, the numbers, the analytics, the IPO, all of that.
There's no IPO. No, there's no. Well, I'm sorry. You just want square.
Previously, there was an IPO. That is a big deal.
That's a big deal, yeah.
And women sitting on boards, so we are often told we only have a left brain, and we can only contextualize, and we can and what the point I'm making, and Sarah's my example, is that she's done both.
Yeah, the right brain is creative and aspirational and warm. That's what women tend to get credit for. The left brain, the analytical side, they tend to not get so much credit for, and people tend to feel they have to do one or the other. And we'd like to think you can, to quote, I think Dan Shulman said, no, it's Bill Daley, you can walk and chew gum at the same time. So I am proud to say that, just full disclosure, I've agreed to join the Nextdoor board of directors. I'm honored to be on the board along with another bright light I'm sure Sarah will talk about. Sarah, I think that Nextdoor is the largest social network of neighborhoods in the world. In 11 countries, and 1 in 4 people in America use it. But I take this much more personally. I think at a time where Republicans and Democrats aren't getting along, and blacks and white people are trying to figure out a new relationship, you don't get to pick who your neighbor is. And that's an opportunity for a new relationship. And I just wonder if Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. had Nextdoor in 1960, how different the world would be. If he had the Nextdoor app or the Nextdoor network as an opportunity, how different would the world be today? Have you ever thought about that, Sarah?
Yeah, I mean, I love that. Like the minute you said that to me a little while ago at an event we did in Atlanta, actually, around the table, talking at the time actually about food insecurity. But I remember leaving that meeting, and you turned to everyone in the room and said that phrase and said, you should be running out of here to get your constituents, get the people you care about onto this platform, because it's exactly right. And you've both talked about this importance of neighbors. We actually want to turn neighbor from a noun, so from a person that lives close to you or lives beside you, into a verb.
Right.
Yeah. Go neighbor. What does it mean to neighbor? Community is capital. It's another great phrase. And when you think about your community, don't just think about the residents, the neighbors. Think about the local businesses. They need your help so much right now, and it's neighbors stepping up and staking them. I'm going to use a John phrase here. That's what's going to get them through. It's the local, it's the mayor, it's the people who are involved civically, right? These are actually grassroots how things get done and changed in communities. They don't happen at the top down. Like very little actually gets done from the top down, as we all know. It's a lot of talk and not a lot of action. And what we want to see is grassroots neighboring. Go out into your communities, and how are you going to make your communities better? And we want to do that around the world.
You know, Sarah, that's fascinating, because what I've noticed in my neighborhood is during the pandemic, people are really not only on your platform, but your platform, as the kids would say, has blown up. Like people are using it like crazy. And are you seeing that? How has next door been used, or do you all have analytics or data around how that's been used in response to what's happening during the pandemic, during the social unrest? I know we are helping seniors who are shut in or people who are immunocompromised and can't go out during the pandemic. What are you all seeing on the platform?
Yeah, so it's exactly right. So when we went from February into March, we saw our daily active members go up 80%. So effectively almost double.
Wow.
And it started, what was really amazing to watch was it started in Italy. It kind of spread into France. It effectively followed the pandemic. It went to the UK. You see it come across the pond, as they say, into the U.S. My Australian country manager was a little skeptical. She's like, we're a great big island. We probably won't have to deal with this. And they were effectively the tail of the dog. But it came, all around the world. What we saw first was kind of what you're talking about, this want to help. And we see this all the time in moments of crisis. It's a very human reaction that if you're not per se being hit by the crisis, the thing you want to do is get back some agency in your life and help. So you put that hand out to help someone up. We saw it in Houston when Hurricane Harvey hit. We have definitely seen it through the pandemic. I would say we're living through three crises, though, right? So we've had a health crisis, a financial crisis, right? If you're a local business, forget about what the stock market is doing.
Right.
If you're a local business, you're in crisis right now, right? I just looked at stats around our old office. I call it our old office because we all have been there for 8 months.
Right.
88% of the local businesses around that office are out of business right now. So that is a financial crisis.
Because they were feeding off of the support
of the people in the
building.
Yeah. Food traffic and foot traffic is what I was actually going to say, but it's really food traffic.
Right.
And then the third crisis is this crisis of what's going on from a social perspective.
Sure.
Right. George Floyd murder, the Black Lives Matter finally coming to the forefront. John and I have talked a lot about this need to bring communities together. And I think all three crises have kind of waved across the platform. The great thing is neighbors have never been more willing to help. They've never seen their neighbors matter more. And we think that won't change. We think that is a defining moment in the world, actually, that this rise of local is here to stay.
Yeah, two other things I would mention, then I'm going to turn it back over to John because I know he's got some really specific questions he wants to ask about the work that we are all doing together. Is I am seeing people introduce themselves as they're coming into the community, which it's the old-fashioned bring a loaf of bread to someone's front door, which no one can do that right now, nor have I seen it done in the last 20 years of living, but I am seeing people introduce themselves on the platform. So kudos for that as well. And lastly, I am now seeing people invite one another to go vote on the platform and giving directions here in Atlanta, our home city and headquarters for Operation Hope. State Farm Arena, we had Grant Hill on earlier, who's one of the co-owners of the Hawks, and I think Tony Ressler will be on later today, opened their arena even before the NBA said we're going to do this, across the league. And so I took some seniors this past Sunday, but I want to tell you that people on your platform told me exactly where to go, where to park, what time to go. It was really informative. So this is the latest wave. It was help your neighbor, bring food, pick up medicine. Now it's how can we be engaged civically and civilly, frankly.
Yeah.
So, thank you.
And one thing we dropped on our map was a lot of people to register to vote needed to print off materials.
That's right.
And we told people if you have a printer in your house, you can drop a pin on this map so someone knows they can show up to your house to get something printed. And you know where that idea came from?
Where?
That came from France, where we saw parents offering to print school materials for parents who might not have a printer at home for their kids.
Oh.
So we were able to take a best practice or an idea from one country and bring it here because, of course, voter registration and now letting people go vote, that's not partisan. We're not taking sides, right? We represent the United States. But we do think that democracy works when people are enabled to vote, right? That is at the soul of a democracy.
Très bien, très bien.
I had another, Lisa, sort of crazy thought just sitting here listening to this conversation. Oh, by the way, I want to acknowledge Andrew Wisham, the other board member who newly came on the board of Nextdoor, former executive with Oprah Winfrey, actually, is brilliant. This moment we're in, this 400-year-old social justice reckoning with Black America, the police piece, which I think is a knock-on effect of social injustice, is not the issue itself, it's the knock-on effect, how we are policed. This all this stuff about defund the police, it's really just bad marketing. Like, they don't really mean like, let's not have any police. They mean the police are being asked to do 28 different jobs.
That's right.
Right? And they shouldn't be a psychologist and a mental health professional and coming and resolving your emotional disputes and your husband and wife are arguing.
No, it was catchy. It's not compelling.
It's catchy but not compelling. And what we're really saying is reallocate.
That's right.
And let's let the police do their job. Let's get them better trained and get them some cameras. But also let's do mental health professionals. And what hit me in talking about this is that Nextdoor, when I was growing up in Compton, California, in South Central LA, they had something called community-based policing. Policing. And the beautiful part about that was if you were a police officer walking down the street everywhere, you got to know everybody. So right now, if you're in a police car, if somebody's talking to you, you're snitching. You're giving up information. Now you're being targeted. But if the police officer's in the neighborhood all the time, even living in the neighborhood maybe, and hey, that's my neighbor.
They're part of the fabric.
Now, it's creating the fabric, but also nobody knows whether you're saying hello or telling them about a bad guy around the corner who needs to be taken care of. My point here is that it seems like Nextdoor could play an incredible role at scale in enhancing dignified community-based policing through information sharing, through coalition building, by making neighborhoods safer, which they're doing already, but maybe it's more intentional in zip codes where this is a cultural challenge. This leads me to my larger question. I mean, when I first heard about Nextdoor, I thought it was a nonprofit. Their vibe was so altruistic. I thought they were a nonprofit. Obviously, now I know they're a for-profit company and a very smart one at that. What is your business plan? Does it speak to just the bottom line, or is there a mission attached to it? Is it led by that mission? What is that mission? And do you see an opportunity here for Nextdoor to play a role in doing good here and around the world? If so, how?
Yeah, so I mean, we fundamentally believe you can do well and do good at the same time. Your point is well taken. We're not a nonprofit. We are a business.
Exactly.
And to me, where those things come together is when you can find a purpose that inspires you, inspires all your employees, inspires then all of the stakeholders, right? Dan Schulman was just on talking about the Business Roundtable and stakeholder value. We want to have a purpose that inspires everyone in our community. So our purpose is to cultivate a kinder world. Who doesn't want more kindness, where everyone is a neighborhood to rely on. But in doing that, we think we can build a really strong business model that will allow us to bring, for example, local businesses, connect them to their best customers, their neighbors. And a local business, by the way, doesn't have to be small. A local business can be the shop on the corner, it could be the neighbor for hire, the plumber, but it can be Walmart. You're going to talk to Doug later.
Right.
Walmart is a local business. It's often where people go to meet and congregate. And so if we can build a strong business model that then allows us to keep investing in our purpose, that's when the magic really takes off. And that was what I found with Square, right? Square is a very purpose-driven company, right? Economic improvement.
Right.
But the flywheel is what really makes it hum. PayPal, I would say, is in the same boat too. So we absolutely see the color of green, as you call it, John.
Yep.
The color of green, a true business plan, but a business plan that allows us to do good as well. And on your point about community-based policing or just community-based, like how do we get civic engagement, I did a sit-down last week with Mayor Stephen Benjamin out of Columbus, South Carolina. Amazing mayor. One of the most amazing mayors I've ever spoken to because of how he thinks about community. And that is a great example of how we need to get everyone around the table if we're ever going to solve some of our toughest problems, right? John, you know, I grew up in Northern Ireland.
Yep.
So, you know, I grew up in a community that actually was at war. You know,
quite
we didn't
literally
riot. We blew people up and like shot them. And the only way we brought peace to our little troubled nation was getting people around the table. The terrorists with the policemen, with the local community activists, with the neighbor.
That's right.
And ultimately we all realized that if we didn't get our act together, our communities weren't going to be the places our children would stay and grow up in. And so that to me was a seminal moment in my life. And I think about it a lot now, sitting here in the United States at a very, tough time for people, but we've got to get them around the table.
Yeah, to paraphrase, I'm not going to get this quote right. I'm sure I'm going to get it very wrong. So, Dr. Bernice King, if you're watching, I apologize for your father's quote I'm about to butcher. But it's something like, we can either gather together as friends or die together as fools. It's something like that. And that's what I heard you say about Northern Ireland. Is what I was trying to infer about community is that, everybody wants to be an American, but Americans, like, we just keep picking on each other, like picking at each other, picking on each other, while the rest of the world wants to be us. And we've got to find our better angels. We got to find what are we all good at, and how do we share the prosperity. I love that Nextdoor, a for-profit and for-purpose company, continues to do well. We want to vote. All of us should vote for that kind of capitalism to win.
Absolutely.
Because when they win, you win. I mean, that is literally taking it down to the community level.
It's literally doing it together, too.
It's doing it together. And they're trying, this is not done yet, but they're now talking about how do you actually help the struggling family that doesn't have $400 in savings to monetize some of that stuff in the garage.
Right.
How do you...
Don't laugh. I will tell you that business, right? We call it for sale and free, and we actually don't have a business model behind it right now. We just think it's good for communities.
Right.
But we see, sit on your seat, $2 billion per month put on Nextdoor, and that's just the for sale piece.
Per month? I was going to say, I see people using it, Sarah. I want to tell you, people are using it, at least on my...
Per month?
Yeah.
Per month. And that is just, you're exactly right. That's, you clean out your garage, clean out the cupboard in your bedroom, whatever it is.
Right.
It's a great way to, if you're in the cleaning mode, but it's also a great way, frankly, if you want to make a bit of extra cash. Like, a lot of people are very strapped right now. It's a great way to create extra cash, and it's a great way to help those people in your neighborhood. And we've actually linked it to nonprofits as well. So if I want to sell the thing, like I just sold some old networking equipment that I had in my house because I'm in the eternal hole of making my Wi-Fi work. And I sent all the profits to the local school, the PTA, because you know what, we have a big digital divide, and I want to make sure every kid has a laptop because that's the only way they're getting schooling right now. So there is lots of ways communities can create these great cycles. And frankly, all we're doing is what people have done for hundreds of years in communities, but we're now lifting it up to be on a technology platform too.
Doing good at scale.
That's right.
Sarah Fry.
We love this, Sarah. We could talk to you for much longer, but we're out of time for today. But it's been fantastic to have this conversation and to talk about Nextdoor, but also to see you. I wanted to talk about women on boards, and we didn't get there. So will you promise to come back?
Next time for sure. And don't forget to neighbor, right? Neighboring is a verb.
Neighbor is a verb. It means action, right? Verbs mean action. Love that. I love that. Thank you so much. We so appreciate you, Sarah.
Peace and light.
Thank you. Take care. Appreciate you too.
At Truist, we believe that serving the underserved is an absolute priority.
Truist stands for better.
Rebuilding our economy in a way that works for all is a sure way of improving our communities and the lives of everyone.
And we believe that everyone should have access to quality financial services and advice.
That means we stand for opportunity for all.
Financial dignity and security are not just for the lucky few.
We know that the well-being of all people is closely linked to financial confidence and security.
This work is meaningful, important, and urgent.
Our bedrock purpose is to inspire lives and build better communities.
We know that our clients' well-being is closely linked to financial confidence and security, and we're here to help make it happen.
Together, we can make that happen.
Truist is honored to be included in helping find and implement strategies that will work. Together, we can make a difference for all.
It costs you $55,000 a year in Georgia to keep somebody in jail.
Okay.
You can give them a college degree
for 10
at Georgia State for $10,000 a year. you can give them a business license and a trade at Atlanta Technical College for $1,500 a year. 98% of the people that go into that institution come out with a job.
Right.
Now you take the guy who has comes out with a job with a skill as an air conditioning maintenance man. See, but he's got to have a truck.
Right.
He's got to have, a client base.
Right.
And as he grows it, he needs to be able to go back to the bank and say, look, my son or my neighbor has been partnering with me. We got more than the customers that we need. I need a new truck and a new set of materials, set of tools.
Yep.
And he ought to be able to get it with a signature.
Yep.
See, and it's what we have to do to grow this economy out of the coronavirus. I mean, if we don't, we're going to look awful bad in history.
Right.
The greatest society in the world at the time was destroyed by a virus that it could not even see.
And that virus may be not the coronavirus, but our own ignorance and our own lack of enlightenment. And I'm inspired by leaders that you and I both know. There's a new group called Shopify that's going to do something pretty amazing for black empowerment, black business, which speaks to the philosophies that you talked about of growing black business from the bottom up and everybody winning. I'm going to end my comments here. It's been such an incredible conversation spanning civil rights and civil rights and the first Reconstruction after the Civil War, the second Reconstruction during the Civil Rights Movement, and what I call the third Reconstruction now, which is economic empowerment and opportunity through leveling the playing field. But it takes a team. And you and Carolyn are a team, and God rest her soul, you and Jean were a team. And every successful group that succeeds, when you go to buy a company, you don't buy buildings, you buy a management team. Everything has a team. And when you buy a house, when you bought your house, you made it a house, she turned it into a home. And I'm thinking about to the team of you and your wife and the average family watching this. If you're coming up from nothing, I want you to think about how one person makes the money to live, the other person should, if they make any income, to take that money to invest. And that's how you build wealth. So one person's paying for living expenses, the other person is reinvesting that in a home and business or stocks or whatever to invest. So you have to have, again, two strong personalities adding unique things to the mix. Ambassador Young was married to Jean Charles Young, mother of his children, and he just become a UN ambassador.
The importance of your partner in this, I believe in marriage. And I've been married twice, 40 years to my first wife, 25 years to my second wife after my first wife died of cancer. But going back into her hometown, one of her boyfriends from high school had gone to Vietnam. And when we went back to her father's funeral, we saw him and she says...
No, hold on. You were just minted as the United Nations.
I was in the
ever,
United Nations ambassador.
First ever black.
Yeah. And she said, "Oh my God," she said, "that used to be my boyfriend," and I was not thinking and just being my arrogant self. I said, "I guess you're glad you didn't marry him." And she said, "Shit, if I had married him, he would have been the ambassador to the United Nations." But Coretta Scott King used to say that about Martin,
right?
That if he had married any of the girls he was dating in college, you never would have heard his name. But she could say that because her house was burned down by the Klan when she was 15. And her daddy taught her at 15 years old to kneel down and pray and thank God that they were not in there. And then to thank God that they were not born of this kind of hatred, and to pray that they would be able to forgive and never feel any anger and bitterness toward the people who destroyed their home. So they came out of suffering and a nonviolent environment.
You've just witnessed a moment in history, a collection of wisdoms from civil rights, social justice, dignity for all, to what I call silver rights, and an opportunity for us all to come up. We thank Ambassador Andrew Young for his service. Hi, this is John Hope Bryant, founder of Operation Hope. Welcome to the Hope Global Forum Annual Meeting 2020. Reset of America, healing a nation, opportunity for all. Before we get to my friend Doug McMillan, I want to just thank Ambassador Andrew Young. You saw a short outtake of probably the most incredible 2.5-hour session I've had with him, and in the entire time I've been with him. He's here with us here at the forum. You'll get a chance to see him later at the close, but that's an American icon. I mean, he's the last living lieutenant of Dr. King in the world, and the only mayor mentored by Dr. King. He's just an icon. He's the closest thing we have to Nelson Mandela, and it puts chills down my spine every time I talk to him. And if I want to go move from my right brain, Ambassador Young, to my left brain, it'll put chills down my spine and talk about Doug McMillan. That should shock you. There's a lot of people I admire, and he doesn't know I'm going to say this, but the son of Laura and Morris. Morris McMillan went to Vietnam and was a dentist. I believe they grew up in Memphis, Tennessee, and then moved from Memphis, I think, to Bentonville. There's so many. We don't even have time for this conversation. We're going to have to break this into pieces. But like when Ambassador Young says the coincidence is God's way of staying anonymous, this is Doug's life. He's CEO, yes, let me get this out of the way, Chief Executive Officer of the largest retailer in the world. I believe they're number one on the Fortune 500 list. The largest employer of black people in the world, who started Walmart not as a C-suite later, not recruited from an Ivy League university, started as a summer associate or as an associate. And so he moved, again, this is magic. He moved, it's magic, but it also it's instructive. Moved from, I believe, Memphis, Tennessee, at some point got to Bentonville, Arkansas, where he got the internship. Got the associate job. So zip codes matter, orientation matters, culture matters. I mentioned in my last book that if Steve Jobs was adopted from a family on the south side of Detroit, a single parent household, and not adopted by the Jobs family in Silicon Valley, we may not have it. We wouldn't have Apple, I don't believe. You wouldn't have an iPad. You wouldn't have iPhones. You wouldn't have a lot of the technology we have today. If Laura and Morris hadn't brought Doug to Bentonville, and then he hadn't got that summer job, and then that led to a position at Sam's Club and other roles, and him coming up the roles and having people see him for all his potential, you would not have, in my opinion, one of the most enlightened CEOs in the world. Welcome, Doug McMillon.
John, don't set that bar too high.
No, I'm going to set it very high for you. I'm going to start. I'm going to start out. And by the way, probably your best quality is your wife. Please tell her I said hello.
That's for sure.
Behind every successful man is an exhausted woman. You lead this company. You could be disconnected. You could be arrogant. You could be obnoxious. You could be important, whatever that means. You decide to be human instead. You decide to take the mission seriously and not so much yourself. You're always being encouraging and looking for opportunities. And I'm going to tell a quick story, and then I'm going to say why I hold you in such high regard and hold you to such a high standard, and then we'll open up this conversation. I want every minute to count, so I want you to talk, not me. But context matters. When we first met, you asked me, are you doing anything with Walmart? I don't know if you remember that. And I said, no, not really. I didn't ask you for anything. I didn't want anything from you. I just thought you were a nice guy. But you were curious. Was everybody getting opportunity? I mean, are you being treated well by our corporation? Have you been whatever it is you're doing? Are you getting a fair shot? That was subtle, but it was important for the CEO to say that. I could have walked through that door, but I didn't. I thought there was a larger conversation that we needed to have about everybody else. And as we began to talk and get to know each other, magic would happen in different conversations. You asked me one time, would I join a diversity and inclusion, racial equity conversation? I said, Doug, I'm black. I think I get it, right? And he's like, yeah, I get it, but maybe you could, and he was really smart about this. Maybe you could come in and help me understand what I'm missing. Okay, that was really smart.
I meant that.
Yeah, okay, whatever.
No, I meant that.
Okay, I know you wanted to lie, but I learned. So this is the point was, whether you knew it or not, I learned what I didn't think I needed to learn. I came to this session with 2 days. And at the end of it, there's a lot going on there, but at the end of it, Doug was the entire day for 2 days, the CEO of the largest retailer in the world now. And he had his people who he staked and people who he's done business with on his side, and he had also other white executives, and he had some prominent black executives, and then people like me on the other. And we all learned. At the end of it, one of the questions was, and I've asked this question to other executives now, have you ever thought about being white? Everybody who was white says, no, I never thought about it at all. Black people, you ever thought about being black? These are very successful black people all the time, every 28 minutes. There you go. There is a microcosm of the challenges that we see, that people are looking at life through completely different lenses. And as chairman of the Business Roundtable, you now have an opportunity to export this care and thought to influence, as Dan Schulman said in the session before this, some of the biggest companies in the world. One last thing, and I want you to talk about what you're doing with associates and what you're doing in your stores and what you're doing with communities to level this playing field and what your thoughts are personally about the moment that we're in. But I challenged you one day privately to be what I call a Woodruff-era leader. Remember that, Doug?
Yes, sir.
And you actually took the challenge. You said I'd be honored to. And so for those who don't know, Robert Woodruff was the CEO of Coca-Cola. Make a long story short, Dr. King was coming back from the Nobel Peace Prize. He had won it. Leaders in Atlanta didn't want to honor him, business leaders. The mayor, just real quick so we can get to Doug, the mayor went to the CEO of Coke, who then went to the former CEO of Coke, who had this credibility he was out hunting, Robert McMillon, and said, we have a problem. Robert came back, got all the business leaders in his office and said, now look, I don't care whether you like Dr. King or you don't. I don't care whether you like this moment or you don't. Of course, change is uncomfortable. But this man has won the most important award in the world. And we're a global supply chain company. So if you don't respect that this needs to be respected, we're going to move out of this little backwards town and go someplace where people have some sense. Move out of Atlanta. Well, within 2 weeks, of course, all those folks are doing business with Coca-Cola. Within 2 weeks, the ballroom was full. No one knew he did it. It was never broadcast. And Dr. King, in the short term, did not know what had happened. But he used his balance sheet and his budget and his credibility to help to get people see the benefit of their better angels. And Atlanta, Coca-Cola, of course, has benefited from that type of leadership. I would like to see that today. And I think you and others have the opportunity to be a Woodruff-like leader. Doug, tell me what's on your mind and some of the great stuff that you're up to at Walmart. And what bothers you?
Yeah, first of all, I'd say I'm really enjoying getting to know you, and I see your light and appreciate the impact and influence that you're having on me, and basically don't want to miss this shot. Like Hamilton comes to mind. My faith would tell me I only get one life here, and I want to serve and make a difference and don't want to miss an opportunity to make things better holistically. And I have found myself, as you described with the move to Bentonville, being part of a company that has the place in the world to make a difference. And I've seen it happen. And when we're at our best, we have strong values, we have a clear purpose, we really do make a difference. So as it relates to racial equity specifically, clearly there was work happening inside the company forever, always, progress made. It starts there. If you don't do everything you should do within the company, you don't have much of a voice and a right to speak. And we're not perfect here and have a lot of work to do. And to unlock everything that needs to be unlocked so that we can get there, the leaders, starting with me, have to keep listening and learning. And that's why I wanted you to come to the Racial Equity Institute, why I went through it twice, why I'll probably go through it again, and why I'll do other things. Because I am learning. I didn't think about being white. I now see the world a completely different way, understand a part of history that I didn't understand before, and feel like I'm making progress in that journey, and I'm trying to lead the company to be a better company. Beyond that, working at Walmart, we have the opportunity to leverage the core business to make a bigger difference outside economically and in other ways. And we've done that more effectively with environmental sustainability than we've done as it relates to the social side of things and racial equity specifically. But what happened with George Floyd and so many others before and after gave us a moment to step forward more aggressively during this pliable moment where so many Americans, all kinds of people said enough is enough. We need to understand these issues and we need to put some of this stuff behind us, acknowledge the truth and put some of this stuff behind us. That gave us this moment to step forward more boldly. So together with our African American Officer Caucus and others in the company, we are doing that. So focused on 4 systems: financial system, educational system, healthcare system, and criminal justice. We're looking for our policies, where our purchase orders go, where our money goes, all those kinds of things to try and make progress on those systems. We also put together a Center for Racial Equity and funded it with $100 million, which will help some. But I think this core systems work, getting at groundwater issues when we can, but certainly shaping those complex systems in the way that they're interrelated, gives us an opportunity to use Walmart to do good for the country and more broadly. And that's what we're trying to do.
So, Doug, it strikes me that you coming to work at Walmart as an associate at an early age allowed you to see the struggle of other working class people who had too much money at the end of their money and have compassion for those people. And you bring that with you to this job. So I can see the resonance there and why you understand the struggles of others. In fact, I'll go one step further and say, if you grew up in Memphis and you grew up in the South, basically, you probably understood the struggles of our poor white brothers and sisters more than you understood the struggles or saw the struggles of our black and brown urban brothers and sisters, just because that's the environment that you grew up in. And I sometimes we forget that there are 3 groups of people who've been aggrieved in this country and left behind: Native American Indians, African Americans, and what we call poor whites, the struggling white population that came from Britain as indentured servants. The difference was that they were allowed to continue as indentured servants and blacks became slaves, even though they ran off together. People don't realize blacks and whites actually ran off together to get away from their oppressor. And in order to break that friendship up, the oppressor in the early 1600s gave when they caught all three, 2 whites and 1 black, they gave the 2 whites a couple more years of indentured servitude, but they gave the black a life sentence. That was the beginning of slavery, effectively. And then they recreated the word white to differentiate the poor white and align them up, and to create black as this outlier effect that you then had to look down at. So we've had these poor whites and poor blacks almost unintentionally fighting at each other when really they should be brothers and sisters. They have the same struggle. Blacks more so because of slavery, but the same struggle, or similar struggles. But we're spending all this energy throwing rocks at each other. And if I didn't know you, I'd say, well, you understand the struggling white, rural white dilemma, and a lot of your stores are serving these groups, these populations. But how do you understand the black dilemma? How do you understand where the compassion and empathy for what black America's coming from and through? Where'd that come from? Because I don't get that lineage. You picked it up somewhere. Was that mom and dad?
Yeah, faith and a sense of fairness, and growing up participating in sports and having black friends to an extent.
Sports.
If you know what I mean. Yeah. Like, we were friends at school and on the court, but when we went home, we led separate lives.
Yeah.
Which bothers me now, because I could have done more to understand what was going on than I did at the moment. Yeah. But I do think your point about poverty is really super important. I mean, Dr. King's work underlines that same point, especially near the end, as he really started focusing on that as a root issue. Mm-hmm. I was in a store a few months ago, and a customer was talking to a store manager in a way that I knew something was wrong when I walked in the store. And I saw them standing in the action alley and walked over to listen in. And this customer happens to be a white mom, is upset because we're out of stock on some items that she desperately needs, that she buys all the time, that are lower price point items that we sell. We would call them an opening price point.
Okay.
And with the pandemic, we've had way too many out of stocks. The supply chain got stressed, and it put more pressure, as this whole experience has, on people that are disadvantaged than it did those of us that are advantaged in so many different ways. One of the ways is, if you had money and you knew what was going on, you stocked up early. And those that didn't have enough money at the end of the pay period, if they had a job, couldn't actually get what they needed, and they certainly couldn't afford premium products. Right. So she's letting the store manager have it. And as we engaged in a conversation with her, we later went on to hear and understand that she had $20 to make it till the end of the month. She had a developmentally disabled child who had been at home because school was closed, and she had a job and couldn't educate him, and her husband got laid off. She needed to buy gas. Just the stress of her life came out, and our store managers are sometimes counselors. That's what was happening in this case. That person could have been white, black, whatever. That common thread is one of the things we need to address, and I know that's a big part of your life's work. And in our case, we have a purpose that comes from our founder that says we save people money so they can live a better life, a better lifestyle. As Sam Walton was dying with cancer, that's what his words were to all the rest of us. The secret is, if we all work together, we can help people. And that's probably the primary reason I'm still here.
People forget, Doug, that Walmart was once founded by a poor white gentleman with a high school education, a pickup truck, and a storefront. And it's now, of course, become Walmart, but it was just his little vision made real. It's like that is the ultimate up from nothing story, and you guys have kept a lot of that fiber with you as you've grown. And there, of course, there's more poor whites in America during Dr. King's day and today than anybody else. Somehow black people became the poster child for poverty, but really there are more poor whites than anybody else. We're all in this mess together. And if you're middle class, you feel like you're poor with too much month at the end of your money. And that's why I think Walmart does a great job of leveling the cost basis playing field for most Americans. You've transformed that for communities. I think you've done things for associates, though, during this pandemic to give them a break. Specifically, Doug, what have you done for associates during the COVID crisis and the economic crisis, and for, if you want to extend on that, communities and that you serve?
Yeah, we were probably late in February, early in March, when it became clear to us there were 5 priorities that we had to have through the pandemic. In the beginning, John, it was really chaotic. We had stores in China. We kind of saw this coming in early January, but it didn't really start to sink in how significant this was until the beginning of February. And after scrambling, 24/7 to make decisions for a week or two, we were like, wait a minute, what are we trying to do here? Goal 1 became support our associates on the front line and keep them safe.
Yeah.
Goal 2, keep the supply chain moving, help customers. If they can't buy food, we're really going to have a problem as a country. They got to have a supply chain. Yeah. Number 3, help others. We knew we were going to have stores that were open and cash flow. So forgiving rents at the front of the store and stuff like that, extend terms for suppliers. Step 4, manage the business. Don't find yourself in a cash crunch or an inventory problem and harm the business during a crisis. And then 5, if you have any bandwidth left, try to make progress on the strategy that you had when you started the year. Okay. The first one was the associate. So associates needed money. They needed emotional care and appreciation. Mm-hmm. But maybe first they needed safety.
Yep.
So the focus was on distancing, PPE, change the store hours, clean, all the things that we did, the leave policy. If you need to take care of a loved one, think you might be sick, there were 3 categories, don't come to work. And we've ended up during the course of this year hiring 500,000 new associates to help fill hours because so many of our associates took leave.
Did you say 500,000?
Because they needed 500,000, 500,000 new associates, more than 400,000 of those in the United States alone. These are people that were working at an independent restaurant or somewhere and their job just disappeared overnight. We were a place that needed help. We had more grocery orders to pick in the store for pickup and delivery, which is a growing part of our business. We needed people. So our team figured out how to hire people in 24 hours, and it had been taking us 2 weeks.
Wow.
So they changed everything. They looked at the background check differently. They approached the whole process differently. And all of a sudden, we are hiring so many people through the first part of this year. So health and safety was first. Money was second. We've been raising wages over the last few years, would like to raise wages even more. Just recently, we announced another wave of increases for 180,000 people in the U.S. So we're trying to grow our sales, manage our margins, invest to compete in e-commerce, build an omni-channel business. And every time we get a chance, just keep bumping wages and benefits up. Don't take away cash bonuses. Don't take away equity match. We invest over $1 billion a year for people to own Walmart stock. I got a question in one media interview this year about, well, you're benefiting because the Walmart share price is going up. And I failed to answer the question well in the moment because I couldn't hear it very well. But we have over 250,000 Walmart associates that own Walmart stock. And
wow.
They are benefiting. Back to the point of wealth versus income.
That's right.
We want to build wealth for our associates, just like Sam Walton did with profit sharing when he initially set it up. So we've done some special cash bonuses, trying to protect the liquidity of the company while giving our associates as much as we can. So it starts with health and safety, then financial well-being, and then they need to be appreciated and supported. And there's this whole emotional and mental health aspect of getting up and going to work every day during a pandemic. You're worried about your safety, and so all of those things have been important to us.
Yeah, and I want to come back to something I thought was shocking, but it makes sense. You have stores around the world, so almost, you have as much intelligence and maybe even better than governments in signaling problems that are ping-ponging that may be a global issue coming from around the world. So you were able to see what was going on in China through your stores there, I'm assuming, before it even made its way here.
Right.
Oh, in January.
But I don't want you to think that we immediately knew in January how big of a deal this was going to be. I mean, in the beginning, it was like, what's happening? And China, this part of China is doing what? Our stores were closing. Our store managers, our country president in China all rushed in to help. And it took a few weeks for us to figure out just how significant this was going to be for all of us.
Yeah. And you guys pivoted really, really well. I know my family goes to Walmart every week because we feel safe. You practice social distancing. You respect your associates. People have a good attitude because they're reasonably compensated and feel that they are not just, as Wayne Hamilton there told me, a black employee has to feel not just needed, but they have to feel wanted. And that the CEO has to be accountable for that at the top. We know we're needed. We don't know we're wanted. It's a big difference. You're paying your people a living wage now, aren't you?
Oh, it depends. It depends on how you qualify a living wage. And we've got some roles like part-time cashiers that probably wouldn't qualify with most definitions. But I think here's the challenge.
But you're full-time people.
The way that I think of it is Walmart's a ladder.
Right.
And we want to have that first rung be at a position where you can get started.
Right.
If we go too fast on our minimum wage or the country's minimum wage and those lower rungs get eliminated, I think that'd be a problem. Right. So we think about part-time versus full-time, not just hourly wage, but cash compensation, quarterly bonus based on store performance, the whole suite of things.
Right.
And so what ends up happening is we've got about 75% of our store management that started as hourly. So we have a ton of people like me that just started at an hourly, wage, wanting a job for the summer or to make money for college or whatever, and they find themselves here 25 years later, and it's because they've climbed that ladder. So I think we're a system thinker. We're trying to create a meritocracy that is opportunity.
And a percentage of your associates also own stock, which you just mentioned, and share in the aspiration of the company. What are the things that you've learned in the COVID crisis? What things will stick that are just not temporary for right now? What is the sort of ahas that the lights that are on that you actually think is a reality in 2020, but good for business and good for America, or good for the world, you're a global company, and good for leadership?
The first thing that comes to mind is I guess human spirit. The ability to rise to an occasion. What I have seen our associates do has been amazing. One of the things that was important was that they saw leaders in the stores with them. We've got some people who've been able to work from home, but we've got the vast majority of our associates going to work with the public every day. So when we're out, beginning, middle, and end of this whole process, that inspiration that comes from having conversations with people that, when you don't know, because of how much uncertainty there was with this virus in the beginning, to what degree you're safe, and you just come to work anyway, and you put your face covering on, and you wash your hands, and you do all the deep cleaning at night, and you put up plexiglass, and you just serve people. And some of those people are stressed, unhappy, and we got out of stock, so you're getting chewed on by a customer who's upset for you. You're out of toilet paper. It's sometimes a challenge. And these people are just looking at us like, hey, we got this. Get us some toilet paper. Get us some hand sanitizer. Ship us some facial coverings. Right. But don't worry about us. We got this. We will open this store tomorrow, and it will run, and we will take care of people. So that's one thing. Corporately, kind of company type answer would all be about speed. Our leadership team has just been amazing. Pace of decisions. The problem they've got with me now is I've now seen how fast they can go.
That's right. Let's go.
So how do you keep people from getting worn out and fatigued through this whole process? That's obviously one of the things on my mind, because we've now shown ourselves just how creative we can be and how fast we can go.
Right. And in some ways you're a country. I mean, I can't turn on the TV without seeing Walmart being involved in one thing or another, just because of you're in every community and you're interacting with life and life's interacting with you. So given that you have your hand on the pulse of the nation, and I asked for it, by the way, because I knew I was going to enjoy this interview and the one coming after this as well. I was going to enjoy this so much. I asked for a little bit of stretch time, a little bit more time. I want to make sure my people that I do have some more time with you. I know you got a company to run, but they'll give me the high sign if I need to stop. But okay, so two quick, crisp questions. One, what does healing of a nation look like for you as CEO of Walmart, as an American, as a human being, as a person of spirit, of a soul, the children, the child of these great parents of yours? What does healing of a nation look like to you? Number two, what can the business roundtable do? What can business do? 90% of all jobs come from the private sector. 100% of all legitimate wealth comes from free enterprise. Can we have Woodruff era leaders today?
We've got to. I think the future of our country is at stake, and it's really weird to sincerely feel that way. Growing up thinking that America was so strong, and in many ways we are, and I'm proud to be an American, but we are imperfect, and our history is flawed, and this situation is more fragile than what it would have appeared to me at an earlier age. So the healing of a nation to me looks like the overlap of a Venn diagram. And many Americans feel like that overlap is shallow. And it's my experience that it's not at all shallow. We have so much more in common than we do different. We want to take care of our families. We want our kids to have a better life than we did. All of those things we share. As you mentioned earlier, if you can look past some of the things that we're somehow distracted with today as differences and see what's in common, to me that's the key. And I don't think we can rely on Congress to do that for us. I think the people have to do it. We just have to say that's enough. This divisiveness that is being caused by whatever, media, government, foreign countries, whatever it is, we are in the position to say that's enough. I'm going to love my neighbor. And by the way, everybody's my neighbor.
That's right.
And we're all in the same boat. I heard you say earlier today, if you and I are in the same boat and the hole's near me, you need to care about the hole in my boat because it's our boat. Our country is our boat. That's right. And it's got holes in it, and we got to come together and fix it. Business Roundtable is an organization of the largest companies in the country, 200 or so. And I've been involved for a few years now, and I can tell you that these leaders are capable and they want to do good. And recently, it's been over a year ago now, this group came out with a definition of a corporation that has a multi-stakeholder view. Communities matter, the planet matters, our associates matter, of course our customers matter, shareholders matter, but we're trying to design a system that benefits all of them and make decisions that help everybody because that's the best, what's in the best interest of the business in the long term. The shareholders do better if you have a long-term multi-stakeholder view. That's the case that we're trying to make. And so, we leaned in on racial equity, even getting into policing reform, which businesses would not generally be as involved in as we've been because we care about this country. If this country does not do well, our businesses are not going to do well, and we want to help in every way that we can help. So that's what we're trying to do.
Well, as we wrap up, you just confirmed my gut about you again. And I'm going to encourage every leader that's watching this, every leader in the making that's watching this, every community that's watching this, every leader from government, community, and the private sector watching this, to be inspired by this interview and from the largest company on the Fortune 500 list saying that racism is really bad for business. It's bad for your spirit too, but it's also bad for business. We just need to knock all this off. Just knock it off, and let's get on with the business of being each other's neighbors. It's more profitable and it makes you feel better too. Thank you very much, Doug.
Well said. Thanks, John.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Rachel Hood, and I'm a financial wellness coach with Operation Hope in New York City. I run Hope Inside Launch and Grow, powered by CIT, and we empower women entrepreneurs with the tools and support that they need to launch and grow their small businesses. I've been a coach here at Operation Hope for about 5 years, and my favorite thing about this work is the relationships. Operation Hope did something really special by allowing coaches the time and space and resources to really be there for our clients. They really didn't limit what we could do. They said instead, as long as you're working on your goals, we're here to support you. And it allows us as coaches to build real relationships with our clients and assist them in taking meaningful steps to meet their goals. I love my job because not only do we make a difference, but we get to celebrate right alongside our clients, which makes for really great days at work. I have had so many wonderful clients over the years that have done so many incredible things. But I remember one of our graduates from the Hope Inside Launch and Grow program told me that she had been making body butters for friends and family for a while and wanted to just explore making it a more formal business. Now, at the same time, she's a nurse, so she's on the front lines battling COVID. She joined our program and was able to get one-on-one coaching and have the support of a whole group of women entrepreneurs. Since then, she's gone on to create her website, set up her branding, and start selling more broadly. Initially, she was just, I'm going to think about this. But being part of the Launch and Grow program really was so inspirational. It made her more certain that she could follow her dreams, and she did.
Welcome back to the Hope Global Forum. I'm John Hope Bryant, founder of Operation Hope, resetting a nation, resetting America, healing our souls and healing a nation, opportunity for all. I could be talking about this forum, I could be talking about the NFL because the NFL and that shield is embedded in our spirit. And I'm about to introduce somebody who really could do this session all by himself. He's that cool, he's that comfortable, and he's that courageous. Ladies and gentlemen, introducing formally my friend Roger Goodell, the commissioner for the NFL. He's the 8th Chief Executive Officer of the NFL, having recently completed his 100th season. Under Commissioner Goodell's leadership, the NFL has focused on improvements to player health and safety, benefits for retired players, thank you, the league's personal conduct policy, expanding social responsibility initiatives, and diversity in hiring practices. None of that explains Roger Goodell. It does explain what he's been up to, some of it. Roger is one of those people you want to hug, not shake their hands when you see him, which just makes this difficult, this moment we're in now, really tough. But he's got this sharp intellect, but this warm spirit. You just feel immediately like he's your friend, and he's not playing a game with you. He's authentic. And I also like that Roger doesn't tell you what you want to hear. If Roger likes you and believes in you, he'll tell you. If he thinks you're full of mess, he'll tell you that too, which probably got him in some trouble. But it also gives you more credibility because people know where you stand. We've got a partnership together, the NFL and Operation Hope. They selected us to be part of their economic empowerment agenda well before the issue with George Floyd and his social justice reckoning. He was ahead of schedule, ahead of where the nation was. And then when all this happened, well, even before this happened, they renewed the commitment because they thought it was so important. And I want to give Jed York some credit for being the first team within the NFL to match what was being done at the national level. But really, Roger, in some ways, spiritually and emotionally, this is one of the most important conversations I could have with any leader, because the National Football League is embedded into the soul and the psyche of America herself. And it's the one. Let me stop, by the way. That's the coolest office. I thought that Dan Schulman's office was cool enough. I'm just going to come. I don't know. We're not going to lunch at a restaurant. We're not. When I come there, when we can find a meeting, I'm coming to your office.
John, you're welcome right here. And I just want to make sure, first, thank you for your really nice comments. I want to make sure all of the listeners today realize that I am not 100 years old, okay? The league is 100 years old. I have not been here that entire time in this office, but I've been privileged to be there when we celebrate our 100th birthday, as you mentioned, and it's a thrill to be here with you today too, John, as always.
Yep, no, honored to have you with us. And you're sitting really in a moment in history. And you have this 400-year-old social justice reckoning for Black America. You have a global health pandemic with COVID-19. We have this economic crisis, all three of which has affected your brand, your business, your players. You got to think about all that with folks in the stands and communities you serve. But as I go back to my original comment, the NFL is in many ways the soul of this country, and or shares the soulfulness of this country. And it's the one place where sports, where people could come together, black and white, rich and poor, a billionaire next to a millionaire, next to somebody trying to buy some air. Republicans and Democrats, and everybody would get along for a few hours, rooting, at least on that side of the stadium, for the same team. And you now find yourself in a more complicated world. Why did you think that it was important to lean into the moment versus just standing back and letting the moment pass you by? Do you see the NFL as part of the soul of this country and playing a role in our healing?
John, you know, I've always looked at the National Football League as a unifier. To your point, we bring people together, and people from different backgrounds, whether it's on the field, in our locker rooms, or whether it's our fan base, which is 200 million people. Wow. And so we have to play that role, and we want to play that role. And I've always said to our staff and to our membership and to our players, really, that we are in a leadership position, and we accept that with humility, but also the responsibility that comes with that, to make sure that we're doing things the right way. I don't think today's world that we're living in, you mentioned all the things that are going on around us, I don't think anyone, either as an individual, as a corporation, or an organization, can sit back and not lean in and not help make the world a better place. We all need to, and we all have to do what we can. Certain people can do certain things really well. Certain organizations can do well. Yeah. I know the National Football League has made a difference in our history at various stages. We've helped heal our nation after 2001, 9/11. We certainly have played a role in different parts of our history, and I think we will be seen that way again as we work through these challenges that we're going through right now. And we will be better off. We will come through this better. But all of us are going to have to find a way to contribute to that, to make that happen. And we have a saying around here, it takes all of us. And I believe that. It takes all of us.
This is certainly not a popularity contest sometimes, leadership. As I think about good leaders, you know, Abraham Lincoln did not have a popularity contest. He barely got elected. And he had people who loved him and people, of course, who meant him harm. And then you can fast forward to, Madam C.J. Walker, all the sort of the heroes and sheroes of the civil rights movement. You go to Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., my mentor, Ambassador Young. I mean, Ambassador Young became mayor. His friends picketed him at the city hall the day after he was elected. His friends. Yep. You have Dr. King would show up at a city, at an airport. The mayor wouldn't meet him. The people I've just mentioned that when he got the Nobel Peace Prize, the business community in Atlanta didn't want to honor him. Other members of the civil rights community resented him or were jealous of him. He couldn't win. But he knew he was doing the right thing. And of course, history has treated him well. You don't have the benefit of hindsight. You're in the middle of it. And let's just talk about the elephant in the room, because I know you're comfortable with every conversation. You had players who took a knee. You had Colin Kaepernick. You had this social movement within the ranks of the NFL that was really really in many ways a signal of challenges to come. Mm-hmm. Let me give my context on this, and then you can amplify or disagree or whatever in way you want. But as a black man myself, coming from Compton, California, and being homeless in South Central, I always think about all those I left behind in what we call the hood, the neighborhood. My guess is there are a lot of players got these contracts. They're basically, gladiator celebrities today. They're rock stars in their communities and around the world. They have these contracts. They're successful, but they feel they've left all their problems and all their friends and family behind, and they can't help them. They can't bring them in the locker room. They can't bring them into their net worth. And I feel that taking a knee, for lack of a better description, when they saw this injustice happening, was almost the only thing they thought they could do to bring attention to a problem that was affecting so many. They didn't know what else to do. They didn't have any other tools to use, which is why I think this economic piece that you're doing now and other things, giving people something to do meaningfully is so important. But let me back up. Do you think I hit that right, that this was something that...
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, I hit you. You hit it exactly right. People forget that our players are human beings. They come from communities. They come from families. They are fathers, they're brothers, they're sons. They're human beings, and they are remarkable human beings. Not just, for what they do on the field. What I admire most about our players is not the skills on the field, it's the men that they are.
Yeah.
It's more than, I have a responsibility back to my community. They care deeply about it, John. They with their heart and soul. And, when Colin and Eric Reed and Kenny Stills and Anquan Bolden and Malcolm Jenkins, all players, and going back to 2014, our players have always stood up and brought attention to issues that need focus and need attention. And they have that platform, and they used it. And I admired that. And that started a really important dialogue that really helped a lot of us understand better what's going on in those communities. For one, I'm first to say it, it's hard to imagine some of the things that we've seen played out on our screens. We see it on video now, but listening to our players, I felt it. I went with them on ride-alongs. I went with them into the communities. I went to a bail hearing, and we really had an opportunity to understand, is our system, there are lots of things wrong with the system, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's only wrong if we sit and we accept that and don't do something to change it. And so that was the commitment we made several years ago with our players, is to work with the Players Coalition and to help fund their efforts, as well as efforts of many great organizations like yours, John.
Thank you.
And also really be focused on those four key pillars, really, which was economic advancement, education, policing and communities, and criminal justice reform.
Mm-hmm.
All of those things that's where our focus has been. But we've also gone beyond that, John, and you've seen it playing out right now. It was one of the things the players really wanted to do. And a focus for them last summer was, how do we get people out to vote? Everybody has a vote.
Aren't you using your stadiums as polling places?
We are. We're using 16 of our stadiums. We offered all of them, all 30 of them. But the various entities would have to approve that in each community. But 16 of our stadiums will be used as polling places. Sometimes while games are going on, by the way.
Wow.
But we think that that's great, because what we're trying to do is encourage America to participate and to be part of the solution by exercising your vote. That's our given right as Americans, and we all need to do it. And so we have been working to register people to come out. We've been working to educate them so that they have the best information to make a choice however they wish, and to go ahead and go to the polls and actually pull the levers and make sure that they're doing it. But I want to make one other point here. It's not just this election. It's just not a presidential election. Really, some of the most impactful elections, as you know, particularly when you get into criminal justice reform and policing, those things are really, to a large extent, done locally.
Yep.
So the mayor and the county executive and maybe sometimes the governor, but those things are really important for us to be involved with, to understand what's on the ballot, get involved, and make sure that we're putting people in place that are going to drive the things that we believe in.
I'm getting almost more questions from the floor for you than anybody else. I'm trying to respond to not only what I wanted to ask you, but some of these questions. And one of them is, what do you say to those fans who want the players to stop, who want the players to stop kneeling and to just stop talking about social justice and just play? I mean, again, being you must be like Chinese water torture or something, or like ready fire herding cats. You can't make it. There's no way to make everybody happy. How did you respond to that?
It just goes back to your point about leadership. To me, I don't come in here every day and sit at this desk to try to make people happy. What I do is try to do the right thing.
That's right.
And try to do what's right for not just the NFL, but for our communities that we live in. And so for me, our players have a voice. They have a platform. They should exercise that. I want to make it clear to everybody who may be listening here, I certainly understand those who come to watch a football game. But remember here, these are men that have families and have been impacted directly by these issues who are bringing attention to that. They are not, and I want to be really clear with this, they're not being unpatriotic.
That's right.
This is not against the flag.
That's right.
These young men care deeply about what's happening in their community, and this is the attention they're trying to bring it to it. But more importantly, it goes beyond the attention, John. As you know, bringing attention to an issue and not having an impact on the change that's needed to get us to a better place in our communities and our society and is really sort of a lost opportunity. So these guys are committed. It's not just what we're doing, the Players Coalition, and committing, the $250 million over 10 years and, and the work that we're doing, that all the attention we're bringing to it through Inspire Change. It's actually being there and meeting with legislators, meeting with mayors, meeting with chiefs of police, and really effectuating change on a local level that is making our communities better. And that's what makes me proud. And we're doing it with the players and the league and the clubs and the owners, everyone pulling together, and along with great partners that we have as part of our social change, that really we are leading ourselves to a better place. And we're trying to do our part and more. And I think all of us have to do more.
This issue of taking a knee, I think that the players I've spoken to see this as not only not being patriotic, they actually think they're being very patriotic. They think that they're living up to the creed of the very values that America and her founders were founded on, and the Bill of Rights, the really the vaulted values of our Constitution, the soaring rhetoric of freedom and justice for all. And Dr. King and Ambassador Andrew Young, who is here, his aide, the only living aide still with us in the world, they would consciously disobey what they thought were unjust laws. They notified the sheriff before they showed up. They weren't trying to create trouble. They said, we're coming to town. We're going to protest civil disobedience. We're not going to make any trouble, but we are going to make ourselves known, and we're going to take a knee. We're going to sit down. We're going to protest. We're going to sit in because we think that attention needs to be directed toward this injustice. It's an unjust law, X, Y, and Z, having separate water fountains or whatever the thing was at that time. But they fully expected they would be arrested. They fully expected that the local courts would prosecute them. And they just believed that by the time it got to the Supreme Court, that Supreme thought would take heed, and they were right about that. And they also got the media's attention. But it was designed to bring out the best in us, Roger. But rainbows only follow storms. You cannot have a rainbow without a storm first. So I think that if people would just step back for a minute, they can see that these players had good intentions. We can argue about whether it's the right strategy, but it was the best of intentions. And now taking a knee is being, I believe, replaced with taking a position and taking back their communities. Can you talk a little bit about the Inspire Change Initiative and what you're doing there.
Yeah, John, because when we're demonstrating, we're bringing attention to things that need to be addressed and that things that are wrong. And I think the thing that individuals, organizations all struggle with, okay, what do we do to help?
Right.
How do we help lead to that change that we all want?
Right.
We all want to stop racism. We all want to stop oppression of people. We all want to provide opportunities and bring equality to everybody in our communities. How do we do it? And so our effort was to come under this banner of Inspire Change, which is our efforts not just to partner with others who are doing great work in those communities, but bring attention to the great things that are happening in our communities, the things that aren't so great in our communities, but inspire us all to try to be part of that change, part of that movement to make a better community. And, we have that platform, and that's really important for us to use that. Our players will do it, but we really want to go back to the fact that we have to go beyond the demonstrations and go into actually doing the hard work in communities. And that's what our players are doing. That's what makes me so proud.
Yeah.
Our players, our owners, the league, we're all going in and we're trying to make changes in our communities that are, to me, are sustainable, they're impactful, and they are incredibly needed in our communities. If you go in there and you see it, you go to a bail bond hearing, you just can't believe your eyes.
Yep.
You can't believe what you're watching, and that's not justice. And so how do we effectuate that? We're a football league, but it's going to community leaders and talking about what can we do to make a better system.
Yeah, oftentimes today justice feels like just us. And to rationalize is to tell rational lies. And we've got to find a different way to operate because, as I've said earlier, blaming your problems on your neighbor doesn't solve any of your problems or even make you any richer. You're no better off. And it doesn't solve, it just makes things worse. So we've got to become better neighbors and see that we're all bounded together. Racism is just bad for business. To be honest, it's bad for your heart. It's bad for business.
There's no place for it, period.
There's no place for it, period.
And hey, same with hate. And we've talked about it a little bit in our time, but I grew up in Washington, D.C. in the 60s. My dad was in the Senate at the time. And, I saw what was going on with the civil rights movement. I saw what's going on with anti-war movements. And I would walk home from school and there'd be police and, authorities all over the streets. What's different today to me, John, though, is that it's everyone pulling together. White people, black people, brown people, Asian people. Everybody's sort of saying, this is not right.
Yeah.
We got to fix it. And frustrations of why we haven't to date. And so I really believe we're at a moment here where real change is going to happen, and we want to be part of that.
As we wrap up, with the last couple of minutes we have here together, Roger, I admire your courage, man. You remind me of something. There's a couple of things I'd like to say. I'd rather you respect me and learn to like me than like me and never respect me, number one. Number two, talk without being offensive, listen without being defensive, and always leave even your adversary with their dignity. If you don't, they'll spend the rest of their life trying to make you miserable. You seem to apply both of those things to your life. You just sort of brush things off, and you rise above continually, even when you're not being treated fairly. Where does that inner constitution come from in you? Where did you get your sense of fairness and decency and fair play? Why do you care so much about somebody who is in a different socioeconomic state than you? You don't need this job. You don't need to do this. You can leave tomorrow. Why? Why bother?
Well, a couple things. I go back to my parents. I think that's my foundation. I've just been really fortunate to have wonderful people around me. I lost both my parents way too early, but they were incredible influences on me. And my father, I'll tell you this story quickly, was a U.S. Senator. He replaced Bobby Kennedy in the 60s when he was assassinated. And he decided to come out against the Vietnam War. And that was one of his first acts, because he frankly had heard this from many college students going around New York State, and Cornell in particular. And I remember him coming home and sitting all of us, and I'm one of 5 boys, John, and sat with my mother and my father. And my dad explained he's going to introduce legislation to end the Vietnam War. He was a liberal Republican. He knew that he would get a negative reaction from President Nixon. I think he underestimated that reaction, by the way. And they came after him. And he said, I will lose the election in 70 because of this.
Wow.
And he loved public service. He loved being a United States Senator. He loved being in Congress. He was 9 years in the House before that. But he did it because it was right. And he introduced that legislation, and it's proven to be right. That from that moment on, I understood that you have to do things on principle. You have to the courage to do things that are right, regardless of the consequences. Whether you lose your job or you lose your position, that's not important. What's important is you do the right thing. And so that was really the foundation for me that drives me every day here. I also have a really deep belief in this institution, the National Football League. I believe in the power that it has to change lives for the better. Just playing this season, John, as an example. We've worked really hard in the off season to change everything we do, to adapt, to do it safely for everybody, from players to coaches to our personnel to our fans. And we had to do that, and you had to throw everything upside down and do it again. And playing was a part of that message that we can live with this virus. We can operate effectively with the virus. We can bring some normalcy, and the NFL does represent some of that. So there was a piece of that the players and the NFL coming together to try to do that was an important message, particularly as we're going through all the other challenges, whether they're economic or social, and what we can do. This gives us a platform to continue to try to make an impact on that. And so this season, 2020, coming after our 100th last year where we celebrated our history, we said we knew the future would be different. I'm not sure we ever would have imagined it was going to be quite so different in 2020. But it's been a real growth period for us and a learning period for us to show we can do things we didn't imagine. And we can do things that can have a real impact on people. And it may be some of the proudest days I've had being commissioner of the NFL is seeing how we've elevated ourselves and really tried to do something great for our country and for people around the world.
My team's telling me that I can ask you another question, maybe 2. So if you're good.
You're the boss, John.
No, actually I'm not. But I'm glad it looks that way. But this is such an important conversation, Roger, and very, very few chances to have these candid conversations with no agendas, and people can relax and really just have a heart-to-heart with our fellow men and women to hopefully role model leadership. This is what leadership should look like, and decency. Going back to '68, I didn't know this. Your dad replaced Bobby Kennedy. Was '68? Dr. King was assassinated?
Correct. April 4th.
In fact, Andrew Young was on that balcony. He's right here. Ambassador Young was on that balcony with Dr. King pointing to the shooter in Memphis. Bobby Kennedy was assassinated 2 years before that, I think. Kennedy was assassinated. 4
years.
4 years ago. 4 years before that. We were rocked with social upheaval, questionings of our own integrity, who we are. It must have been an incredibly tough period. How old were you then?
68. I was 9 years old.
9 years old. Okay, so you remember this.
Oh yeah.
How did your dad deal with taking on this mantle in this time and turning it into something positive? Because you couldn't be obsessed with being liked or popular, particularly get the bills that he introduced. You had to root in your principles. By the way, you now make perfect sense to me. I understand why you do the right thing because you saw it. But what was that moment like with your dad?
Well, I think it was hard because, again, being a United States Senator was really important to him, but it wasn't as important is not doing the right thing. And he didn't want to be in the Senate if he didn't speak up. He didn't think that was his role. He thought his role was to listen to the people, to do the best he could to lead and to go in and represent the state of New York. And to me, he did that. And he did it knowing the consequences. For me, watching it, as young as I was, I really did see that. It was very clear to me. And to hear people criticize my father, again, we're 5 boys in 7 years. The Goodell boys fight. And when we fight each other, but if somebody attacks our own, we fight even harder.
All the way to school and all the way back home.
That's correct. And so I will protect anybody, but when you attack my brother, I'm coming after you. But my point is, we cared deeply about my father and my mother, and we saw the pain and difficulty, but they still did it. And I think they did it in part to show us how to live a life, and to live a life of decency, a life of doing the right thing, and, risking things. You can't sit and be safe. And today's, we've talked about it a little bit here today. It is not a time to sit and be safe.
That's right.
It's a time to stand up, walk it out there, and make sure you make a difference every day. And I think that's just something that was born in me, and I guess I just had great mentors in life, and I still do. People like you, people who they send you that little message at any given moment that just picks you up and says, we're doing the right thing and working together. I always like to say football is about teamwork. And that's what we need, is teamwork. We need to come together, work together, and make a difference, because the challenges are pretty extraordinary. But I do believe we can meet them. And the only way we're going to do that is together.
You make perfect sense to me, Roger. If I had to rename this session, I would say I'd name it the Goodell Brothers Fight. And we fight. You fight for justice. You fight for goodness. You fight, but most of all, you fight for your brother or your sister who's getting beat up next to you, who may not be able to fight for themselves. And that's really what you're doing every day. You're fighting for justice. You're fighting for the underdog. You're fighting for those who are unseen. You're fighting for those who are unheard. And people may not understand it, but they can appreciate it. And one day they will.
They're fighting for people who don't have a voice, John. Listen, we all are very fortunate in some ways, but there are a lot of people out there who aren't as fortunate and aren't getting the things that they need, and we have to do our best to try to help. And that's what we're going to do.
You inspire me, my friend. Let me let you get back to the good fight under the shield of the NFL there. Thanks for spending this time with us at the Hope Global Forum. Thanks for being a change in the world. And I'm honored to be your partner and your friend.
Well, I am too. Thanks for the partnership, but more importantly, the friendship. So thanks for having me.
God bless you, Roger. My best to your team there.
Hi, my name is Megan Motley, and I'm the owner of Goodness Gracious Cookies. What made me get up the courage to call Operation Hope was because I knew that my small business needed help in some key areas. I didn't want my business to just look good on the outside, but on the inside it was falling apart because there were intricate pieces that were missing. There were things that I didn't have in place to protect my business, and I just decided I've got to make some changes in my business. And also the people on staff with Operation Hope were just so warm and welcoming, and my teacher, Miss Trudy, just super amazing, super sweet, embraced me and made me feel comfortable that I had gotten up the courage to say, hey, I need help. And they were able to help me every step of the way, and I'm so glad that I stepped up and decided to reach out to Operation Hope. The biggest weight lifted off of me now that I'm on a path for financial well-being is just knowing that I am equipped. knowing that I have the knowledge to improve in the area of my personal credit, knowing that I have the tools that I need to grow my business, also knowing that I have access to the amazing team at Operation Hope, from Ms. Trudy to all the people that make up the staff of Operation Hope. Just being connected to other business owners who I went through the class with, who they're also doing amazing things. So the biggest weight is just knowing that I have the knowledge, I have these amazing tools, and I would encourage anyone that's a small business owner, whether you are just starting, whether you've been in business for a while like I was, I encourage anyone to check out Operation Hope and get started whenever the next program is starting, because it is an absolutely amazing program. I will forever be grateful to Operation Hope.
Welcome back, everybody. We're so delighted that you have spent this day with us. We are rounding out the morning, and we've had some really interesting and informative conversations, and this next one will be exactly the same. We all know that there are two international languages, music and sports, and we've got some extraordinary icons from both of those areas, and we've got some business thrown in the mix. So let me introduce you to the folks that are going to be with us. I'm going to start out with Tony Ressler, who co-founded the private equity firms Apollo Global Management and Eris Management. I know Tony, though, not through the business side, but through the NBA. He's also the principal owner and chair of the board of the Atlanta Hawks. Thank you, Tony, for being here. We're so excited. We also have shortly coming with us will be T.I. from Atlanta. We all know T.I., who started rapping when he was 9 years old and later signed his own record deal in 1999. He has become an entrepreneur and a businessman, starting his own record label, Grand Hustle Records. He's currently out with his 11th studio album, the Libra, the Libra. So excited about that. We also have Michael Renter in the house. Now, those of you might not know who that is, so let me break it down for you. Have you heard of Killer Mike? It's that dude. We love him here in Atlanta, a rapper, songwriter, actor, and activist. We are delighted to have him in studio with us. You might recall he has recently launched a digital banking platform called Greenwood. Their mission is to serve the Black, Latinx, and other underserved communities that have historically struggled to gain access to capital. So thank you, Mike, for what you've done and what you continue to do. Last but certainly not least, I got someone really exciting that's going to talk with all these gentlemen. My sister from another mister, Stephanie Rule. We all know she's the senior business correspondent for NBC News and anchors MSNBC Live with Stephanie Rule. I'm a fangirl, so yes, I see her every morning at 9 a.m. She previously served as an anchor and managing editor for Bloomberg Television, following her tenure as a managing director at Deutsche Bank. Now, if this is not a group, we don't know what is. I'm going to throw it over to you, Stephanie. Go, girl.
Thank you so much. I know T.I. is joining us in a sec. Mike, welcome. Tony, welcome. No better time than the present, Tony, to put the white rich guy on the spot. So how about we start with you? In the last few weeks, we know that there was a bank CEO that got a huge amount of criticism because he made comments around the fact that Black people aren't getting the most senior positions in his organization because he just couldn't find them. And there was a lot of outrage about that, and it's justified. But it's not just about the jobs on the top. We keep misdiagnosing that. You have to go back in time. There's not people in positions to get those big jobs because they're not mid-level positions or entry-level positions. And you have to go further back than that. It's the basics around money and banking. Right? Money is that other international language. And we know that 17% of Black households don't even have bank accounts, as opposed to 3% of white families. We know that for Black small businesses, it's twice as hard for them to get funding. So this isn't just about why don't we see more black faces on top of corporate America. It goes all the way back to the beginning of financial education and opportunity equality. So given your career, your philanthropy, your vantage point, how do we start to solve from this at the bottom?
Well, I think we have to start to solve for this from the bottom, the middle, the top. So please understand, there are so many issues we could talk about, but if we're talking about the private sector and what the private can do, must do, should do, you know, as far as I'm concerned, every company in America, every industry in America should have a plan on how they can become more diverse, how they can have a more diverse employee base, how they can help provide capital more attractively, communities of color. This is all under the category of both good business and the right thing to do. So please understand, if a company, it's not going to change overnight, but if you're not going to commit yourself to having a plan to become a more diverse business, and then I would argue a better business as a result, we're not going to make real change. And it's not just the private sector that I like to argue. It's the private sector and the public sector that have to work together. The public sector has to do its fair share, whether it's passing a CARES Act, whether it's raising minimum wage, whether it's providing subsidized health care, what I call Medicare for the poor, whether generally, truly, whether it's providing K-12 education. There are all things the public sector can be doing. But what's most important is that the private sector doesn't just rely on the public sector. That every company and industry, as I say, have a plan to become more diverse. Have methods by which capital becomes more attractive to communities of color, to entrepreneurs like Killer Mike. Can people access capital attractively, and can they use it effectively? The private sector can help in that, and should.
I want to give you guys the heads up. My lip reading skills are not great, and I can't hear Tony speaking, so hopefully our audience did. Michael, I want to turn to you. You have been a prominent voice in music, social justice, and activism for years. And when George Floyd was killed and you were speaking in Atlanta, you talked about people needing to activate and create positive change. We assumed you were talking about social justice, criminal justice reform, but you're actually taking action in the banking and finance world. Can you speak to that and explain to our audience what you're doing?
Absolutely. Just making sure, like kindergarten class, everybody that can hear me raise their hand, because I heard Tony. Okay,
I can
cool.
hear you.
So I want
I hear Mike.
That statement that you asked me is based in a philosophy I have of plot, plan, strategize, organize, and mobilize. And I learned that working in the 501c3 world, in the world of organizing, where I learned that philosophy and made it my own under a woman named Alice Johnson and Reverend James Orange, formerly organized with SCLC with Andrew Young and Martin. And people tend to think of social organizing only as a thing of society and social and political issues and things. They tend not to understand that in Martin's last years, his final 2 years, he talked about ending poverty, talked about leveling up economically an underserved community, blacks who had been basically locked out of being able to be capitalists in this system or being able to practice any type of effective capitalism past the communities they were locked in. He understood how that shrinking also shrank greater society, stopped people from involving with one another. So Tony and what he was saying is absolutely right. You have to attack this problem on every single level. I would challenge the Wells Fargo CEO to adopt 3 classes in Atlanta and kindergarten and walk those kids through the next 13 years of school, specifically focusing on them and their families, financial literacy, intent on graduating his next sphere. I would also challenge him to do much like Brother Robert Smith did and underwrite a class at Morehouse or Clark, or help to restore Morris Brown, specifically targeting building financiers. And then I cherry pick from other companies that are successful. There's a capitalistic society. I go to black banks that are successful, look at the people running them, and figure out a way to do business with them in order to strengthen their bank and take some diversity in my own organization. That's something that he's true to, because this is the conversation we have on a bi-weekly basis when I call him for mentorship. I think that what we have lacked is the opportunity in this country due to racism, segregation, redlining, things of that nature. I think Tony is exactly right. Michael V. Smith are exactly right when they say that the private sector has a responsibility to be accountable, not only for philanthropic reasons, but what it does is you grow more talent. Football invests in country southern towns because that's where their talent comes from. Baseball invests in the Caribbean because that's where their talent comes from. And if we don't start to understand financially, if the private sector is not investing in this huge talent pool of young black kids who want to be into finance, who want to be entrepreneurs, any kid who's cut grass wants to master money. And we can start to help people be financially literate as young as kindergarten. We can start helping kids understand that although everyone won't be LeBron, you can be his right-hand man and handle his money and his business deals. And we can be mentored by people like Tony and by corporations as a community. And if we take that responsibility to work in unison, no matter what sex, creed, color we are, not only does it help my community become financially stable, it helps the greater community, because in capitalism, where you have more competition, usually it serves the customer better.
Well, the way capitalism should work best, Tony, is if we have more players competing in the game. Instead of, and I apologize if you said any of this before, I wasn't able to hear you. Does it not make more business sense to address this? You know, when Mike was talking about sports, it makes me think of the sport of lacrosse. There is no correlation between being good at lacrosse and pursuing and succeeding in a career on Wall Street. But you know what there is? An extraordinary network. That sport happens to know a lot of guys who work in banking. And those guys in banking introduce them, because banking, finance is a different language. And if you never know that language, you can never play the game. Does it not behoove a truly capitalist society to say, we need to teach more people this language so we can get the best players in the game?
So I'm thrilled to repeat myself, by the way, and have to. But, no. So please understand that the truth of the matter is every company, every industry that can grow its employee base to be more diverse, but to position them for success, you know, rather than criticize whatever the banker at Wells Fargo was trying to communicate, clearly not as effectively as maybe he wished. You know, every industry, the investment industry, the asset management industry is working with, certainly my company and others, working with HBCUs to help with curriculum that the kids at school today, no disrespect to Killer Mike, and go into third grade, which is great. I want to see K-12 education improve. But we could go to HBCUs today, help with curriculum to make sure that the students in HBCUs are better prepared for success, asset management business, by just helping in curriculum and folks that have had that experience, because just as you correctly point out, there aren't enough people of color in the finance industry, in the asset management industry, and when changes, so will the roles in mid-level and senior change. But it has to start somewhere, and creating more diversity in virtually every significant business. Banking and finance, top of the list, should have been happening years ago, of course, and it has been happening to a degree, but not nearly to the degree the country requires. And that's our job.
And, you know, and I don't want to pick on the Wells Fargo CEO, and I remember when he said it, it drew huge criticism, but there's sort of this ugly truth on the surface that at some level he could say, I look at the numbers, and maybe he has a point. There aren't people eligible for those top jobs, which is why you need to solve for it at a much more base level. Mike, how much do you attribute this to simply not knowing the language of money or investing or raising money?
Well, let me let Tony know we were definitely in agreement on the HBCUs, which is why I brought up Robert Smith. So private sector, it's a bunch of kids in from Alabama to Tuskegee to Morehouse and Clark that need you. So come on, swoop in with those curriculums that are going to help teach the kids those money. So I agreed with him from the beginning. I agree now. We can start at basement, middle, and top level. So what I would say to him is, unlike everyone else, I don't care to see him nailed to the cross as much. I'd rather see him come out of that moment having learned something and saying, well, this is what's actionable and this is what we're going to do. I don't know the language. A lot of times I'll wake up in the morning. My wife, Shayna, who's tremendously smarter than me with a coin, will say something or an idea, and I'll have to call Tony at 9 in the morning. And remember, it's 6 in LA. Maybe you should call a little later. And says, hey, I'm going to get this much money. My instinct says, I make enough money yearly, okay, we don't want anything extra. Maybe I should put that away and focus on not pulling and buying a new Lamborghini or Ferrari. And he'll say, gut-wise, your wife's instincts are right. And here's why. This is how you grow and compound interest. This is what you do versus simply paying 45% of your taxes. So I'm learning, but I'm learning a new language. So her instincts that are just base raw minimum, she was raised by a woman who ran a shot house. So she thinks of coin very differently than I do. Her gut instincts are right, and he has taught us the language. I think if that happens in school before grad school, if it happens freshman year, if it happens senior year going into freshman year, you come out in 4 or 5 years with a population that's financially literate, ready to teach that to their family members as they go along. But beyond that, they're ready to enter the banking sector. They're ready to enter the finance sector in a way that's going to individually grow them and grow the money in their communities of color.
Tony, from a philanthropic standpoint, I know I'm going off on a limb a little bit here. You've done a ton over the course of your life in terms of education. How much does that base education, not just a financial education, but a strong education, give the next generation of kids the foundation to pull themselves to move up from a socioeconomic standpoint?
A quality K-12 education, access to affordable college or career studies is critically important, and everyone knows it. The question is, how do you improve K-12 education? But just one example, to Mike's point, why isn't 12th grade, every high school senior should graduate with finance under his or her belt that says, here's how I open a checking account, here's how I take out a small business loan, this is the importance of compounding in my investment account. No one takes and is required to take finance as a senior in high school and comes out and doesn't know how to take a car loan or open a checking account. What am I missing? Black, white,
why is it that way? Why is it that way? Why did I take calculus in high school and I don't know how to do my taxes?
Because we're trying to grow rocket scientists or production workers versus growing people who really want to participate or have the ability to participate in this country's economy. And I think that we need to radically change schools in that way. But that's my opinion. I'm going to let Tony give his. I just interjected there.
And I hate, on this issue, we are 1,000% in agreement. Listen, Bill Gates passed and funded, from what I understand, trying to put science, math in high school across this country, in curriculums across high school. I salute that. I welcome that. But basic finance that says when you come out of high school, you know how to buy a house with a home mortgage, open a checking account, you know the power of compounding, you know the difference between a stock and a bond. This is critically important for this country. It's critically important for people of color coming out of high school. It's critically important for white people. It's critically important for Asian people. But the reason this doesn't could be more complicated than they're willing to discuss today. But that curriculum should and could change. But it's all part of sending the message that, frankly, folks like Mike are far more influential than folks like me, which is we have to introduce basic financial literacy across this country, and it will help people better themselves. And the private sector and the public sector should be teaming up to do just that. And people with real voices should be using them.
Absolutely.
But Tony, I think that's maybe the most important point. While Mike has tremendous impact and influence, it's the partnership with people in your position that are really going to get us to the next level. Michael, how do you look at, right? So 9 months ago, before COVID hit, we may have been missing the boat on some of our economic vulnerabilities, because it was a huge quote unquote win for our economy that the unemployment number was so low.
Yeah.
That black unemployment had made such great strides.
Yeah.
But a job doesn't mean it's a job that can support you. Because all of a sudden COVID hit, and we saw it disproportionately hit black and brown communities.
Yes.
And even many people that had a job didn't have enough to support themselves.
Yes.
So having a job, isn't that putting scotch tape on a much bigger gaping hole problem?
Absolutely. Considering or looking at it like, well, at least you got a job is not the good enough. At a certain point, the goal shouldn't be to cure cancer. It should be to prevent cancer. But since we're living with cancer, we have to admit that at one point, 100 and something days ago, 200 and something days ago, it had gotten better and my community got a glimpse of some stability. But the truth is we have never been stable. We were not stable during times of slavery because we were used as economic commerce. We were not stable for the years after Reconstruction because we were destabilized by things like Jim Crow, redlining, the promise of GI bills that never came, underfunded neighborhoods. So we've never had true stability. So I think that rather than argue the points of was it better with lower unemployment or better now, it begins for me to say, well, what can we do right now as a form of triage to stop the bleeding and do what we can in the maximum to correct that? And in the very maximum, what we can do is start a campaign, if nothing else, to start basic financial literacy. I didn't join Greenwood, the bank, just because I thought America needed another bank. I knew that there were special problems on Martin Luther King, a couple streets up from where I grew, a couple streets up from where T.I. grew up. There were special problems there. We saw banks move brick and mortar locations. We saw liquor stores and check cashing places come in. We saw families that were moving with $200 a week all of a sudden have $160 because they were being charged 20% on $1 in cash checks. So my thing was, if there's a digital platform that will provide an opportunity for people to keep all their money so that instead of spending that $40 simply to cash, they can now save 20. They can put 20 in a long-term saving. They can save 20 for their Christmas or whatever. That is the beginning. And I say that because I'm not being idealistic. I'm not a rich rapper that's always been rich as this has happened. I grew up a poor and working class kid. From 3 streets from Martin Luther King. I grew up there. My grandparents, who grew up on pennies in the very rural South, managed to save enough money to buy one rental property that helped subsidize raising my sisters and I. Now, that's not the old American dream of MTV Cribs, but that is the very real American dream of we are at the start of wealth for our community. Black people are only 57 years free. And the generation that's my age, that's in mid-40s and mid-30s up to mid-50s, are going to have to start seeing ourselves as a foundational cornerstone for our grandchildren versus saying, I want it all now. We're not going to get it all now. If you are fortunate enough to make hundreds of thousands, $1 million, or to gain any asset to leave to your children and their children, you should not only be learning about financial literacy at base level, you should be learning what a trust is. Because I knew at 24 I was too stupid to keep anything my grandparents left me, so thank God they waited till I was in my 30s before they died. Because if I would have been 24, I would have just sold my grandma's house, which is now worth triple the value, and my sister lives in it and can now pull out equity and make sure her son has a better education. But I didn't know that because I didn't know that from school. I knew that because 2 old people who were burly with money raised me. So I think that on a very base level, people who look like me, people who are my age, can start taking the self-accountability of learning to be financially literate. We can start making sure our children are, and from the public and private sector, we need allies and we need people investing in us and investing in our communities so that we can start to generationally grow in the way that America has promised and given every other group. But we have only had 57 years of a peek into it.
Michael was blessed with grandparents who were focused on wealth creation, even if it wasn't a great deal of wealth. T.I., to Michael's point, we need to make sure that next generation is financially literate. How do we do that if we are not? How do we start to turn the page and not just ensure that people have jobs, but that they understand wealth creation, real estate, owning your own real estate, starting being an investor doesn't mean that you're wealthy. It means that you're building a foundation. How do we start getting the African community there?
Well, I think that I believe there are 3 things that plague our communities that kind of keep us downtrodden, especially financially. That's the lack of education, the lack of opportunities and the lack of exposure. Okay, now we have substandard education in our public school systems versus the public school systems that are available to our Caucasian neighbors across town in Buckhead rather than Bankhead, where I grew up. We have much less opportunity to go around to all of the people within the community of Bankhead than our Caucasian neighbors have in Buckhead, and much less exposure to create ambition and vision for the future of tomorrow for our children on Bankhead rather than Buckhead. So if we can get better education for our children and our neighbors over on the west side, if we can get better opportunities for our children and our neighbors on the west side, and better exposure, more exposure to things to create higher levels of ambition, higher levels of expectation, higher standards for ourselves and our children to reach, I think that will allow us to not only teach with words, but to be able to have people in my generation set a visual example that can be followed. You know what I mean? You can replicate it, you can scale it, but it's there. You know what I mean? So I think those are the things that we really, really need to get to our communities as quick and fast as possible.
Tony, what do you think, especially as it relates to business creation and real estate, right? When we have particular communities, generation after generation, living rental lives, they don't build anything.
But again, to what T.I. and Mike just said, please understand this is a public and private discussion. As T.I.'s point, you have to improve K-12 education in minority communities. You have to improve to affordable health care. You have to push the public sector, just as you're highlighting. We have to, every meaningful player in the private sector has to lead by example. And becoming more diverse and helping in financial literacy is all part of the issue. And by the way, people like I and Mike, and please understand, these guys are not just in the musical world. They're supposed to lead by example and are as entrepreneurs. Damn, every NBA player, 80% of the NBA is African American, making over $8 million a year on average. Think of how special each one of those should be, the entrepreneur of their community in their post-playing days with just a bit of financial literacy and focus. And believe me, every one of these NBA players has the intelligence, the competence, the ability, and mentorship available to them. And truly, being the entrepreneur of your community often does a lot more than sometimes just being the best basketball player in your community.
Mike, maybe I'm naive, but COVID exposed so many failures in our society, specifically in our education system and the substandard education so many kids are getting. We're seeing it happen at this very moment. At this very moment, my 3 kids are in person, going to their schools and getting basically the same education they would get any other year.
Yeah.
We are seeing poor kids in this country, specifically in African American communities, not even get their basic education. Is there a chance that there is a silver lining here, that we're in such a crisis, we can take these ingredients that you're discussing and actually create that change, one that should have happened years ago but didn't?
What I would like to see happen, I'll tell you about Atlanta. So T.I. and I are both from the West Side. The West Side is an enclave, an African-American enclave. I specifically am from the Collier Heights, is an African-American enclave created by African-Americans for African-Americans. We also know that as technology crept up, it got left behind, fiber optic wiring, cell towers, things of that nature. What I would ideally like to see in Atlanta happen, say, in the next 180 days, is you take a company like Figures Wireless, which is, I think, the only black wireless and cell phone company. If you need them to partnership with the bigger company, partnership, but if not, I think they could do it themselves. You get Figures, a contract with city and state, to wire that whole side of town up, which would then take a whole district, a school district named for John Lewis, and it would would make it from a wireless standpoint equivalent to what happens in North Fulton, where kids can get on wireless easy. So even if kids can't pour back into qualified schools like Frederick Douglass or Gene Childs Young School in the physical, what they will have is the proper wireless in their homes. A company that's in the company to make money, but that understands that community needs, figures wireless could facilitate that. And if the school board and city could find the money to do that, that would be an amazing win until those children could then go repopulate a Frederick Douglass High School, which is a big enough school, I think, for 2,000 kids. So not only do you have competent kids coming back that have not missed a step, you would then have a school that opens up, has some financial literacy courses in 11th and 12th grade, and also in the basement would have mechanical drafting like it once did, welding like it once did, and art, where I learned all my financial literacy from an art teacher who owned a funeral home and a bunch of land around the Georgia Dome. Mr. Murray.
I'll tell you something else. Mike, I'll tell you what else we could do, Killer Mike.
Yes, sir.
Why not also take the Russell Center for Innovation and Entrepreneurship
Absolutely.
and make it the best example in America
Absolutely.
of how someone, as a one-stop shop for both access to capital and mentorship for all minority-owned businesses
Absolutely.
that grow, and use that as a prototype for what every large market in this country should have. So having both access to capital and mentorship in one location.
And I'd like to say this to cool black people who make a lot of money. Stay in your neighborhoods and help those neighborhoods be better. The Russell Center, started by Herman Russell's legacy, is children and more. Herman Russell lived about 4 streets behind me. Much bigger house, as our house was only about 900 square feet. But his house was the house that we rode our bikes by to look at, so that I knew that the opportunity to have something was about 4 streets behind me if I kept the straight path and followed it. I knew that the opportunity for greatness was right behind me in Billy McKinney's house, in Major Ball's house. So it was an economically diverse community I lived in, even though it was black. It was economically diverse, and I would like to encourage more people from my community that make it to stay or reinvest in those communities. Like Tony was saying, we should be the entrepreneurs in these communities, and we should be re-gentrifying and not just allowing for gentrifying.
I agree with everything that's being said here. However, I do think that there is an elephant in the room that must be addressed. The curriculum for education comes from the top down, and it's not altruistic at all. It is intentionally indoctrinating certain thoughts, ideals, and celebration of certain so-called heroes that go directly against the forward-thinking progression of the fair and decent people of America. You know, I think that has to be addressed as well. Whether that's a group of us, as we spoke of before offline, a group of us get together and do some sort of a school, as LeBron did in Cleveland with I Promise, where we create the curriculum. Because outside of, you know, just reading, writing, and arithmetic, there are other things being taught in the educational system that kills the confidence of young black kids before they can even get started. I think that there's more time and attention in public schools spent on how to break the free spirit and the individual thoughts of the independent thoughts of a child that comes from that area, so they can be put in line once they step outside into the free world. And you teach them that from celebrating Christopher Columbus as the guy who discovered America to the Georgia history. Who's that guy? Ulysses S. Grant, and you know, all those white supremacists carved into the side of Stone Mountain.
Well, now, Grant's not one of those. That's
Grant, that's a Union guy?
Yeah,
okay, my bad. Well, who's the other guy? Who's the other guy?
What you're talking about, like Alexander
was
Stevens
it Robert
on that
Lee
side.
Or something like that? General Lee?
Robert E. Lee.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Well, those guys. Okay. Anyway, but if you teach our children...
Not that Grant was much better, but...
Okay, got you. But if you teach our children to celebrate these guys as heroes, Absolutely. Then you're essentially telling them that slavery was deserved. Yeah. You understand? So I think that subconsciously in the psyche of a child, no less, is just as impactful.
Well, and I think that a cool thing we could do is to start to teach that capitalism even existed there. The people who were owned understood they were property. They understood what they were. But I often used to say to my grandparents, well, how did someone buy themselves out of slavery when they was working for free?
Right.
But my grandfather, even before I learned this in college, they waited to college to tell me this, but my grandfather was like, well, if you had one day off, you had Sundays off. Every white man who had a farm wasn't rich enough to own people. They could rent themselves out to someone else. They understood I am valuable, the skills I have, so you need a fence built, you don't own anyone. I'm going to charge you to build this fence. Then I'm going to split that with the person that owns me. I'll use my savings to not only buy myself out of slavery, to also buy my family. So I just want that said, because oftentimes when we speak of being enslaved, we speak from a total place of victimization, as though these people had really been regulated to beasts, and they weren't able to think, and they were able to think all the way through. And even though they didn't master themselves or their own bodies, they mastered finance as early as being able to accumulate enough wealth to buy themselves out of freedom. And that is a radically different teaching that all Americans should know.
True.
That enters two human beings versus a human being making someone simply a beast.
Now, when you say that, that's definitely a different, is viewing it through a different lens. I think that's kind of, the micro rather than the macro. I'm trying to say.
No, I agree with you. I was just saying, in addition to the unteaching, we got to teach that black people been about money a long time.
Absolutely. I mean, we've been taking the worst and making the best of it forever. That's the same way. That's why trap music is here, because of the crack era.
Absolutely.
You know what I'm saying? The crack era
we made more money off rapping about crack
than people made on crack. You see what I'm saying? So we've always been making the best of a bad situation. But I'm saying, like, as Malcolm X taught, anyone who's still depending on their oppressor to educate their children is lost. Yeah. You see what I'm saying? You would never in a Jewish community find Jewish parents sending their children to a school that celebrated Hitler and praised him as a hero. Absolutely. You just would not do it. However, African Americans or black people, we do that every day, and I think that is a huge part of the cycle that we're stuck in when it comes to education.
Tony, I want you to help us make the business case of this public-private partnership, that it's not just about businesses are so successful, they should give back. Help us understand why it makes sense for business. Look at Atlanta. If the city of Atlanta was bigger, stronger, better, smarter, when people came into town to go to Hawks games, they wouldn't be going to the game and then leaving again and going back out to their house in the suburbs. And now, if you invest in communities, in cities, in businesses, everyone will thrive, including that business on top. So it's not just a philanthropic effort, it's a business case.
Listen, the private sector should do what they think is both the right thing and good business. And by the way, as T.I. is saying, the private sector should influence a changing curriculum in public education. No question about it. And just as an aside, if you look at Wing today, and I'm not trying to brag or anything, but if you look at what we're doing in State Farm Arena right now, Atlanta and Fulton counties had a real problem. It just coincidentally, it's not a coincidence. I don't want to be cynical. African-American communities had 3, 4, 5-hour waits to vote. You come to State Farm Arena, you're in and out in 90 minutes. That's a public-private partnership. We're getting over 20% of the voters in Fulton County putting their vote in Fulton County at State Farm Arena. And by the way, we have 300 Hawks employees helping that go smoothly. Yes, we are proud of it, but that is a public-private partnership that is making voting go more effectively in Fulton County. That's a good thing. And there's a whole lot of good things that the private sector could influence the public sector to do, and it will make for a better country. And it's just that simple to me.
Tony, you should be proud of it, and I'll tell you, we are certainly grateful for it, because the work that you're doing, T.I., Mike, the advocacy and the efforts that you are putting forth is certainly going to help more people rise, and definitely the next generation. I want to thank all of you for participating today, and of course, as always, I want to thank John Hope Bryant. There is no other person in this country taking on income inequality and financial literacy quite like he is, and I'm lucky to know him. Thank you guys so much.
There's no doubt.
Thank you.
Thanks for having us.
Good to see you, Tony. Thank you, guys.
Stephanie, thank you.
All right, Mike. Yeah, see you guys.
Tony, love you, man. Tony has to be the coolest billionaire I've ever met in my life.
We need more of those.
So first of all, I got to give some love. Excuse me.
What's going on, brother? How you doing, man? Long time no see.
Love you, man. Yeah, we've been tested for COVID. Don't worry.
Thank you for having me.
Thanks, my pleasure. Everybody bow to royalty there.
Absolutely.
We all know the great Lisa Borders has been fantastic. It's been what a great way to close. Drop the mic. I love the quote. We made much more money talking about
selling crack than we ever made selling crack.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And to that point, every artist and every professional athlete with a B in front of their name now, or next to their name, billions, didn't make it in professional sports or being an artist. They made that money when they made that jump to business. So they got their rep, they got their credibility, good cash flow, good net worth in the arts and in professional sports. That's called making money. Mm-hmm. That's called getting paid. Mm-hmm. It's even getting wealthy. Getting rich. But they got wealthy when they changed their mindset and went from just that to business.
And that came from a high level of exposure that, as you generate this income or this abundance for yourself, you begin to get into rooms and create relationships that will allow you exposure to certain other aspects of life that have been kept from you when you were, on your, how could I say, ground level.
Yeah.
When you're on the ground level, grassroots of your journey, you know what I'm saying? The more you get, the more you learn. Like you kind of, poor people are shut out of rich people's business all the time.
Oh yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So the more you generate wealth or generate income for yourself, then people will start like letting you into certain secrets and certain things and tools that you could use to get from this level to the next level. It's much easier to become a billionaire from 100 million than it is from 500,000.
Oh, no doubt about it. I mean, and the other side is also true, Tip. If you hang around 9 broke people, you'll be the 10th.
That's right. Yeah.
Whatever you hang around, whatever you model, you'll be.
Sure.
Right?
Sure.
And so I love what you guys are talking about changing the role modeling in schools. But let me back up here because we have a living icon with us.
Absolutely.
We've got the last living lieutenant. I'm saying this slow so the audience can really understand. No.
There's still a few more.
No, the senior lieutenant.
He doesn't want to be that.
Dr. King, who is very much alive and engaged. And in fact, I'm trying to slow him down a little bit. But this man is 130 honorary doctorate degrees.
Mm.
How
many countries?
How many countries?
How many countries?
130 honorary doctorate.
130.
152.
152 countries. Okay.
And I've been blessed.
Really made Atlanta.
I've been blessed by my troubles.
That's right.
Really made Atlanta the international city she is today, the only international city in the South. Other mayors have made other contributions, so thanks to everybody. But he's the one who brought the Olympic Games here.
That's right.
He's the one who brought the international investors here with tens of billions of dollars of investment. He's the one who really created the environment where it's now the busiest airport in the world. And it's the only international city in the South. The only one. One of the top 10 MSAs, economic engines for the whole country. The #1 place for black entrepreneurs, business owners, black wealth in the country.
Millionaires.
Millionaires. We have problems. We got challenges. We got folks who are 100-aires who need to become 1,000-aires, and we can make them have a shot at millionaires. But the opportunity's there. And Atlanta was a city that decided to argue over who got the green, not whether you were black or white. We had a different kind of argument. And I think other folks were backwards and argued over water fountains, and they're still stuck in those cities, and they look just like they looked 40 years ago.
We fought for that too.
Well, we didn't have to fight for it because the business leaders told the public leaders, knock it off.
But that was the fight.
Well, okay, fair enough.
We evolved in our thinking. We matured. We all started at that same place, but Atlanta did not stop there.
White folk like money. in Atlanta.
He broke it down even better.
I learned that really early. Like they like money a lot more than they didn't like each other.
There you go.
You know, and that's not to say other cities weren't good, but you can get so entrenched on hate that everybody suffers. Because at the time that they were fighting for unions, these guys in Mississippi and black workers were saying we should deserve our fair pay. The people who were fighting against that, often white workers who worked right next to them, were the most underpaid white men in America.
Oh, yeah.
And Skip Bayless said this during the NFL controversy. If white players would have knelt or stood in solidarity with Kaepernick, it for the first time in at least 50 years would have given the players the proper leverage against the league to negotiate better. And because they chose not to, for the next 20, 30 years, you'll hear baseball and basketball have more secure, better contracts because the NFL has never solved their solidarity problem, meaning they dislike some of each other's political things a lot more than they like money.
Oppression and hate gonna keep you poor.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
On both sides.
You can't
say that again.
Oppression and hate will keep you poor. That is a broke man's energy.
You cannot,
Everybody.
A broke man's energy. You cannot segregate your heart and integrate your pocket. So going back to you here, Ambassador Young, and really set the stage here, in many ways, we're trying to figure out how do we go from what I call civil rights and movement of racing the color line in the streets to a new movement of civil rights or class and poverty and ownership in the suites. How do we get people today, young people protesting, rightly so, against injustice, to understand they need a business plan and not just an emotional one? They need to respond, not react. How do you get them from the streets, which is their frustrations are rightly so and justified, to transition to the suites?
Well, let me just say that I think of all of you all as my children.
That some of them more troublesome than others.
I've helped.
He was always Lisa and Andrea's daddy before he was Ambassador and Mayor Young.
That's right. And
Bo.
Killer Mike came into my office when he was 15 and wanted to put on a conference for young people and didn't want any adults present. He said, let us talk about our own problems. And T.I. and I go back to, well, one of his teachers was a good friend of mine. And she said, I knew that boy was a genius in first grade. Say, but he was bad. And then John and I have sort of grown up together. I'm sort of like his father. Yep. After his father went to glory, he sort of got passed on to me. And I tell you what, you all have made me proud in this forum, as in the last year and as in the work you're doing all the way. But let me go back to my childhood, because I was blessed. And I was blessed because it was a crisis.
And by the way, didn't you fight in the civil rights movement with her father, Lisa's father?
Yeah.
Grandfather.
Okay. Yeah. Grandfather. Sorry. Yeah.
But
tried to put some age on you.
I was in 6th grade when Pearl Harbor started. And we did something that I think kids nowadays could do. We realized that America was at war. And we had to find ways to help the war effort. So we started as kids, 10 years old, picking up coat hangers, getting newspapers, and buying saving stamps and war bonds. And so I had a savings account with a couple of $100 in it. See, in elementary school.
Wow.
Because the classes competed with each other about how much money we could make on weekends. So I went around the neighborhood collecting everybody's newspapers and selling the newspapers. Coat hangers, picking up bottles, see, cutting grass. And because it wasn't just that we were patriotic, it was that the classes were competing against each other. And I always wanted my class to bring the most money to save us from the war effort and Adolf Hitler. I grew up with the Nazi party on my corner of my house, so Nazism and white supremacy was real to me from 4 years old. And my daddy told me, don't get mad, don't let white supremacists get you upset. if you get mad in a fight, you lose the fight. Don't get mad, get smart. See? And you're going to be little all your life. You're never going to be able to beat up anybody, but if you stay cool, you can think with anybody. And I think that's what I hope now. I hope we take this crisis as we took the Second World War, as an opportunity to bring the economy. We ended up not only bringing our neighborhood economy up together, but we ended up creating a global economy by 1944 for the entire world. And I see this corona crisis as leading us in that direction. And I think what you're doing, Killer Mike, and I'm helping you, working with you with Greenwood. But I think we could go to the grammar schools and let the kids start with bank accounts.
Yes, sir.
That Cox Cable, whenever it puts cable near a school, it always puts cable in the schools, wherever they are. Now, AT&T and Comcast, if they got a cable line going anywhere near a public school, we need to get them to go ahead and wire up that school so that they can be ready for the virtual future.
And by the way, Comcast, which is providing all this infrastructure, has a program where they're giving away computers and internet access to low-wealth communities at no cost to them.
Yeah.
And that needs to be scaled up. Most of us don't even know that program exists, by the way.
I think awareness is key.
Yeah. And it may exist that they have wired some of our elementary schools. I don't know that. But that's the kind of thing that helps them make money and do good.
Absolutely.
Now, the second thing is, education didn't used to cost this much. That my wife got her master's degree at Queens College in New York for $16 a semester. But what that meant was that she was paying taxes on a master's degree salary for the next 60 years, or 40 years. And UCLA used to be $40 a semester when I was in high school. And I almost went to school out there, but I chose Howard University instead, because I was the only black person on the campus that summer, and I felt lonely. But so I'm saying that we've come a long way, but the way we've gotten here is still an open pathway.
Good point.
And whenever we make up our minds to do the things that, I mean, you had Doug McMillan,
the CEO of Walmart.
CEO of Walmart.
Number one Fortune 500 company, I believe, in the world.
But I've been to Bentonville, Arkansas, and I saw the little store that that Sam Walton started from.
Yep.
And so we know that poor people,
high school education,
have visions, and they can grow the largest business in the world if they have access to capital. Now, our businesses have not had access to capital. And that's what I think you and Greenwood are trying to do. Absolutely. Make available access to capital. When I became mayor, there was a company that had 1,500 employees, and they couldn't get a line of credit from any bank. That was just in 1981. And we had redlining in Atlanta till 1989.
That's right.
And so we can change. With all of the things that have been going on, we didn't work on integrating the money nearly enough. Now, we did it in terms of, affirmative action in the construction of the airport. Minorities got 41% of the Olympic money, and everybody agreed to that. But because we had an Olympics that cost $2.5 billion, another $10 or $15 billion came into Atlanta, and the white community got 90% of that. because we were able to get 41%.
Well, as Stephanie Rule would say, expand the table and add a seat.
Money.
What you're saying was, what I'm hearing you saying is, by expanding the economic opportunity, everybody got more.
Everybody got much.
However, he also said that the 10 to 12 billion that came as a result of it, 90% of that went the other way, correct?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, but at least black folks got $1 billion, which we didn't have before.
No, see, we got to get out of there.
A great place to start. You're building on that. You're building on that. All of us are building on that.
Yeah, however, we'd be building from a lot greater place if everything was even as it should be.
I'd like to have poverty resolved in the world, too. I'd like for my mother to like me every day of the year.
Let's not... It's not an either or.
Okay, we're off topic.
It's not an either or.
He's still bad.
Back to what you were saying.
It's a both and.
Yeah. It's a both and.
That
well said.
You can look at it as the glass is half full or half empty. And I'd rather see us growing, and I'd rather, in fact, we had a song when I was growing up, accentuate the positive, eliminate the negative, latch on to the affirmative, don't mess with Mr. In-Between. That was a white folk song of the Andrews sisters.
Right.
But that became
everybody's stole it from a brother song.
Everybody's song.
Down the line, but go right ahead.
Everybody's song in the Second World War. It united the nation. And you all have done that with We Are the World. And I think we've got to find songs that you all have got to rap about money.
We don't got no problem with that.
You don't have no problem. I'm definitely Andy. This is Hosea.
Well, there were 3 waves to the civil rights movement, right?
But by the way, Malcolm X did come around at the end of his life.
No, Malcolm X was always around.
Yeah, he actually did he hung around Dr. King.
Malcolm X just happened to be born, and his father saw his uncle lynched and ended up going to jail without much education. Martin Luther King was born rich, and his family already had graduate degrees. Yeah. So he was born almost with a PhD opportunity.
Yeah.
But it actually
had
took
to get
both
a PhD.
of them. It took Martin and Malcolm.
Yeah,
it took both.
I'm so glad y'all said that in an interview earlier this week. I'm so glad that you
but
takes both.
I knew Malcolm before I knew Martin.
Wow.
Because I was living in New York, see, from 57 to 61. I didn't come down here to Atlanta until 61.
I got to hear that story later.
Yeah.
One day. I need to know that one.
But this is an opportunity.
Yes, sir.
Agreed.
It's an opportunity to restructure the whole global economy.
Agreed.
Starting with our neighborhoods.
Yeah.
I'll tell you why. When I got the call from Ryan to be a part of Greenwood, I've been helping black banks because I was just taught, much like, and that's what you're supposed to do.
Yep.
My great-grandfather's father was using the Tuskegee experiment. Between what my great-grandparents saved sharecropping and some type of settlement, they bought 33 acres in Tuskegee, which we still have today. We make a modest amount of money, a couple $100 a year for me and my sisters, for lumber that gets cut off there. But we were taught banking. Right. We were taught finance kind of all the way and to be responsible for it. So I think that what our community has to understand is, like my grandfather would often say to me, worst thing happened to us was integration. I never understood what he was saying, but he wasn't talking about us physically integrating as much as our dollar.
That's right.
We allowed the dollar to escape, so we didn't have the cornerstone of capitalism, what it takes.
That's right.
And that's the economic sphere. So by him calling, when Ryan and them called me, I was interested because I'd done all this free work for banks.
Right.
I hadn't ever went to a bank and said, you give me a certain amount of percentage off each card, which I could have done. I'm savvy enough to say, if I go get you 1 million accounts, give me this. But that wasn't my purpose. Again, I'm the Andy of the crew. I was like, what's going to be better for my community?
Right.
And when Andy told me about how he had saw paper money in India be used essentially like it was used against poor people here, I get a $200 check, I go in, it's 20% to cash that check, then I know that all of a sudden it's $160. $40 has been taken out.
That's right.
Andy had saw a card in India give people a chance to actually keep their money and use their money effectively. And that was a big part of the reason I went with Greenwood, because I said on base level, much like my grandparents walked me in to get my first bank account, they bought Coca-Cola and Delta stock for me because those companies were here.
Yep.
I should have kept them forever, cashed them out at 18. Dumb. Like I said, you're just too dumb when you're young. Yeah, man. And what I understand now is that if I can help a child that's growing up in my neighborhood, same neighborhood, I still own real estate. Neighborhoods my sisters still are. Yep. To understand money at 10, 11, 12, like I understood it. Yep. And my grandparents made me pay for half of my first pair of Adidas. If I get that understanding of that kid, then that kid who's a potential water boy on the side of the street or a shoe cleaner, sneaker cleaner in the mall, grows to have an entrepreneurial mindset. And people think it's always about, I'm making a Madam C.J. Walker, I'm making an Alonzo Herndon, but they forget about the 200 people under them that were employed.
That's right.
The 200 families that were enriched, the 200, the 600 people that were better educated. I'm here in part, not only because I've had great mentorship in people like Andy or Irvin Young, but my family was full of nurses and working class men, and I had one cousin who's like an aunt named General. And being a simple nurse wasn't good enough for her, like everybody else. She went and got the high, I think she became an anesthesiologist at the end, just right under a doctor, but she stressed education to her son, my other cousin and I, who grew up right there in Tow together. So all of us ended up, my cousin, her son went to Purdue, my other cousin went to Savannah State, I ended up going to Morehouse, and there was this friendly competition between us because of the exposure was right there in my family, the exposure to what money could do. And Andy introduced me to what that car did in India. It was there. So I'm a part of Greenwood as an initiative because I know that those lessons aren't given early enough. And as we as an institution can provide that and grow into an institution that has lending and gives capital to black people, I know that we stand a chance in this.
Let me go back to one thing that you were saying about slavery and give you another point of view.
Okay.
There were 27 black millionaires in Louisiana before the Civil War. And W.E.B. Du Bois talks about that in Black Reconstruction. But when you really know your black history, you realize that the founding fathers were a very thin layer of very educated and brilliant men. But all other white people weren't like that.
That's right.
Most of them came from urban areas in Europe.
That's right.
Where they had no education, no understanding of farming. See? The slaves who came here, all of them had been living on the land.
Agricultural geniuses.
There had been
and not indentured servants.
There had been universities in Africa since 1100. So long before they were in Europe. If you go back to Egypt, even before the Old Testament, they built the pyramids. And if you go to Cairo and see who built the pyramids, the pharaoh who built the pyramids, they don't even have him on the main floor. They have him in the basement. You know why? He's a short black guy with an afro and a big nose and nice luscious lips. See? And so the black people who came here as slaves didn't come here with no talent.
That's right.
That's right.
I mean, Frederick Douglass was a slave.
And a businessman.
But he became a businessman. He taught himself to read. He created the Freedmen's Bank with Abraham Lincoln.
Yep.
And he was one of the leading politicians. He is truly one of our founding fathers.
Absolutely. Sure. Absolutely.
And so we have never been just victims.
No, not
the
at all.
The South could not have survived without us knowing how to plant cotton, and with George Washington Carver developing the peanut
I agree.
and the sweet potato.
The richest city in the world is not just Mississippi, 1850.
That's right.
I agree with all that. I agree with all that.
No, but I'm saying that the only way we were kept down was through physical violence.
Right.
See, and whenever we accumulated something, they found a way to take it from us.
This is true.
And that's why you've got to have the politics and the economics and the education and the spirituality all coordinated.
But you know why, Ambassador Young, sometimes I think that when Tip's talking, sometimes it's Tip talking, sometimes it's T.I. talking. And when it's T.I. talking, he's channeling the voice of tens of millions of frustrated people who may not be patient enough to hear, turn the other cheek, whatever the message is, and he's trying to, I think, give them voice in their frustrations voice. At the same time, Tip is saying, now that said, you can't react to this, you got to respond. And Tip's the one that owns the real estate on the west side. And, Tip's one that has a multicultural
T.I. and Tip and T.I. I can't tell them the difference no more. Yeah. But I can't tell them apart. But what I'm saying is, all these things considered, all these things being as true as they are, there is no reason, absolutely no reason we should sit back and continue to be marginalized and left out of the financial discussion when it is our efforts that made this country what it is right now.
So what I see is what the teacher saw, the genius in first grade.
That's right.
See? And what John has put together here, and remember, Lisa was sort of the one that pulled together the Women's Basketball League.
President of WNBA.
And
my wife did.
Yeah.
So she's the women's Roger Goodell.
Yeah.
But we've had, what I've seen here just this morning is potentially the answer to not only black people's problems, but to the world's problems.
That's right.
And it's the coming together of public, private, spiritual and secular, and working together to deal with whatever problems. And John, what you've helped us to do is see problems as opportunities. You don't make money till you got a problem. And then whoever figures out how to solve that problem makes the money. And
there you go.
It can be not only at the Frederick Douglass or the John Adams, and Thomas Jefferson was not that good a businessman, but he was a brilliant writer and poet. See,
intellectual.
It all has come together to make a great nation with all of its problems. And this crisis calls us to be the best that we can be, whoever we are. And if we do that and do it together, these problems that we face now become opportunities that create a new future all over the globe.
I'm gonna make my final comments, and I think everybody should say a final comment. Then Lisa's going to wrap this up. I think it's been an incredible 2 days, by the way. So thank everybody for leaning in and being a part of this. I'm getting notes from all around the world, and there's been watch parties all around the world. But I'm going to leave my last comments with two pieces of Ambassador Andrew Young wisdom. And the first one is, and I think it speaks to a lot of what we've been talking about here. Ambassador Young has taught me that in a crisis, everybody has to win. So how do I translate that? Talk without being offensive. Listen without being defensive. Here's a big one now. Always, and I mean always, leave even your adversary with their dignity. Because if you don't, they'll spend the rest of their life trying to make you miserable. Because now it's become personal. You can't even solve the original problem because now they feel rightly or wrongly offended. They feel insulted. Now they might be completely wrong, but now you stepped on their dignity, and now you got to fight. And if you just leave everybody with find a gracious way to leave people with their dignity and a gracious way out of their own ignorance, they might turn that storm into a rainbow, because you cannot have a rainbow without a storm first. This leads me to my last piece of Ambassador Young wisdom. I said this at the beginning. I'm going to end it with this. Ambassador Young was running. He was a young man trying to figure out who he was. He was, I think, just going into divinity school. He'll correct me, of course, if I get this wrong. And he's on this run, Tip, and he's running up the mountain, down the mountain and up the mountain. And he thought that running and energy was enough to work out his frustration. So he's running. Think about an angry man. He's running. He gets there at the top of the mountain. He's exhausted now. He's got to stop because he's exhausted. He's out of breath. He's forced to sit for a minute with himself. He looks around. He says the clouds have a purpose. The plants have a purpose. The rocks have a purpose. The ground underneath him has a purpose. The birds have a purpose. Everything around him, in the quietness of that moment, when he's drained of his aggression and his anger and his frustration, when he's at peace, he's communing with God, everything has a purpose. He said, my God, if all that has a purpose, I must have one. I must be valuable. Let me now figure out what my purpose is. If we could help people who are wayward, who are lost, who may be rich but not wealthy. In other words, they got money but they don't have a purpose. Maybe they're making a lot of money. Maybe they're a billionaire, squillionaire, but they feel hollow inside, but they can't admit it to anybody. Maybe we can find a gracious way for some of them to redeem themselves in the eyes of whoever they admire, to do good for others. Who knows? I don't know. It's none of my business. That's between them and God. But whoever it is, wherever they are, a good person, bad person, we can find people, give people a gracious way towards redemption. I think a saint is a sinner that got up. We're all sinners. We all fall short of the glory of God. We've all screwed up yesterday. Like I said, I love my mother. She didn't like me last week. Today. Yeah, let's do it. Now let's do it today. So let's wrap it up, and then Lisa will drop the mic. Killer Mike.
Oh, man, I'm just happy to be here, John. I'm happy to be here with Andy, you, Lisa, my friend Tip. I'm doing what I'm called to do. I really just got in this to sing, dance for a living, smoke a little marijuana, go to the Blue Flame for free. You know, I thought my life was going to be pretty simple. I had escaped activism after I left college and got a record deal. And,
by the way, you both married, right?
Yeah, we're both married. Yeah. And my wife, and the better business part of our marriage, who also attends every Blue Flame occasion with me, that woman is just brilliant. Like I say, her grandmother ran a shot house, so she thought about coin earlier than I did. Compared to her, my sisters and I were middle class. But what I've learned is that black folks can, we must, we will. I am proud to be a black American. I'm proud of going to Frederick Douglass High School, because it was there I first heard the term, without struggle there can be no progress. While there, I learned that was the most photographed man of the 19th century. Meaning, so if you think about Barack Obama, how many times you've seen his picture, that's who Frederick Douglass is comparable to in terms of the spread. And that ain't just popular on the plantations and black communities. So through mentorship with people like Andy, James Orange, Alice Johnson, what I've learned is that we're far more a tapestry than we are what we describe sometimes ourselves as a soup, where everybody's just kind of in. Yes. But a tapestry is something sewn together. And I still have the blankets that my grandmother sewed, my great-grandmother sewed in my home. And so this country, for me, is a tapestry. It is cooperating. And I talk to Tony Rexler as much as I talk to my friend T.I. Right. Yeah. T.I. and I, who sang and danced, decided to go into business together. And I hope that at the end of my run, that I would have led a life that he could be proud of for having mentored, that my children can be proud of, that my wife will be proud of, and that my community will be proud to say they produce.
Amen. Man on that.
Right on.
T.I.?
Well, at 40 years old, just turned 40 September 25th, remembering how it felt to be reminded that as a teenager, that I was in the percentile of the most likely to fail.
Yeah, I used to tell him.
Whether
a lot.
The most likely, you know how many times I heard that from 13 to 19?
Wow.
Man, statistically speaking, you know, you probably not gonna be here by 21. So have a good run, you know what I'm saying? So that's the way the stage was kind of set for me, you know, whether that was, you know, going to a school and hearing it, the bus driver, neighbors, whomever. So going from that, defying the odds, overcoming adversity in all shapes, forms, and fashions, I believe the first I don't think I would have been here if I would not have dropped out of school. Not telling kids to drop out of school. However, I feel that conformity that came with doing it their way would have stopped me from seeing it how to do it my way. And nobody could have taught me through education or anything else. Nobody in that institution could have taught me how to do what I'm doing right now.
Well, you're in good company. Because Bill Gates.
That's right.
And Ted Turner dropped out.
That's right. Well, and Kanye too, except they dropped out of college. See, I dropped out of Douglass High School, you know, and but what I'm saying is,
like a college.
Well, which was like a college, absolutely. It was definitely an HBCU. But the thing is, making it here against our odds to be here at 40, and on top of that, to be T.I., that says to me, I can get to be 140. And be, and be just as successful and just as peaceful, just as honest, just as outspoken, just as genuine, just as principled in my wealth as I have been, coming up through the ranks. And I also want to say, I have absolutely no problem whatsoever with the opinions of racist, poor white people. No, I do not. They are entitled to their opinions. I have absolutely no problem with it. They are not my problem. If we could find a way, if I could do something to help them get some money, I would. See, my problem is with the institutional systemic racism that comes from the people who have been put in power, who can use their opinions against my children, your children, to keep us from, allowing our efforts and ingenuity to represent us before the color of our skin. You know what I'm saying? Those are that's who I have a problem with. A poor white person who can't even do as much for himself as I can, I don't have a problem with that. But if you have someone whose decisions and whose opinions will dictate and determine the pathway of our children and our communities, and they have an innate, inherent disregard for the lives, liberties, heritage, and progression of our people. That's my problem.
In this particular moment, you remind me of me and Ambassador Andrew Young. Me because as I think about your infrastructure, the young lady who's with you today, the other people I've seen working for you, all of our people are college educated, upset, people who work for us, who help us move, they're all steeped in education. So yeah, we can do whatever we want because we were a singular, talent or whatever. But everybody can't be T.I. And everybody can't be literally me, John Hope Bryant. But they can be engineers, business managers. Right? So that's the scalable model for our people. And if we look at our organizations, they don't run if a bunch of us run around flossing and glossing. That's right. You need people who can do a balance sheet and run some numbers. That's right. The second thing, I don't mean the numbers, I mean business numbers. I don't mean number. So the second thing,
we can break the numbers too. Now, let's not get away from it.
I'm always so hurt.
Don't hate on the numbers. That's right. That was actually that was your father.
Paid for the buses and
I know. Here we go. Let's go. This gonna be another 5 minutes. Yes. I know. Drop the mic.
Number one. They made sure Andy and Mark.
Yeah, I got it. All right. I got it.
Down in the middle
of
the
second point.
We are off topic.
The second point. Hold on.
Kicked out of Douglas.
The second point is that you remind me of Dr. King and Ambassador Young because Dr. King said, I refuse to disobey an unjust law. So Dr. King was a version of what you're saying. He went in, he got loud. He got noisy. He went and intentionally disobeyed an unjust law to get the attention so that Andrew Young could quiet. He never wanted this man arrested. Ever. Put on a business suit after we shut down the economy. After the sun go cut a deal. Go meet with the 100 business leaders behind closed door. Get those whites only signs down. Because the business leaders are hurting in their pockets.
That's right.
So it was a strategy. Right. Set it up and pay it off. Right. That's all I'm saying is we need to have a plan and a strategy because anger is not a strategy.
Plot, plan, strategize, organize. Then mobilize.
Amen.
That is not just for marching. That is for business. That's for how you run your house. Right. That is for everything. Plot, plan, strategize. Plot it out. Think about it. Will it work? Then plan it out yourself. You strategize with other people. The people that didn't drop out come and say, well, this is why that won't work.
Well, the people that did just have a gift from God.
Then you organize and then you mobilize.
That's
then
right.
you send Andy in with a suit to cut the deal.
That's it.
Right. Yeah, absolutely.
Now, Lisa, what tough job you have?
After all of that.
The floor you have.
So let me thank everyone, not only this final panel, because we have all been not only educated, but frankly enlightened. I think by the folks that are here, the generations of knowledge, those who bled, sweated in the fields of what was going on for all these years, and those who continue the struggle who continue to understand that it's not over, and it's not going to be over anytime soon. But we all understand that America is a democracy, but it's an experiment. It's an experiment. It's like a diamond. It's made under pressure. And today, America is in one of those moments when she is under pressure. And she calls on all of her citizens, black, white, whatever, to come in and help. And a house divided, as you said, from Abraham Lincoln, cannot stand. So this moment calls all of us to account. There are no two Americas, there's only one. It is up to us to get our internal struggle together. So we hope, those of you who are watching, that you learned some things today. We hope that we brought inspiration and hope to each and every one of you, to all of our sponsors, and everyone who helped make this virtual annual meeting possible. We thank you. This has been more than we could have ever imagined. So on behalf of the board, as well as our founder, chairman, and CEO, please allow us to thank you for being so supportive and for appreciating the work that we're trying to do. Financial literacy, economic empowerment, it's not a black issue, it's not a white issue. It's an American green issue. And we look forward to continuing this work until we work ourselves out of business, because that means the problem has been solved.
Get down.
Can I?
Your next album.
Can I have a closing prayer?
Please.
Do whatever you like.
And the prayer really is what you were talking about, the realization that I came to on the top of that mountain. It was that the kingdom of God is within you, and you, and you, and you, and you, and all of those that we meet, that we are created in the image and in the plan of the creator of the universe. And the more we go within, the better we can do without. And we will see each other as God sees us. And Jesus, one of his messages was, the kingdom of God is within you. And so all of the work that you do, however you do it, is an expression of the creativity of the God that created the whole universe.
Wow.
And just like the stars don't bump into each other, we can learn to get along and each do our duty as the Master taught. Amen.
Amen.
Amen. Everybody,
thank you and God bless.
Remember, the Hope Global Forum was here. We delivered. Now you must. Everybody remember, 1 Million Black Business Initiative dropped today. Shopify committed $130 million over 10 years. I know you guys missed this. To help set up 1 million black businesses over 10 years.
Okay.
They announced that today. Their president, Shopify, is the second largest e-commerce player in the world. So go to 1 Million Black Business. Sign up to take your dream all the way up the ladder to reality. It's not only no cost to you, it's an investment in you. So now there's no excuse for you to double down and make a brand about you. Let's go.
All right.